Today I want to start off with SA530. SA530 is audit sampling. Why does the auditor have to do sampling? I told you internal controls, there will be 1,000, 5,000, even 10,000 controls in an organization. Same way, transactions. How many transactions will be there in the organization? Lakhs and lakhs of transactions will be there in the organization. When the auditor wants to say reperform, recalculate, do analytical procedures, it is not practically possible for him to do all these audit procedures on each and every single transaction. That is the reason as to why he has to pick samples, and on that sample he will be doing the audit procedures to get the audit evidences. Are you able to understand? So the sample has to be representative of the population. If the sample is not representative of the population, then we can call that as a in audit risk. It is a detection risk. In detection risk, it is a sampling risk. If you remember, yes, sampling risk means the sample is not being representative of the population. Are you able to understand? Here, sampling means application of audit procedures to less than 100% of the items. That means it can be 10%. You are testing only 10%, and based on that 10%, you are saying that the entire population means the entire set of data is true or false. Can you test on 20%? Yes, you can test only on 20%, and based on that you can decide whether the entire set is true or false. Can you test on 50%? Yes, of course you can test on 50%. This 50% will become your samples, and based on that you will say that the population is correct or incorrect. Can you test 95%? Can you call this a sample? Yes, you can test even 90-95% because they are saying audit procedures for less than 100% of items of the population. That means you are not testing each and every single item, you are selecting something lesser than what is fully there, and based on this you are extrapolating it to the entire set of data. Are you able to understand what is the objective of the standard? What is the objective of the standard? The objective of the standard is to enable the auditor to give the opinion. That opinion is only the conclusion. To draw a conclusion about the population from which the sample is tested. That means from the sample you are able to tell whether it is right or wrong. That is the conclusion. So that is the opinion which you will be forming. Yes, so the conclusion here is nothing but the opinion. Are you able to understand? We have few key terms. You already know population, entire set of data, sample size, sample selection, sample units, individual items in the population, that is called as sample units. Applicability. Now here we have two types. One is statistical sampling and non-statistical sampling. Statistical sampling means it is based on some kind of a science. It is based on science. Non-statistical sampling means there is no science. Simply random way they will just select the samples. There is no base for the non-statistical approach, but there is some kind of a base for the statistical approach. The statistical approach is split into random sampling, systematic or interval sampling, and value weighted sampling. Random sampling means what? In random sampling we have simple random and stratified random sampling. What is the meaning of simple random sampling? Simple random means I am just following a random number table list. In Excel, there is a formula called rand between. If you just put that formula and ask them rand between 0 to 100, there are 100 items in my population. I want just 10 items in my sample. So I just paste that rand between formula 10 times, automatically I am going to get 10 numbers. Or in Google itself, if I am just going to type random number generator. Here, minimum random number, maximum I am putting as 1000. 10 times I am clicking this, 514, 3, 420 to 325 like this 10 times, automatically these random numbers are getting generated. Can I be sure that these will be random numbers only? Can I be sure that my influence is not there here? Yes or no? So I am using something called as random number table list. That means my influence is not there. These are really random only. Are you able to understand? But there is a limitation in this simple random sampling. What is the limitation in the simple random sampling? Ma'am, even though this is random only, what is the guarantee that all the items from different places are getting selected? Say for example, I have 12 months in a year. In the 12 months in a year, I want to make sure that all the seasons are getting selected. Because in summer season, I will be selling cotton clothes. In winter season, I will be selling woolen clothes. I want to make sure that each and every season is getting captured in my sales. Are you able to understand? When I am doing a simple random sampling, there is a possibility that it is random only. My bias is not there. But randomly, everything is taken only for summer season. Is that a possibility? Yes, there is a possibility that randomly all my samples are selected only from summer season. For that, I will first divide it into different stratas. Stratas means under the random sampling itself, I will be, please come in front. I will be splitting that population into different stratas first. Strata means as different periods here, different segments, different periods. Here what I am doing, summer, monsoon, winter, spring, like that. I am first splitting the seasons. Now what I am doing, from each of this, I will be taking 5 each. So 20 samples I will get. Are you able to understand? So I am making sure that spring, summer, monsoon and winter, all the 4 seasons are getting covered. But in simple random, there is a possibility that all my samples are selected only from summer season. Clear guys? That is the difference between simple and stratified. Strata is nothing but you are pirchifying all these things, making into small segments and then doing your random sampling only. Clear? That is the difference between simple random and stratified random sampling. Next we have systematic interval sampling. For systematic interval sampling, say population is 1000. Sample size, you know, is 100. So the interval between them is 10. So the interval between them becomes 10. The first number will be a random number. The first number, if it is 6, it is a random number. The next number should be 16th item, 26th item, 36th item and so on. If the first number is 9, the second number should be 19. 29, 39, 49 and so on. If the first number is 1, then the second number should be 11, 21, 31 and so on. Are you able to understand? Yes, in systematic interval sampling, I will first see the number of items in my population. Next I am going to see what is the sample size divided, population divided by the sample size. I am going to get the interval. The first number randomly I am going to select. Second, third, fourth, fifth number based on the interval, it will keep changing. This is called as systematic interval sampling. This is also a statistical approach. It is based on some kind of a science. Yes. Next is the value weighted sampling. Ma'am, in spring, summer, monsoon and winter, how can you take 5? Actually, I am doing only cotton clothes. That means most of my sales are from winter. That means my population is not distributed equally. My population is concentrated in summer season. So I am assigning weights. I am seeing the number of items in each of the season and I am assigning the weights. Now listen here. Summer, spring, monsoon and winter. In summer, there are 50 items, say 500 items. In spring, there are 300 items. In monsoon, there are 100 items, and sorry, there is a mistake. In summer, take it as 1000 items. In spring, take it as 500 items. In monsoon, take it as 300, and winter, take it as 200. What is the total? 2000. Good. Now, if I am doing weights for each of this, what will be the weights? 1000 divided by 2000, 500 divided by 2000, 300 divided by 2000, 200 divided by 2000. What is the weights? 0.5. Yes, 1000 divided by 2000, 0.5. What is 500 divided by 2000? 0.25. 300 divided by 2000? 0.15. 200 divided by 2000? 0.1. Now I have the weights with me. If I want to pick 10 samples here, what I will be doing? I will take, first I will take 5 samples from summer. Yes or no? I will be taking 5 samples from summer. The remaining 5 samples I will take from spring, monsoon and winter. How will I be doing that? I will be taking, how much is this? 0.25 into 10. 2.5. So there I will just take 2 instead of 2.5. Here 0.15 into 10. 1.5. Say here also I am taking 2. Next, 1 sample. Yes. For winter 1 sample. So 5 samples from summer, 2 samples from spring, 2 samples from monsoon and 1 sample from winter. Here in these two I adjusted the decimals. So totally I got the 10 samples here. Now what am I doing? I am purposely taking 5 samples from summer and giving it more importance because I know the items here are more. But items in winter is only 200. Why should I take equal number as to summer? There, when there were 20 samples, what did we do? 5, 5, 5, 5 we did. Everybody were distributed equally. Here also, can you tell the numbers for 20 samples? 20 samples, 10 samples from summer, from spring, 20 into 0.25. 5 samples from spring, 20 into 0.15. 3, 20 into 0.1, 2. So here 20 samples, how am I distributing? 10 samples I am taking from summer, the remaining samples I am taking from other places. Are you able to understand? So based on how many samples I am going to take, with the weights I have assigned for each of the segments, I am going to pick the sample from each segment. What is the difference between this value weighted and stratified random sampling? In the stratified random sampling, you did not see how many items are actually there in the population. Even if only 5 items are there, unnecessarily you will be testing all the 5 items there. Are you able to understand? So in value weighted, you are able to assign the weights and see which is more important, and then you are taking the samples. This is the statistical methods. Under statistical methods, we have random, systematic or interval sampling and value weighted sampling. Under random sampling, it is a simple random, means you will be following the random number table list. That means all the items I am putting it in a hat and I am asked, or in a drum, and I am asking you to pick the chits. Fully random. Yes, is there any bias involved? No, no bias involved is there in statistical sampling. But in non-statistical approach, we have 2 approaches. One is haphazard and the other one is block sampling. What is haphazard sampling? Haphazard sampling is also like a simple random sampling, but here I will be using my bias. I will be thinking, last year I was only the auditor, last year here only problem was there, so correctly there I will take the sample. But management is very smart. They know there was a problem last year, so in that place they will not have the problem this year. So, auditor is using some kind of a bias, or when he is going for physical counting of inventory, what he will do, he will enter the room. All the stock is kept in the middle, it's kept in the ceiling shelves, and it is kept in the ground. Whatever the auditor can see, he is just picking randomly only. This is also randomly. But whatever he can see, like that he is picking. What is happening? He will be picking only from the middle and what is there in the ground. He will omit whatever is there in the ceiling because he can't see it. Are you able to understand? So there is some kind of a bias involved that is called as non-statistical sampling, and under that haphazard sampling. Haphazard sampling is similar to simple random sampling, but there it is only based on science, and here there is no scientific approach. It is just a bias. Yes, the second one is called as block sampling. Under block sampling also, you will be splitting it based on period, based on segment, like that you will be splitting it. But here also you will be using random only, but here again you will be biased towards it. Whatever happened last year, you will know, okay, there is a problem. So let us pick that sample this year also. When there is a bias involved, it is called as haphazard or block sampling. When there is no bias involved, it is called as simple random, stratified random, systematic interval, or value weighted method. Clear with the methods of sampling? Yes? No. What is the difference between statistical and non-statistical sampling? What is the difference? Which one is based on probability? Statistical or non-statistical? Statistical is based on probability. Which one has more bias? Statistical or non-statistical? Non-statistical has more bias. Which one is more accurate? Statistical or non-statistical? Statistical is more accurate than the other. Which one is based on scientific valuation? Statistical is based on scientific valuation. For large data, statistical can be used or non-statistical can be used. For large data, statistical can be used for large data. For a small population, non-statistical approach can be used. In which method I can say that this sample is representative of my population, more representative of my population. In statistical, I can tell it is more representative. Non-statistical, it won't be more representative. Here, you guys answered whether it was statistical or non-statistical. Yes or no? Everybody were able to answer whether it was statistical or non-statistical because I asked these questions. So if they ask a difference between statistical and non-statistical, I want you to remember these questions. Once you know these questions, where is the probability, where is the bias, which one is more accurate, which one is based on scientific valuation, large or small, where is it more appropriate, which one is more representative, these 6 questions if you are able to ask, then automatically you will be able to answer statistical or non-statistical. So the side headings here, I want you to remember. Clear guys? This is the difference between statistical and non-statistical sampling. What are the advantages of statistical sampling? Advantages of statistical sampling are there is no bias. This is a calculated risk. That means, what is a calculated risk? They are not saying it is 100% representative of the population. There is still a risk. I am taking that risk, but it is a calculated risk. I am keeping that risk to minimum. That is also an advantage of statistical sampling. This is widely used, widely accurate. It will be as accurate as possible, and for large volume of data, this is useful. Are you able to understand? All of these are advantages of statistical sampling. Next is sampling plan. How will you make the sampling plan? What and all are the factors you will be considered for making the sampling plan? The first thing is you will see the size of the organization. If the organization is having 10,000 items in its population, it doesn't make sense for you to test only 10 items and extrapolate these 10 items to these 10,000 items and make a decision saying whether the entire financial statement is right or not. So if there are 10,000 items, you will have to select at least 1,000 items, at least 500 items. Yes, on these 500 items, you can do your audit procedures, and based on these 500 items, you can extrapolate it to your 10,000 items. But say your population itself is only 100. At that time, you can test only 10 items and you can extrapolate it to your 100 items. Are you able to understand? So the size of the organization will determine your sampling plan. The second one is internal control. If the internal control is very strong, you have already, please remind me, in SA330, 2 concepts still pending, 2 small concepts still pending. Please remind me after the standard. In internal control, when you are seeing the effectiveness of the internal control, you are fully convinced that this internal control in the organization is perfect, it is proper. If you are fully convinced like that, will you reduce your sample size or increase your sample size? You will be reducing your sample size because you are already convinced that the internal controls are proper. That means the financial reporting effectiveness is extremely high, yes or no? So, the internal control will also determine your sampling plan. Third is tolerable error. What is the meaning of tolerable error? The books of accounts they are giving to you, does that mean that whatever they give is 100% correct? No, there will be error. He also knows that. Management also knows that there will be error. Auditor definitely knows that there will be error. How much can you tolerate? A deviation of 1%, okay, no problem. Deviation of 5%, I will check for material misstatement, then I will say no problem. Deviation more than 10% and all, definitely it is a mistake. So I will change my opinion. It is that big a mistake that it will affect my opinion itself. Like that, when the auditor is going for the audit itself, he will determine the deviation. This much deviation is okay. Appdin solradhu da tolerable error. I am able to tolerate so much. That means till that level I can be with that person. Say for example, you have a boyfriend, girlfriend like that. Many people will be having it. So no, this age, if you don't have something, is problem with you. Yes or no? Yes or no? You will have or not? CA students should always tell no. It was a trick question, trap question. You should always tell no and no only. This is my only boyfriend and girlfriend. Like that you should tell. Hypothetically, if you are having a boyfriend or girlfriend, there will be fights. Yes, there will be fights. How many times they are fighting with you? You have to see. Say for example, weekly 1 fight. Weekly 1 fight. That means monthly 4 fights. That means yearly 52 fights. So yearly 52 fights. This is the past trend. Based on this past trend, you thought that I will take up to 50 fights, around 50 fights in body தாங்கும். இதுக்கு மேல போச்சுனா எனக்கு சுகர் வந்துரும், BP வந்துரும், I will not be able to do anything. That means your tolerable range is only 50 fights. After your tolerable range, தயவு செஞ்சு என்னை விட்டு போயிடு. Please, like that you will tell. Yes or no? You will tell or no? So, tolerable range means the deviation. Fights will happen. Errors will happen. If fights are not happening, what is the spice in life? Even between friends also fights will happen. With parents also fights will happen. Yes or no? Yes or no? No ma'am, whatever my parents tell, I will follow. Definitely fights will happen. Wherever we are comfortable, fights should happen. But there is a tolerable limit to those fights. You can't keep fighting every single day. What will happen to my mental health? What will happen to my peace? Yes or no? Now, coming here, where were we? We were seeing tolerable error. So before the auditor goes for audit itself, he knows that this much percentage I have tolerance. So based on that tolerable error, his sampling plan will change. Confidence desired. Confidence desired means there are so many people. This is a listed company. I have to submit to SEBI. I have to submit to the bankers. I have to submit to so many people. The confidence has to be extremely high. That also will affect my sampling plan, because if I want to give very high confidence, I have to increase my sample size. I have to make sure that the sample is actually representative of the population. Clear? So these are the factors which are affecting my sampling plan. What are the factors? The size of the organization, the internal control, the tolerable error, the confidence desired, and all of these things will determine my sampling plan. Yes? Now I am performing audit procedures on the sample. Based on whatever the sample's results are, I will extrapolate it to my population. That is the reason for doing the sample. But I am not able to do the audit procedures. What should I do? For some reason, I am not able to do the audit procedures on this sample. What am I supposed to do? I am doing audit procedures. If everything is okay, then I will get sufficient appropriate audit evidence. If I am not able to do my sampling on the sample which I have selected, directly can I use my weapon? Please don't be that much ruthless and all. Please take another sample, replace the sample. So you will do the audit procedures on the replacement sample. If you are able to do the audit procedures on the replacement sample, based on that sufficient appropriate audit evidence you will be getting, based on that sufficient appropriate audit evidence, you will be able to give the opinion. But in case on this replacement sample also you are not able to perform the audit procedures, in that case you tried one audit procedure and you are saying you are not able to perform, you do alternative audit procedures. Try some other audit procedure. In that some other audit procedure also, ma'am, I am not able to get any kind of answer. I am not able to do that alternate audit procedures also. I did error. Is there something else? Please tell me, ma'am, I want to do that. There is nothing more you can do. You will conclude that there is a deviation in the internal control and there is a misstatement in the financial statements. Are you able to understand? If you are testing the internal control, you will say that there is a deviation in the internal control. If you are testing the financial statements, you will say that there is a misstatement in the financial statements. So based on the facts of the case, it will change. Now, you have found that there is a misstatement in the financial statements for this sample. For this sample, you have found that there is a misstatement. Now, what you will do? You will say that the entire population is wrong. Basically, you are extrapolating the misstatement you found on this sample and you are saying that the entire population is wrong. Clear? Here, if there is a deviation in internal control, can you extrapolate it and say every internal control in this organization has failed? No, because here you will have a percentage of deviation. Say you selected fixed assets in two parts. Two controls from fixed assets you selected and you saw that it was not working properly. Internal control was not working properly for these two controls. Based on these two controls, can you say that all the 100 controls with regard to fixed assets are not working properly? You will not be able to say that for internal control. Because the internal control gives you the percentage of deviation. You will not be able to tell the percentage of deviation is not proper in all the other controls. So, don't extrapolate if there is a deviation in internal control. Are you clear? Are you clear why you are not extrapolating if there is a deviation in internal control? Because the deviation in internal control is going to tell you the percentage as to how much it has been deviated. You cannot apply that percentage to all the internal controls in the organization. That will be wrong. But here, you are taking a sample for the items in the financial statements and you are testing that sample and you are doing the audit procedures, getting some audit evidence. Here, you can extrapolate it to the entire financial statements. So if it is internal control, you will not be projecting it. If it is a misstatement in the financial statement, you will be projecting it. Clear, guys? Yes? Now, what is this? Sample size. There are so many factors which are influencing the sample size. Say for internal controls, that is the test of controls, there are so many factors which are influencing the sample size. If you want to give more assurance, then you have to increase the sample size or reduce the sample size. You have to increase your sample size if you want to give more assurance. If there are many controls in the organization, you have to increase the sample size or reduce the sample size. If there are lots of controls in the organization, you have to increase the sample size. Before going for audit itself, you know that the expected rate of deviation is high. If you know that the expected rate of deviation is high, should you increase the sample size or reduce the sample size? If you know that inge tappu nadakka pode, expected rate of deviation is high. If you know that inge tappu nadakka pode, there is a chance of mistake happening here, then you will be increasing your sample size. Your tolerable rate of deviation is high. Tolerable rate of deviation, that means you can tolerate even if there is a mistake here. If you can tolerate even if there is a mistake here, you will increase your sample size or reduce your sample size. Reduce your sample size, because if you can tolerate even if there is a mistake here, that means that item is not material. If it is not important, then you can reduce your sample size. Clear? You want to change the sample units. If you want to change the sample units, you have to increase the sample size or reduce the sample size. There won't be any change. Here you are only replacing the sample. So, no change. Are you able to understand? Yes? What's the doubt?
There is more control and the auditor knows it is more efficient and effective.
If the internal controls are very efficient, then they will reduce the sample size. If there are many controls in the organization, then they will increase the sample size. Now we are doing test of controls. There are 100 controls. How many? What will be your sample size? 10. There are 1000 controls. What will be your sample size? At least 50, even if not 100. So you are increasing your sample size when the number of controls are increasing. Yes? Clear? Next is test of details. Test of details, I told you, is like, yes? Test of details is what? Test of details is vouching and verification. Yesterday we saw, yes. What will you vouch and verify? All the items in the financial statements. The test of details is with regard to the items in the financial statements. If I want to give more assurance, then I will increase the sample size or reduce the sample size. I will increase the sample size. If the risk of material misstatement in the items in the financial statements is extremely high, I will increase the sample size. If the risk is high, I will increase the sample size. I am doing other substantive procedures. That means already I am relying on analytical procedures for the entire population. At that time, I will increase or reduce. When I am doing other procedures, here I can be little lenient. So I will be reducing the sample size. If my tolerable rate of deviation is very high, tolerable rate of deviation is very high, I will be increasing the sample size or reducing the sample size? I will be reducing the sample size. Clear, guys? So, my sample size, the factors influencing the sample size, you need to know this part. This part. With this part, you guys were able to tell me whether you have to increase or reduce. Yes or no? You should be able to ask whether you want to give more assurance, whether there are large number of controls are there, what is the expected rate of deviation, is it high? If you are able to ask these questions, automatically answers will be perfect only, because it is just common sense. But simply they will ask factors influencing sample size for test of controls, which is nothing but internal controls in the organization. You are going to test what are the factors which you have to check. Clear? Yes. Next, going to evaluation of sample results. In the test of control, you saw that the deviation was very high. When you understood that in the test of control that the deviation is high, that means they are not forming properly, either the design is not proper or implementation or maintenance is not proper. That is the meaning of deviation is high. When you are finding that the deviation is high in the test of controls, can you say that the risk of material misstatement with regard to this area is high? Yes. So, while evaluating your sample result, if you are saying that the deviation in a test of control is high, you will be able to say that the risk of material misstatement in that area is high. Now coming to the test of details. In the test of details, if you are saying that the misstatement is high, what can you tell? If you are saying that the misstatement is high, that means can you conclude that ABC is materially misstated? Account balance, a class of transaction which is nothing but profit and loss and balance sheet which is nothing but your financial statements. Can you conclude that the financial statements are materially misstated? Yes. If your test of details in your sample, if your misstatements are high, you can extrapolate it to your entire population and conclude that the financial statements are materially misstated. Are you able to understand? Yes. Now coming to sampling risk. In sampling risk, in test of control, we have over-reliance, under-reliance. Over-reliance means what? Under-reliance means what? Internal controls are operating a specific way, but you are saying that it is super. You are over relying on the internal control. அது செம்மையா இருக்கு சார், கவலையே இல்லை சார், அவனே சுமாரா தான் பண்றான். Are you able to understand? அவனுக்கே தெரியும் அது. நான் ஒண்ணுமே பண்ணலையே, இவன் எதுக்கு இவ்ளோ பேசுறான்? Like that, he is also having that doubt. Why is the auditor hyping me? Like that, you just tested two controls and you are saying internal controls best, sir. I have not seen anything like this in my entire life. You are over relying on the internal control. Does this affect your audit itself? Yes, it affects your effectiveness of your audit. That means, effectiveness means the opinion that you will be giving based on this might be wrong. Is that the audit risk? Yes, we are under sampling risk, under audit risk. Are you able to understand? So, over-reliance of test of control na, avan sumara pandran, but you are saying it is perfect. If you are saying it is perfect, will you test all the other controls? No. Will you think risk of material misstatement is high? No. So, it is affecting the effectiveness of the audit itself. The second part is under-reliance. Under-reliance na, avan ellame correct தான் பண்றான். ஆனா, I am getting doubt. Some people will always have doubt. Some parents also. In one point, my mom also was like that. நான் சும்மா தான் உட்கார்ந்திருப்பேன். Why are you sitting simply? That means you went out somewhere, you got tired, that's why you are sitting simply. I didn't go anywhere. Simply I am sitting. அது ஒரு குத்தமா. Like that, whatever you do, they will have a problem. In that case, they are under relying you. நீ அந்த அளவுக்கு வர்த்தே இல்ல. But still, they will put their time and effort to see what and all you are doing, where and all you are going like that. Here in internal control, அவன் கரெக்டா தான் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கான். But you are under relying on that internal control. When you under rely on that internal control, what will you do? You will test more and more and more. You want to see where exactly he is doing that mistake. So here, your time is getting wasted. You will not be efficient. It affects your efficiency. Efficiency is directly related to time. How can I say that? How can I say that?
The more efficient we are, the more time we save.
The more efficient we are, the more time we save. Ma'am, I know auditing front to back. The book full na padichite ma'am. But 3 hours la I am not able to complete it. You are very effective in your studies ma, but you are not efficient. No use. Yes or no? So under reliance means they are doing correctly, but you are not trusting them. Trust issues. So you will waste your time like anything. It affects your efficiency. Over reliance means avane sumaradam pandran, but you are trusting extra. If you are trusting extra, it affects the effectiveness of the audit itself. Are you able to understand the difference? This is with regard to test of control. With regard to test of detail, we have risk of incorrect acceptance and risk of incorrect rejection. Risk of incorrect acceptance means what? Risk of incorrect acceptance means what? His financial statements are fully wrong. அவன் fulla தப்பு தப்பா பண்ணிருக்கான். But you have said everything is correct and you have given a clean report. What is this called? This arises to audit risk. Audit risk meaning another. Audit risk. The financial statements are materially misstated, but the auditor is saying everything is correct. Everything is perfect. That is called as audit risk. Risk of incorrect rejection. That means financial statements are correct, but auditor is giving a modified report here. Is anybody relying on this? No. So this is not a audit risk. Are you clear? Yes. This is SA330. This is SA330. In this one small concept is there. A concept of anomaly. What is this concept of anomaly? Anomaly means this is also a misstatement. Misstatement has happened. But in the misstatement, you don't have to project it to the entire financial. Uruvati theriyama thappu panniten. One time I made a mistake and I am accepting my mistake. It is a mistake only. Please don't project it. I will immediately correct it. Anomaly means one-off incidents. By mistake I have done it. Just one time. Manichena vitru. That is called as anomaly. So when you are calculating your projected misstatement plus your anomaly, you should be taking care that it is not more than your tolerable misstatement. You are projecting the misstatement from the sample and one-off incidents also you are taking, but toleration is only so much. You add the projected plus the anomaly, it should not be more than the tolerable misstatement. Yes? Clear guys? This is SA330 audit sampling. In SA315, I mentioned that two small topics are left out. Yes, regarding internal control, whatever question they are going to ask, you are going to refer to SA315. Okay, SA315 name and number of the standard you are going to write whenever there is a question on internal control. In the evaluation of internal control, there is one small part called as methods. Methods to evaluate the internal control. What are the methods? In that there are 4 methods. The first one is called as narrative record. Narrative record means you are going and asking them, sir, and he is explaining. You got all the information and explanation. Now para by para, you are writing it. Basically, it is like your book. It is an exhaustive description of whatever controls they are having in the enterprise. That is called as narrative record. The second one is called as checklist. Checklist means fixed assets. I already framed 100 controls which you are having. I just have to put a tick if the control is operating properly. So this is like a tick mark activity followed by the auditor. That is called as checklist. The third one is the most important one, predominantly used one, is called as questionnaire. Questionnaire means you have a set of questions and one by one you will keep asking them. So, in the first one, you are asking him to explain the internal control. That is called as narrative description. If you go to the client and say, sir, please explain all the controls related to fixed assets, you think he is going to explain all the controls. Yes or no? But if you are able to ask specific questions, sir, how is the purchase of the fixed asset? From which route is it coming? Is there a book there? Are you mentioning something in that book? Is the date being mentioned there? Value being mentioned there? Where is the invoice being recorded? Can I see that? Like that specific questions if you are able to ask, then they will answer perfectly. So the questionnaire method is the most prevalent method. Fourth one is called as flow chart. Flow chart is nothing but graphical representation. Graphical representation. Now, I am putting fixed asset. Fixed asset I am splitting into purchase, holding, sale. Purchase, how many controls? Holding, how many controls? Sale, how many controls? Like that I am having all the description of the controls in the form of flow charts. That is called as what? Flow chart only. In the form of graphical representation, that is called as flow chart. What are the 4 methods? Narrative record, checklist, questionnaire and flow charts. This is one thing. The second one thing, very important. What is the difference between internal financial control and internal control over financial reporting? What is the difference between internal financial control and internal controls over financial reporting? Now I will tell you what is internal financial control. You are going to tell me the answer. I am just going to help you. Internal financial controls are the controls which are ensuring the reliability of the financial reporting, effectiveness and efficiency of the operation, safeguarding of the assets and the laws and regulations. What does this mean? That means they are only the controls. They are only the internal controls with regard to the finances. Finances means everything. For purchase, you need finance. For sale, you need finance. To hold, you need to pay the rent. So literally everything. Internal financial control means it is the internal controls in the organization. But you cannot write internal financial control means it is the internal control. You have to write internal financial controls are ensuring the reliability of financial reporting, safeguarding of assets, which is nothing but the controls only. The internal financial controls are the controls in the organizations which are ensuring for all these things. Are you able to understand? Now what is internal control over financial reporting? This is the auditor's job. The auditor has to give an opinion on the internal controls, effectiveness and efficiency in the organization. This opinion will be separate from the opinion on the financial statements. Adu vera, idu vera. Just an overview about internal control over financial reporting. In addition to the opinion on the financial statements, the auditor has to comment on how the effectiveness and efficiency of the internal controls are there. That is called as internal control over financial reporting. Financial reporting means, I told you it is. Financial reporting is nothing but accounts. Your accountancy paper in your CA final, first paper is called as financial reporting only. Financial reporting means the way the accounts are being reported to you. That is only called as financial reporting. So the internal controls over these financial statements which are being prepared. Only on the financial statements which are being prepared, the auditor has to comment. Are you able to understand? Not on all the internal controls, only on the internal controls for the preparation and presentation of the accounts. That is the financial reporting. Auditor has to give an opinion. This opinion is not linked with the actual opinion of the financial statements. Adu vera, idu vera. Clear? In addition to that, this also will be given. But this internal financial controls are internal controls only. Any internal control in an organization is an internal financial control. These are controls that are ensuring the reliability, safeguarding of assets, laws and regulations and all those 4 points. Clear the difference between the two? Yes? Now, let's go to government audit. Government audit is nothing big, guys. It's actually easy. How many people omitted in previous attempts? Omitted this government audit. If I say, you will be like, why did I waste this 4 or 5 marks? So easy. Government audit is nothing actually, and it is very interesting also to study because we are studying about our favorite people. Yes or no? Adella you are going to study. So about our favorite people when you are studying, it is very good, very interesting. Yes, let me just quickly open the PDF. Now the government audit is an objective, systematic, professional and independent examination of financial, administrative and other operations of a public entity made subsequently to their execution for the purpose of evaluating. You don't have to remember all these things. Government audit na yenadu. What is its objectives? Who are all there in this government audit? What exactly are you going to see? If you are going to see the expenditure, what and all the auditor should know. If you are going to see the receipts, what and all auditor should know. So basically, when you are going to audit for a company, you are learning what and all the company should do. அவன் என்ன பண்ணணும்னு தெரிஞ்சாதான் உனக்கு போய் எதை பார்க்கணும்னு தெரியும். So in the government audit, you should know how he has to spend the money. You should know how he has to get the money, where that money should go. அதெல்லாம் தெரிஞ்சா மட்டும்தான் you will be able to see whether he is doing his work properly or not. That is audit. Audit is whether he is doing his work properly. He is presenting and preparing the financial statements. Whether that is done properly or not. Whether the financial statements are actually representative of what is happening. How the financial statements has to be prepared. Accounting standards. Is the auditor using the accounting standards? Auditor is using only the auditing standards. Who is using the accounting standards? The management is supposed to prepare and present the financial statements. Management should use the accounting standards properly. Whether he is using it properly or not, auditor is checking. Yes or no? Like that, for government audit also, you need to first understand what are they required to do. Only after that, you will be able to check whether they are doing it correctly. Clear, guys? Now here, what is the objective of the government audit? When I am doing a government audit, what am I trying to achieve? To whom is this beneficial? First of all, government na yenadu. What is the meaning of government? In India, government is a democratic government. Government is elected by the people. Government is for the people, by the people. They are doing so much of expenses. Bridge katranga, metro podranga. Whose money? Whose money? Their money. Are they doing some good for us? Giving so much of crores of money for us, laying roads for us, building bridges for us. Whose money? Our money. So, this is accounting for public funds. First thing you have to understand that it is our money. The public's money, we are giving one portion of our money to them and they want to do good back to us. Are you able to understand? So the objective of government audit is the accounts for the public funds has to be given. The government has so many policies. Monetary policy, fiscal policy, for money supply, all of these things. They have so many policies. How are those policies there? The commenting on the policy, that is called as appraisal of government policy. We will be seeing the policy and as per the policy only expenditure also will be done. Yes or no? If there is a fiscal deficit and will they keep on going and doing expenditure? Fiscal deficit means there is lots of borrowings. Deficit na irukra kaasu veche ennala nalladhu panna mudiyala. So na kadan vaangi unakku nalladhu pandren. That is the meaning of fiscal deficit. Yes or no? Deficit means what? Borrowings. Fiscal deficit is nothing but borrowing from RBI, borrowing from external sources. US is supporting us, China is supporting us. Like that, so many other countries are supporting us because the taxes you are paying, whatever money they are receiving, the government is receiving, not enough. Because they have a list of things for them to do for you all. Yes or no? That is called as deficit. How to manage the deficit? All of those things auditor will be telling. Appraisal of the government policy. Two main policies are fiscal policy, monetary policy. So many other policies are there. Two main policies are fiscal policy and monetary policy. The last one is corrective action. Corrective action means every organization will have a hierarchy. Hierarchy na there will be lower level people, middle level people and top level people. How I am going to tell the top level people that these lower level people are not doing their job properly? Top level people are not doing their job, can't do anything. In this base for corrective action, you are going to tell how these lower level people can be more effective, more efficient. That is your objective for this government audit. The first objective is this is accounting for public funds. The second one is appraisal of government policies and the third one is corrective action. Clear? Yes? Now audit of commercial accounts. Who and all accounts you are going to audit? There are three people. The first one is the department concerned engaged in commercial and trading operations. There will be so many departments, but they will be doing commercial activities, trading activities. For example, public transport. Do they get the money? It is a commercial activity for them. Postal. Yes, postal. Nowadays not many people are using, but still postal services are by the government and they are getting some money out of it. Toll booth. Government is having, even if government is not having, they are doing by way of PPP, private public partnership, where private will be taking care of all the activities, but rent has to be paid to the government, royalty or rent or something like that. They will have some arrangement. Like that, these department concerns engaged in commercial and trading activities. That is the first audit of commercial accounts. The second one is statutory bodies or corporations. There are so many corporations. Housing Department Corporation. You all saw that movie. Which movie? Housing Department. குட்டி குட்டியா வீடு வச்சிருப்பாங்க அவங்களுக்கு எல்லாம் ஒரு சூப்பரான ஒரு பெரிய அபார்ட்மெண்ட் they will build and give மாவீரன். Like that, housing department, the corporation will come and they will change the lives of these small houses to big apartments. Yes or no? That is called as statutory bodies or corporation. That is the second audit of commercial accounts. The third one is government companies. What government companies are there? For electricity generation, there is a company. Yes, Tamil Nadu State Marketing Corporation. You know that company? Tamil Nadu State Marketing Corporation. You know this company or not? Now you will know. Tamil Nadu State Marketing Corporation. It is a company, it is a government company, major source of revenue for the government. Yes or no? So, these three things are the audit of commercial accounts. There are three things I told you. The first one was department concerned engaged in commercial or trading activities. Example, post office, tolls, public transport and all of those things. The second one, statutory body or corporations, housing department corporation. Third one was government company, Tamil Nadu State Marketing Corporation. It is a company by the government. Yes, clear? Now, when you are doing audit for these three, there are three important things you will be seeing. One is revenue, one is expenditure, and one is the inventory which they are storing. That is the audit of stores and inventory. I will not be saying revenue. From now I will be saying receipts. Because receipts, there are two types of receipts which the government is getting. Now we are in audit of receipts. Only if you know what are all the receipts that the government is getting, you will know exactly how to see, how to verify those receipts. Yes or no? So what are the receipts? There are, what is it? Revenue receipts and capital receipts. Under revenue receipts, we have tax revenue receipts and non-tax revenue receipts. In capital receipts, we have debt capital receipts and non-debt capital receipts. What are these words, ma'am? I thought government will get only taxes. What other things government are going to get? You know this. Tax revenue is part of revenue receipts. Non-tax revenue, what other things they can get? Guys, non-tax revenue. What? Police mama. You know him? Yes. You know him? Yes. Some people will have this luck. In the signal ponalum, they will catch them. Sir, now only I paid fine, sir. Please allow me, show me the challan. Sir, he did not give the challan, sir. But still you have to pay again. Some people will have that kind of a luck. You can't do anything. So, to whom that money is going? To the government only that money is going. So, is that a tax revenue? No, that is a non-tax revenue. Any fees, any fine, any penalty, all of those things are non-tax revenue. Are you able to understand? For capital receipts, we have debt capital receipts and non-debt capital receipts. Debt capital receipts means, you all know what is the treasury bond? Treasury bond, sovereign gold bonds. Yes? So, treasury bonds, sovereign gold bonds, or any kind of loan which the government is taking from external sources or from RBI or from any other state or from any other union territory in the form of loan. If it is coming inside, that means the government has to repay that money back. Yes or no? Anywhere where the government has to repay the money back, we will call it as debt. What is the meaning of non-debt, ma'am? Non-debt capital receipts. What is the meaning of that? There were lots of public sector undertaking. Before there were lots of public sector undertaking. One point, they want to do privatization. They want to do liberalization. So, lots of opportunities are given to these private people. So, the government people have to leave that industry. How they will leave that industry and go? They will sell that part of their business to the private people. That is called as disinvestment or divestment. When they are doing the disinvestment, simply will they give the business? If I have built it at this level, they will give it for an amount. So that amount will enter the government records. Yes or no? So that is also a capital receipt, but there is no debt involved and all. That is a non-debt capital receipt. I told you deficit means it is borrowings. They will do the good to the people. Same way, another government would have taken the loan from us. Yes, another government would have taken the loan from us. When they are repaying that loan back to me, that is a receipt for me, that is a capital receipt for me, that is a non-debt capital receipt. Recovery of loan. That is a non-debt capital receipt. Receipts are of two types: revenue receipts, capital receipts. Revenue receipts has tax revenue, non-tax revenue. Capital receipts are two types: debt capital receipts and non-debt capital receipts. If you remember the examples, it is very easy. Clear? Now, audit of receipts. We have to see the receipts. First of all, who is going to do the audit? Who is going to do the audit? This big person called as Comptroller and Auditor General. This Comptroller and Auditor General is a very big person. Who will appoint him? The President of India will appoint the Comptroller and Auditor General. Who is the President of India? Draupadi. She is belonging to the tribal communities. From there, she's become the President of India. Yes, have you seen her photograph? Have you seen her talk? Super she'll talk. Have you seen her talk? Very good, actually very good. Yes, but from what background and from where she has come? This person called as President of India has to appoint the Comptroller and Auditor General, direct appointment. So what level of power this Comptroller and Auditor General will have? This Comptroller and Auditor General will be treated similar to the Judge of the Supreme Court. The salary of the Comptroller and Auditor General will be the same salary as the Judge of the Supreme Court. All his powers, duties, everything will be similar to the Judge of the Supreme Court. Supreme Court is the highest level of court. Yes, this Comptroller and Auditor General is having the powers of the Supreme Court's judge. Are you able to understand? Yes. Who can remove this person? Removal of C&AG. This much high position. Can anybody and everybody remove him? No. The houses of the parliament, there are two houses of the parliament. What are the houses of the parliament? Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Lok Sabha is by the people, powerful Sabha, yes or no? This Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, they should have majority of the people telling them to remove this Comptroller and Auditor General. For the purpose of majority, don't write as majority. For the purpose of majority, they have given a percentage, not less than 2/3 of the people. Majority is 1/2, yes or no? 2/3 is how much? 66.67% of the people together, if they are able to come and say this person has to be removed, and it has to happen from both the houses of the parliament, from Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, only then this person will be removed from his office. Clear? Yes? Now we were in audit of receipts. In audit of receipts, we saw that tax, fees, fine, sale of any goods, sale of services, any investments, all of these things, the money is coming inside the government money. Whenever money is coming inside, be it revenue receipt, capital receipt, whatever receipt, there is something called as Consolidated Fund of India. The Consolidated Fund of India will act like a banker of the bank. So basically, any money which is coming in will affect this Consolidated Fund of India. Any money which is going out, that also will affect the Consolidated Fund of India. இந்த ஒரு fund தான் இருக்கா மேம், இல்லனா வேற ஏதாவது இருக்கா? There are many funds, but we will be studying 3 funds. The first one is the Consolidated Fund of India. The second one is called the Contingency Fund of India. What is the meaning of Contingency Fund of India? If there is an earthquake, if there is a tsunami, I want immediate need of funds. That time, without any approval, I can take the funds from the Contingency Fund of India. நாட்டுக்கு தான நல்லது பண்ற, எடுத்துக்கோ. Whatever is there in this fund, you can take from the Contingency Fund of India. Are you able to understand? But This contingent, I told you, any money coming in and any money going out has to be from the Consolidated Fund of India. Any money going to the Contingent Fund of India has to be from the Consolidated Fund of India. So, Contingency Fund of India, they will have some funds and without any approval, they can disperse the funds for tsunami relief, earthquake relief, Red Cross, all these things they can disperse the funds without any approval. As soon as they are dispersed, they have to maintain that level in the Contingency Fund of India. Again, the money will be transferred from the Consolidated Fund of India. So, Consolidated Fund of India bank account mein nee nanachana, Contingency Fund of India, you should think like a petty cash account. Petty cash means what? In an organization, they will have petty cash, 10,000 rupees I am going to have. The daily செலவுக்கு டீக்கு பன்னுக்கு இதுக்கெல்லாம் இந்த 10,000 யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கோ அப்படின்னு வச்சிருந்தேன்னா say டீ வாங்கிட்டு வந்துட்டான், now this 10,000 has become 9,000 rupees, again 1,000 rupees I have to refill. From where am I going to refill? From the bank account only, correct? Same way here, Consolidated Fund of India to refill to that level from the Contingency Fund of India to refill to that level, the Consolidated Fund of India has to give the money to the Contingency Fund. Clear? The third one is called the public account. Public account la irukra funds are belonging to the public. How are you telling, ma'am? How are you telling? How will they have our funds? For example, in sovereign gold bonds or any kinds of bonds where they are taking the money from the public, even PF, PSA, all of those things, it has to be returned back to the public. Yes or no? Money is there with the bank, but it has to be returned back to the public. Any money which has to be returned back to the public will be in the public account. Are you clear, guys? Consolidated Fund of India, Contingency Fund of India and public account. Now we are in audit of receipts. How we are going to audit the tax, fees, fines, sale of goods and services, investments, all of those things we are going to see. The extent and the quantum of the audit of receipts will be given by the Comptroller and Auditor General. The extent and quantum will be given as per the Comptroller and Auditor General's instructions. What and all I will have to check? Whether all the revenue, whether it is realized, credited, assessed, everything I have to check. Whether it is assessed properly, whether it is realized and whether it is credited in the bank account. We have to check. The auditor has to check. Whether they have any procedures framed for recognizing these revenue. What are the procedures that they are having for recognizing, for assessing, for realizing, for crediting, and whether they are following these rules or not. Whether they are following these procedures or not. Auditor has to check three things for now. First one is whether all the revenue is properly assessed, properly realized and properly credited, whether they are having proper procedures for the assessing, realizing and crediting, and whether those procedures are properly being followed. The next one is auditor has to check whether there is any irregularity. Irregularity means what? There was 1 year, what happened? You all know in income tax, you all will be paying the tax. Yes or no? You all will be paying the tax based on your income. But if somebody has paid the tax for you, that is TDS, tax was deducted at source itself and they have paid the tax for you, and if you actually don't have to pay so much tax based on your income, the government will give you a refund. In 1 year, what happened? Whoever applied for refund, they got double refund, triple refund and all of that. For example, 5,000 rupees is the refund now. 10,000 rupees will come to bank account. 15,000 rupees will come to bank account. All of these things are loss for government, profit for us, but loss for the government. This is an irregularity in recognizing the revenue. If there is any irregularity or not, auditor has to check. Finally, auditor has to check all the systems and procedures, review of all the systems and procedure, whether it is a capital receipt, are you selling off, why are you selling off, what is the amount which has actually come, how much it is supposed to come, so much revenue is there, you could have sold for this price, no sir, why have you sold for such a low price? Like that, you have to review all the systems and procedures. This is with regard to audit of receipts. In audit of receipts, very simple. They are starting off by saying all the revenue must be correctly assessed, realized and credited. There should be regulations and procedures for recognizing this revenue. Procedure is not, you have to follow the procedures, whether they are following the procedures or not. Whether there is any irregularity like double refund, because double refund is a loss of revenue for the government. Then you will check, you will review for all the systems and procedures that they are having in this area. This is audit of receipts. Clear? Next is audit of expenditure. For audit of expenditure, you need to know first how they can do this expenditure. How they can do the expenditure. They need to have something called as rule and order. In the rule and order, if they are giving an order saying transform this Chennai, make it a smart city. Hyderabad is a smart city. Like that, make the Chennai also smart city. This is the order they have given. In that order, exactly what funds are allocated for what, you have to see. Smart city na bus stand you keep Wi-Fi, sir. Upon the Wi-Fi or infrastructure cost, Dubai has Wi-Fi in bus stands also, train stations also, metro train, everywhere Wi-Fi is there. They had smart cycle program, remember? Suddenly there were so many smart cycles everywhere, cycles, government, public cycles. It was of very good quality. But now how is it? No one is using. In between, if you saw Pondi Bazaar and all, it was so beautiful in the mornings. People used to go cycling. It was actually very good. And roads also, even now I think it is there. Separate lane for cyclists. All of these things government tried to do. Like that, if they want to make some expenditure, there has to first be a rule or an order for that expenditure. Based on the rule and the order, there will be a sanction. This sanction will be of two types. One will be a general sanction or it will be a special sanction. General sanction means for all the routine expenditure, don't keep coming and asking me, idellame I am approving. That's it. That is a general sanction. Special means apart from this, whatever you want, you please come and ask for a special sanction. For example, they got the rule and the order and they got the general sanction for constructing a bridge like this. But for some reason they did not see before itself, there is correctly a pothole here. Pothole means what? There is a drainage line correctly here. So they started realizing that if the bridge is coming exactly at this point, there is a possibility that some bike will fall down. So now they want to move the bridge this side. They want to extend the bridge this side. For this extension of that bridge, they want 500 crores extra. All of these things will not be there in the general order. Again, they have to go and ask for this 500 crores. That is called as special order. Apart from this general order and special order, man, is this that's all? There is something called as appropriation. Because some people will get the order, but they have to get the funds. If you had seen many engineering students, they will say before even they completed their engineering, campus recruitment will happen. They got the job, offer letter in hand. How many people have told you? I have the offer letter in hand. Many people, cousins, friends, yes or no? They will get the offer letter in hand, but when they will start the work, they also don't know. So what they will do is offer letter kuduthana. He will not go to any other company because he has the offer letter in hand. He knows that they will call at some point. I know so many people who have waited even for 1 year, wasted even 1 year with just an offer letter in hand. After 1 year they will call and they will say, from the first day itself you want salary. Huh? First of all, you are just an engineer and you have 1 year break. Break is because of you only. But whatever said and done, you have that 1 year of break. So you lost the touch with the subject. Now I have to train you. For my training, I have to pay you or what? So 6 months, no salary. 6 months I will train you. From the 7th month onwards, you are fully equipped. So from the 7th month onwards, I will give you salary. 6 months training, he will go to some other company and get a bigger salary and go off. So there, what happened? Even though he had the offer letter in hand, no job. He has to wait for that 1 year, 1.5 year period for the money to come. Here, sanction vandirchu. Sanction vanda, main kaasu varanuma. For the money to come, this appropriation has to be made for the provision of the funds. Why am I telling all these things? As an auditor, when you are going for the audit, expenditure audit, you need to know whether it has been as per the rules and order, whether it is as per the sanction, what kind of sanction, general sanction or special sanction. Please show me the sanction, whether the appropriation bill has been passed, whether the funds have been actually received by you. So for that is the introduction as to how an expenditure should happen. Here, the auditor will do something called as propriety audit. Propriety audit. What is the meaning of propriety audit? If there is any expenditure which is improper or avoidable or ineffective expenditure, then auditor has to question them. Improper, avoidable and ineffective. இங்க சொன்னியே இங்க pothole இருக்குன்னு actually அங்க இருந்தது ஒண்ணுமே கிடையாது. It is just a dustbin. It is just a dustbin. ஒரு dustbin இருந்த இடத்துல you have told that drainage hole person itself will fall inside, as if we constructed this bridge for all the people to fall inside the drainage hole you spoke. But actually there is just a dustbin. You can just move that dustbin. Because of this stupid explanation, I had to give extra how much rupees? 500 crores. It is so inefficient of you. It could have been avoidable. It is not proper. So all of these questions the auditor should be able to ask. Propriety audit means to identify all the improper, avoidable, ineffective expenditure, even if it is within the rules and regulations, even if it is sanctioned, even if it is as per the order. Here what we saw, first one was rule or order, second one was sanction, third one was provision of funds. So the propriety audit won't care about all those things. Even if the rule or order has given that 500 crores, whether it is really required or not, whether it is efficiently used or not, auditor has to check. Whether the expenditure is lesser than what the occasion demands. That means, நீ இந்த bridge வெளியில private party கட்ட சொன்னாலே he will finish it for 1,000 crores. நீ இங்க போடு எங்க வேணா போடு. Only 1,000 crores private party is going to ask. But for putting from here to here you asked 2,000 crores and again for here you asked 500 crores. That means what? The occasion is demanding only for how much? 1,000 crores, but you are asking for 2,500 crores. So the expenditure has to be less than what the occasion demands. Now listen here. The building contractor of this bridge, his house is here. His house is here. Normally, whenever there is a bridge going above a house, the property value of that house will reduce. So he is coming and telling, sir, instead of putting bridge here, this is a waste area, no use of that bridge. We will put a bridge here. What is he saying? We will put a bridge here. Because free access to his house, bridge in the area, and already access to his house, his property value will increase like anything. So what is he doing? He is using whose funds for whose advantage? He is using the public funds for his own advantage. No one should use public funds for own advantage. Personal benefits should not be there because of this expenditure that the government is making. Now what happened? So many people are working on this bridge construction. So many people are working. When they are working, November came, October, November came. In October-November period, one famous festival is there. What is that festival? Diwali. Diwali came. For Diwali, you will ask them to construct the bridge. Because I want to celebrate my festival. So please give me money. I want to go home. They are asking for what? Travel reimbursements. When they are asking for travel reimbursements, they actually want to go in train. So they came and asked, sir, from here to Kerala I want to go. Trainer, it is going to cost 1,000 up, 1,000 down, 2,000 rupees. You please give me, sir. Like that they asked. This was also sanctioned and it was given to them. But they did not go in train. They went in bus. Poradukku 500, varadukku 500. How much they saved? 1,000 rupees profit they made because of some reimbursements. All of these things should not be there. Yaar costly, yaar profit pandrathu. You should not make a profit out of the public funds. If it is a reimbursement, it is a reimbursement. Are you able to understand? Reimbursement means whatever money you have spent for that only you should get the money from the government. So propriety audit means any improper, avoidable and ineffective expenditure, even if it is within the rules and regulations, sanctions, provision of funds, appropriation, whatever it may be, even if it is within that, the auditor can go and ask questions if it is improper. The expenditure should always be less than whatever the occasion demands, and the expenditure should not be used for own advantage purposes and all. And if there is a reimbursement, there should not be a profit element for that reimbursement. There are a few exceptions for this. What are the few exceptions for this? The auditor is going and asking so many questions. Is it improper? Is it avoidable? Is it proper? All the benefits are for all the people, or it is for only a section of the people, or it is only for your benefit? Is it for own advantage? Like that you are asking so many questions. But see the amount. He is making a profit here only by way of 100 rupees. What is the value of the project? 2,500 crores la 100 rupees. அதுக்காக ஏன் சார் இவ்ளோ கேள்வி கேட்டு உங்க தொண்டை தண்ணிய வத்தி இவ்ளோ you are shouting, sir? You please go and concentrate on other areas. If the amount is insignificant, then you please don't waste your time. If the claim is enforced by law, that means the law itself is saying, yes, there is a pothole there, you cannot construct the bridge, you cannot construct here also because someone from here also will fall into the pothole, so you please construct the bridge here. Now it is not for own advantage. Now the law itself is saying, that is an exception. If the law itself is saying, auditor can never question. The expenses which the government has made is because of a custom or a policy. I gave money to them for them to go to their hometown. Auditor is coming and asking, that is for own advantage. How can you use the public funds to give it to them for their travel expenses? Only that section of people, those 20 people who are working there, it is for own advantage. Don't ask questions like that. Because as per custom, for Diwali, if they want to go to hometown, bonus, everything is there. As per custom we are giving. So please don't waste your time on that. So exceptions, there are 3 exceptions. One is if the amount is insignificant, if the amount is as per the law, or if an expense is as per a custom or a policy. Next comes the performance audit. All of this is under propriety audit, guys. Under propriety audit, all the improper, avoidable, ineffective expenses, even if it is within the rules and regulations, sanctions, provisions, even if it is within that, auditor will be asking the questions. And expenses, if it is more than what the occasion demands, or expenses if it is for personal advantage, own advantage, all of these things here are, and reimbursements. It should not be a profit element in reimbursement. There are exceptions to that where amount is insignificant, where amount is as per law, and expenses is as per a specific custom or a policy. Next comes the performance audit. Under performance audit, we have to see three things. One is efficiency, economy, and effectiveness. What is efficiency, what is economy, and what is effectiveness? Efficiency means I am saying this bridge has to be constructed in 2 years period. I have to construct it in 2 years period. If I am going to take 3 years, that means it is increasing my cost. I have to pay extra salary, all of those things. It will automatically increase my cost. So efficiency means it has to have the expected results, desired results at the desired timing. That is the efficiency. Economy means what? The financial resources, the human resources, the physical resources, basically all the resources which the government is using for the construction of that bridge should be at minimum. 20 people பண்ண வேண்டிய வேலையை 200 people வந்து பண்ணா 200 peopleக்கு salary கொடுக்கணுமா? That means the human resources are not economical. Economy means physical resources, human resources, and financial resources has to be used at optimum. Effectiveness means the performance appraisal, whether what you told, whether that has been done, the quality, all of those things has to be checked. Bridge ipadan katna, first day inauguration, big people came, in 1 week a full bridge collapsed. What will happen? The whole plan wasted, 2,500 crores wasted. All of those things should not happen. In we have the performance audit. Under the performance audit, the auditor specifically has to do an efficiency audit, economy audit, and an effectiveness audit. For efficiency and performance, he can do together. Effectiveness and economy, he can do together. All these three are interrelated. That's why they are all coming under performance audit. Are you able to understand? We finished the audit of expenditure and audit of receipts. The third one is audit of stores and inventory. For stores and inventory, I want you to remember this example that this government will have stores and inventory for ration. Yes or no? In ration, sugar is given for 2 rupees per kg, rice is given for 10 rupees per kg. Like that, for very low prices, they are giving you the sugar, rice, millets, everything they are giving, salt, everything they are giving. Yes or no? So, they have to store that properly. That is called as audit of stores and inventory. For that, what should the auditor check? Stores and inventory are affected by what? By purchases. Purchase pannada, it will come to my inventory itself. What is the regulations governing the purchases? After purchasing, I am having under custody for some time. What are the regulations governing the custody? Then I am selling, whatever small money I am selling, 2 rupees or 1 rupee or 10 rupees. What are the regulations governing the sales? These three things I have to check the regulations governing in the government. Alright, the second one is stock there should be what? Stock there should be what? No. No. How will you verify whether that stock is really there or not? By way of physical verification of the stock. Stock enna vandalum auditor has to do a physical verification. Whether that stock is really there or not. All of these things. Deficiency in the quantity, whether it is there. Deficiency means what? Is there a possibility that for ration they are having so many kgs of sugar, so many kgs of rice? Is there a possibility that that rice is sold to that corner shop? Instead of 10 rupees, 1 kg rice outside they will be getting for 50 rupees. I am selling for 15 rupees. Is there a possibility? Yes, how will you find out? By way of checking the inventory. Physical verification of inventory panna, I know that this inventory is missing. So much quantity of inventory is missing. So, for that quantity which is being there, do they have internal controls? All of those things I have to check. Now, one point is specific to purchases. If they are making the purchase only, it will affect the inventory account itself. If they are making the purchase, that means they have to pay the money. Yes, government has to pay the money for that rice. They will be paying much more than that 10 rupees. Yes or no? But how much are they paying? For them to pay the money, that means some amount from where is going? From the Consolidated Fund of India, some amount is going. For that, what approvals they have taken? What are the approvals which are required? Is there a rule for that? Has it been sanctioned? Is the provision done? All of those things you have to check. Are you able to understand? Yes? So for any purchase, the money has to come out of the government. If the money has to come out of the government, that means it's an expenditure. If there is an expenditure, is there a rule? Is there a sanction? Is there an appropriation? How was the provision made? All of these questions the auditor has to ask. What is the price paid for the purchase? நான் நல்லது பண்ணனும்னு சொல்லி I'm giving for such a low price. So when I'm getting also, I should get some kind of a benefit. I will be getting directly from the farmers, eliminating all the middlemen for MSP itself. MSP is the minimum support price. This is fixed for the farmers. So what I will do, farmers also should get benefited. So I will pay the MSP, but directly I will get from the farmers. Are you able to understand? So the auditor has to check the price of the purchase, whether it is too much. வெளியில வாங்குனாலே எனக்கு 30 rupeesக்கு கிடைக்கும், நீ எதுக்குடா 100 rupeesக்கு வாங்கி 2 rupeesக்கு வித்துட்டு இருக்க? Like that, auditor should be able to ask the questions. The last one is there any idle inventory sitting? வருஷக்கணக்கா are you having that sugar? அந்த sugarல எறும்பு சாப்பிட்டு மீதி பாதி sugar தான் இருக்கு. You are keeping it like that itself. Just to sell it off. Get that 10 rupees at least from the people. Why is there idle inventory? All of those things we have to see. And the last point, inventory nale valuation of inventory. Whether they have done correctly. All of those things we have to check. Clear? So audit of stores and inventory lab, there are 6 points which are there. The first one is with related to purchases, whether it is as per the regulations and governing properly, and it is as per the regulations. The custody and the sale, everything, whether it is properly governed or not, whether it is properly done or not. Whether the physical verification of the inventory is done, whether there is any internal control for that. Is there any deficiency found out when you are doing the physical verification? Is that a tolerable level of deficiency? All of those things you have to check. With regard to purchase, purchase means money is going out. If money is going out, it has to go out from the Consolidated Fund of India. If money has to go out from the Consolidated Fund of India, there has to be a rule, there has to be a sanction, there has to be a appropriation, provision for funds. So all these 3 things, whether they have gotten it or not. What is the price paid? Is it a proper price? Is it as a low price or purposely higher price they are paying? Are there there any idle inventory, and last, what is the valuation that they have followed. These 6 points are there for audit of stores and inventory. We saw audit of expenditure, audit of receipts, audit of stores and inventory. First we saw audit of commercial accounts, those 3 things. Then we saw the objectives of this government audit. The last one is Comptroller and Auditor General. Patti, I already told who will be appointing, how they will be removed from the office, and what salary they will be getting. Amount is not given, but salary is same as the judge of the Supreme Court. Now this Comptroller and Auditor General has roles, he has few powers, and he has few duties. First of all, duties nu solringa, powers nu solringa, roles nu solringa. What is the difference between these 3? What is the meaning of duties? What is the meaning of power? What is the meaning of roles? Roles means this is his function. Powers means that is his authority. Duties means that is his responsibility. Clear, guys? Now, if you know the meaning of what duties is, what powers is, what roles is, then you will know exactly which point should go where. Coming from the functions, that is the roles of the Comptroller and Auditor General. The first role is for a government company. Who will do the auditor? Who will do the audit? No. For a government company, appointment. Who will be appointed as an auditor? The C&AG will appoint the auditor. That is the first role. Appointment of the auditor of the government company. That is the first role of the C&AG. There is something called as supplementary audit. Supplementary audit means, nee audit fulla mudichtiya, I will again do that audit. I will ask you itself to do the audit, or I will do the audit, or I will appoint another person to do the audit. I have some doubts. Or there is a change in circumstance. Or I found out something new which was not covered anywhere in your audit report. So in that case, I will ask for a supplementary audit. Supplementary audit means redoing the entire audit. Re-audit is called as supplementary audit. Or I also have the role to do test audit. What is the meaning of test audit? That also I am redoing, but not the entire audit. Only that part where I have the doubt, I will be redoing it. That is called as test audit. That also the test audit will be conducted by the primary auditor itself, or some other independent auditor will be appointed for the purpose of test audit. Remember the difference between the two. Supplementary audit is a re-audit itself. Test audit, only that part you are going to audit again. Independent auditor can do, or the same primary auditor can do. Yes? Clear? This is the roles, functions. There are 3 roles for Comptroller and Auditor General. What are the powers of Comptroller and Auditor General? Powers means, I told you, it is authority of the C&AG. He has the authority to inspect the books of accounts at any time. Or if the books of accounts are not available where he is there, he can ask the books of accounts to come to him. Like, towel come, like that he can ask. Books of accounts come here, like that he will require the books of accounts or the documents to come to his place. Require the books of accounts or documents to come to him. That means somebody else will take it and give it to him. Are you able to understand? He can question or observe or call for any other information. For books of accounts pata, he will get so many questions in his mind. So he can call for information. Clear, guys? So he can inspect the books of accounts. He can require the books of accounts or the documents to come to him. Or he can call for any other information. Clear? These are the powers, authority of the Comptroller and Auditor General. What are the duties? What is his responsibility? He definitely has to do this. What is that? The general provisions of the audit. He has to follow all the general provisions of the audit. He has to do the audit of receipts and expenditure. That means what? Whether it is coming from Consolidated Fund of India, whether it is going from the Consolidated Fund of India, is the Contingency Fund of India used? If it is used, whether it has been topped up by the Consolidated Fund of India, all of those things, it is the duties of the Comptroller and Auditor General. Audit of grant or loans. Grant means the government wants to encourage a specific sector, so the government will be giving money to that sector. Whether that person is really deserving to get that grant, or simply is the government giving to their own people and calling it grant. All of those things auditor has to check. Same way, if the government is giving a loan, whether it has been properly secured, what is the value of the security, do they have a repayment schedule, all of those things auditor has to check with regard to grant or loans. Any receipts from the state or from union territory, that also auditor has to check. All the accounts of expenditure panniya, you have to do the accounts of receipts also. You studied 3 things. What are the 3 things? Audit of expenditure, audit of receipts, and that is the last one, audit of stores. So those 3 things itself, 3 points. Apart from that, there is only grant and loans, general provisions of the audit, state or union territory. Clear, guys? This is the duties, that is the responsibility of the Comptroller and Auditor General. Powers means he has the power to see the books of accounts, call for information, call for additional information. He can ask the books of accounts to come to him. All of those things are his powers. The role, function now, his role is to appoint the auditor for a government company, to conduct a supplementary audit, to conduct a test audit. All of these things are roles. Clear? For a government company, I told you, Tamil Nadu State Marketing Corporation, they have an audit board. They are supposed to have an audit board. Who are the people who are there in the board? Few people from the audit team and few people from the government side. If you say 5 people from here, 5 people from here, 10 people will come together and form an audit board. What will happen in the audit board is they will review all the procedures which are related to the audit. Clear? Clear, guys? This is audit of government audit. Easy, difficult, moderate. Very easy. Only 3 things are there. Audit of expenditure, audit of receipts, audit of stores. Control and auditor general, only 3 things are there. Powers, roles, duties. That's all. 6 things over government audit. Enough. No need to clap enough. Welcome back, guys. I hope you all had good breakfast, and that breakfast was not pongal vadi. Because now we are going to see CARO. CARO is Companies Auditors Report Order. In that there are so many clauses. How many clauses are there in CARO? There are 21 clauses. What are the 21 clauses? It's starting from fixed assets, inventory, leaks provided, leaks 185, 186, deposits, cost records, statutory dues, undisclosed income, repayment of loan, issue proceeds, fraud, nidhi company, related party transaction, internal audit, RBI cash loss, resignation of statutory audit, going concern, CSR and CFS, consolidated financial statements. How are we going to remember all of these things? How are we remembering all these things? We have a Kutti story. What is that Kutti story? Now, what is that Kutti story? There is one person. That person is a very worst person. He's very bad person. You can't even think of worst person like that. What he did, he first bought a building. This is a fixed asset. Yes, he bought a building. In that building, will he keep it empty? He has to keep all the items in the building. This is called as inventory. Are you able to understand? Now for these items, he needs money. Yes or no? For that money, he is taking the loans. He is taking the loans for that money. But with that money, he has to pay this person who is giving the inventory. Yes or no? But he will not pay. He will take the loan from one person and give off as deposits. And deposits, he will enjoy the money. He will enjoy the income from the deposits. Are you able to understand? He is doing a fraud. He is a very worst person. Now, after he does the deposits, now he has to show as if he is a truthful person. So, he will maintain all the records perfectly. He will maintain all the records perfectly. But every dog has its day. So, when he is filing the taxes, what is happening? When he is filing the taxes, he will get caught. They are going to ask him from where all these unrecorded, undisclosed income and all coming. They are going to put a question mark. And they are giving him last warning. First, what is this you are doing, these deposit work and all? You first repay that loan. They are giving an order. Repayment of loan. They are giving an order to repay all the loan. But will he repay the loan? Yes, he will repay the loan. But will he repay the loan with his own funds? He will repay the loan from public funds. He will go for public issue, IPO, FPO and all of those things. By way of that, he will get the money. And with that money, he will repay the loan. Fraud. So from the top, he is first having a building. Inside that building, he is putting all his stock. Then he is getting the loan to pay these people. Solely he is getting the loan. But with that loan, he is putting deposits to earn the money. You may think, ma'am, interest on deposits is going to be lesser than interest on loan. He is a very worst person. So after he paid for all the deposits, now he has to show as if he is a truthful person. He is maintaining perfect records. But every dog has its day. So when he is going and paying all the taxes, they are asking him this question: what is this unrecorded income? What is this undisclosed income and all of those things? Last warning, first you repay all your loans back. He is repaying, but he is a very worst person. He is going for public issue. With the public money, he is repaying the loan. Whatever he is doing is fully fraud. So where will he go? Jail. He is serving in jail for so many years. After he comes out, you are thinking he is a changed man, but he is a very worst person. So after he came back, he is forming Nidhi company. Nidhi company means by the people, for the people. Few people will come together and they will give the loans between themselves. That is called as Nidhi company. So between themselves means he is forming with his mother, father, sister, brother and all of those things. They are the related parties. Now he will be extra careful because already once he went to jail and all and came back. So he is appointing an internal auditor. This internal auditor has found three things. The first one is all the non-cash transactions. They are supposed to get RBI registration because Nidhi company is also doing what? Giving loans, getting deposits and all of those things. Small difference is that they are supposed to get RBI registrations and they are having a lot of losses. Now looking at the audit report, internal auditor's report and his past experience in the jail and all, the statutory auditor is getting scared. So he will resign the office. Resignation of statutory auditor. After he resigns the office, then they are seeing how is the going concern of the entity. The going concern is very bad. The material uncertainty is extremely high. Now he is changing. Okay. One time I was a very worst person. I went to jail. Again I came back. Again I was a very worst person. Now internal auditor, they showed 3 things, 3 frauds that I did. Statutory auditor also left me and went. Now they are saying I have to shut my company also. Now he is a changed man. So what he is doing? He is serving the people. That is corporate social responsibility. He is serving the people and ultimately varavivlo, selavivlo idella or consolidation panni he is closing all the accounts. This is your 21 clauses. The first clause is, what is it? Fixed assets. The second clause is inventory. Fixed assets, inventory. The third clause is loans, investments, guarantees, securities provided. In this loans I am splitting into 2. Legs provided. Loans, investments, guarantees and securities provided. What is the fourth clause? Again legs provided as per section 185, 186. Legs provided as per 185, 186. What is the fifth clause? After he is getting the loan, he is not paying for inventory. He is putting as deposits. Deposits under section 73 to 76. This is your next clause. After that, the sixth clause is cost records. He is maintaining all the records properly. Cost records as per section 148 subsection 1. After cost records, every dog has its day. So, disputed statutory dues and undisputed statutory dues is the next clause. This is clause number 7. Disputed statutory dues and undisputed statutory dues. They are asking, from where is this income coming? Unrecorded income, undisclosed income. That is the 8th clause. Last warning they gave, asked him to repay all the loan. That is the 9th clause. Then, how is he repaying the loan? By way of public money, issue proceeds, IPO and FPO. That is the 10th clause. Fraud, that is the 12th clause. Then he went to jail. He is coming back. Is he a good guy? He is a very worst person. So the 13th clause is, after he comes, 12th clause is, after he comes back, he will form a Nidhi company. Nidhi company means with his relatives, all of those people, by the people, for the people, with all the related parties. That is the 13th clause, related party transactions. To not get caught, he appointed a internal auditor. Internal audit is the 14th clause. The internal auditor is finding 3 things with regard to non-cash transactions, RBI registrations and lots of losses, that is cash losses. That is clause number 15, 16 and 17. Looking at all of this and looking at his background, he went to jail and all. What is happening? The statutory auditors are vacating their office. Resignation of the statutory auditors, that is the 18th clause. Now he is understanding that this company will not move any further. That is going concern is getting affected. That is the 19th clause. Now he is a changed man. He wants to do nalladu for the society. That is corporate social responsibility. That is the 20th clause. Last varavu selavellam paathe consolidate panni, he is exiting everything. That is consolidated financial statements. 21st clause. Clear with the 21 clause? Thank you guys. CARO over. Now let us see what is there inside of all these clauses. The first clause is fixed asset. What they are telling in fixed asset. So basically I told you CARO is where? CARO. Where is CARO coming? In the audit report. In 700 content of audit report, we saw that reporting under other regulatory requirements. That other regulatory requirements is only CARO. Are you able to understand? In that, compulsorily on these 21 things, the auditor has to report. Compulsory for him to report, whether it is not there or there. If it is not there, you report saying it is not there. Okay? With regard to assets, what are the things that he has to report? The first thing is with regard to records. Records with regard to what? About where the asset is situated. You please go straight, right, U-turn, like that you please tell me the data. In the second floor, you go like this, like that. Exactly where the asset is situated, you please tell the data. That is for all the tangible assets. Tangible assets, all the details along with the location, that is the situation of that asset, must be given. For intangible assets, only the details. Intangible situation and all not there. Everything is in the computer only. It is in a software only. So you can't give the location. For tangible assets, give full details along with the location. For intangible assets, give the records with full details. Clear? Yes? If there is an asset, then physical verification of asset has to be done. For fixed asset also, how frequently are they doing the physical verification? Is there any material discrepancies in the physical verification? Who is the owner of this asset? Title deed, whether it has been pledged, collateral to somewhere else, all of those things. Whether the title deeds of the immovable property, whether it is proper or not. Who is holding? They have given a format for that. For the title deed, you come from the description of the property, land and building, furniture, like that, each property, along with the value of the property, whose name, whether it is in the promoter's name, director's wife name, all of those things, you please write. Then you write the relationship, period they are holding, why are they holding for the company, reason as to why it is not held in the name of the company. These extra details has to be given for this point, that is title deeds of the immovable property. Clear? Yes? Every fixed asset will undergo something called as revaluation. If the revaluation change is more than 10%, specify it properly. If the revaluation changes more than 10%, specify it properly. What is the meaning of binami? Binami. அவனுக்காக I am holding the property. அவன் பேர்ல இருந்தா he has to pay tax. எனக்கு காசே இல்ல, இது மட்டும் தான் ஒரே income, so I will hold the property. Instead of him, I am holding the property. Now, if there is any dispute in this Binami Transactions Prohibition Act, then please disclose that dispute. Please tell me where that proceeding is pending. These 6 points, ideally only 5 points, recorded 2 points, tangible and intangible. The third point was with regard to physical verification. Fourth was with regard to title deeds of the immovable property. For that only format was given. Fifth was related to revaluation change. If it is more than 10%, then they have to specifically give. Sixth was the Binami Transactions Prohibition Act. Easy. These 6 points, fixed assets, you have to remember along with the format. Inventory, only 2 points. The second clause of inventory. Inventory nale, there should be a physical verification. That is the first point. Whether physical verifications has been done at reasonable intervals. If there are any discrepancies, see the percentage of the discrepancy, whether it is 10% or more. See that. The second point is an important point which has come only in CARO 2020. What is this point saying? Whether during any point in time the company has been sanctioned working capital loan of more than 5 crores from bank. Whether the quarterly returns or statements filed with the bank or financial institutions are in agreement with the books of accounts. If not, give details. That means whether they have received a working capital loan. On what basis they will give the working capital loan? If the bank is giving a loan for my operations, they will take the stock as collateral. So inventory, if it is given as collateral and a loan for that has been received, you please mention that at any point in time if they have received more than 5 crores. That means on 31st March, that loan is standing only at 10,000 rupees. But during the year, they bought at 10 crores, paid off 3 crores, again paid off 8.9 crores, 6.9 crores. Now 10,000 rupees only pending. Don't see only the 31st March figure. See throughout the year in aggregate if they are more than 5 crores at any point in time during that year, then please report. Then if they have gotten the loan, they have to file this statement with the bank. The quarterly returns or statement has to be filed with the bank. Purposely what they will do, if the loan is for say 10 crores, the stock value has to be at least 15 to 20 crores. Yes, the pledged stock value has to be at least 15 to 20 crores. Then only loan will be given for 10 crores. Purposely they will show it as 15 to 20 crores when in reality there will be only 5 crores. In books of accounts there will be only 5 crores. But the statement to the bank will be given for 20 crores to get a loan for 10 crores. So whether they are doing those frauds, auditor has to check. Quarterly returns they gave up, please check the books of accounts whether it is the same as what is submitted with the bank. Are you able to understand of this point? So inventory has 2 points. The first one is with regard to physical verification of the inventory, and if there is any discrepancy, check for the percentage of 10%. Second one is whether during any point in time they have been sanctioned a working capital of more than 5 crores from banks or financial institutions. Take both together and see whether it is increasing 5 crores or not. If it is increased more than 5 crores, then the quarterly returns has to be filed with the bank. See those quarterly returns in that stock value, check it along with the books of accounts. Compare both if there are any discrepancies in both. Clear? Inventory 2 points. The third one is leads provided. Loans, investments, guarantees, securities. Company will give loans, investments, guarantees, securities to other people. Are they giving any loan to subsidiary joint venture, or are they giving loan to other than subsidiary joint venture or associate? They are not saying related party. They are specifically saying subsidiary, joint venture and associate. So please specify separately if you have given to subsidiary, joint venture, associate. Please specify separately if you have not given to subsidiary, joint venture and associate. What you have to specify? You have to specify the outstanding balance as on 31st March. But like I already told you, if they have paid off, outstanding balance can even be 0. Also specify the aggregate amount during the year that this loan was given. Clear? Yes? Then the auditor has to report on whether this loan given to any other person is not prejudicial to the interest of the company. That means it is not affecting the interest of the company. Summa, can you give some loan? There should be some repayment schedule for that loan. That is only the meaning of the loan. I am giving you the money now, you give it to me. After your work is over, after 2 years, 3 years, you tell me. But there should be a repayment schedule. That is the next point. If there is any amount which is overdue more than 90 days, please specify here if there is any amount. Sometimes what will happen? The company will give a loan for 2 crores. After 2 years, interest will increase in this 2 crores. It will become say 2.2 crores. After 2 years, again another 2 crores. After 2 years, some 5 crores. Like that, so many loans from the same company, around 10 different loans for a total of 100 crores can be given to the same person. What will happen? I will give you a fresh loan. Fresh loan I will give you for 100 crores. You pay me back this. Like that, it is just like a book entry. Like how they are saying is, instead of having different loans and calculating different interest on different loans, I will give you this money saying 100 crores I am giving you, you are repaying back the loan. So now what is the only loan? Only loan is the 100 crores. Are you able to understand? Is there any fresh loan which is given to renew the previous loan? Mention the aggregate amount. Mention the percentage to the total loan. And on-demand loan. What is the meaning of on-demand loan? Normally to friends, if you are giving money, they are asking, They give me money, I want to eat pongal vada. How much you want? 200 rupees. They got the 200 rupees, they ate the pongal vada. Will you ask him money back? 200 rupees. Will you ask him the money back? Two friends normally will not ask the money back. Say after 3-4 days, you want to go back home for auto. You don't have money. That time you want the money, you don't have. He is having the money. That time you will ask the money back. For auto. Like that, between friends, if there is a loan which is given, there is no repayment schedule and all. Whenever I want later, that time I will get it back from you. That is called as on-demand loan. If there is any on-demand loan which is given, please mention the details of that loan also, because normally only with related parties you can have the on-demand loan. Yes or no? So, for leagues provided, we saw these 6 points. What is the first point? Leagues provided to subsidiary joint venture associate. You have to specify the amount in aggregate and also the outstanding amount. Leagues provided to other than subsidiary joint venture associate. You have to specify the amount, aggregate amount and the outstanding balance. Then you have to talk about how this loan is not prejudicial to the interest of the company. Then you have to check whether each loan is having a repayment schedule. If there is any loan which is overdue more than 90 days, you please specify that. And any fresh loan for the renewal of the previous loan has been given, you please mention the aggregate amount and the percentage of the total loan. And on-demand loan, if they are given, please mention the details. This is leagues provided, clause number 3. Clause number 3 of CARO. Clause number 4, whenever there is section numbers, only that section number is given inside also. Leagues provided 185, 186. Now, in respect of loans, investments, guarantees and securities, check whether the section 185 and 186 has been complied with. That's all. What is the 5th clause? Deposits. For deposits, it's 73 to 76. Check whether the sections of section 73 to 76 has been complied with. The next clause is cost records. The section number is 148 subsection 1. Check whether section 148 subsection 1 has been complied with. 7th, statutory dues. That's all is there inside. No need to read anything. Cost records. Check whether 148 subsection 1 has been complied with. Next, coming to statutory dues. Statutory dues are split into disputed statutory dues and undisputed statutory dues. What is the meaning of disputed statutory due and undisputed statutory due? You all know GST. Yes, every company above what limit has to pay GST? Above 20 lakhs, they have to pay GST to the government. Say you are paying GST to the government. You have collected from somebody and you are paying the GST to the government. You have paid 10 lakhs GST to the government. But the government got some inside information and they are saying the actual amount of GST which is to be paid is 50 lakhs. You have collected 50 lakhs but you are paying only 10 lakhs. They got some information and they are imposing this on me. Will I pay that 40 lakhs immediately? No. I will go to appellate tribunal. I will fight there. Then I will go to high court. Then I will go to Supreme Court. Somewhere I will fight her. But I will not pay that money. Yes or no? So when the dispute is pending, dispute means sanda nadakkudu. There is a fight which is happening for this amount of 40 lakhs. Whenever there is a dispute pending, then the amount involved and the forum where dispute is pending, please mention that. GST Appellate Tribunal, Supreme Court, High Court, Income Tax Appellate Tribunal, CIT, Assessing Officer, like that. Some forum as to where the dispute is pending, that you have to mention with regard to disputed statutory dues. What is undisputed statutory dues? That means you collected the GST, you are yet to pay to the government. If this is outstanding for more than 6 months period from the date it became payable, then that amount also please show as undisputed statutory due. Are you clear with what is disputed, what is undisputed? This is the 7th clause of CARO. What is the 8th clause? Undisclosed income. Undisclosed income means whether any transactions not recorded in books of accounts have been surrendered during demonetization and all. That time there was this facility. இப்போ வரைக்கும் நீ black money ஏதாவது வச்சிருந்தேனா in the next 3 months உனக்கு டைம் தரேன், you please use this 3 months and you bring it to white by paying 30% directly to the government, no questions asked. I am not going to ask from where you got this money, but you bring it to white. Like that they brought a rule. So that is called as unrecorded income, undisclosed income. In the previous years, I got some income, I did not disclose it. Suddenly now in this year, I am disclosing it. If I am disclosing in this year suddenly, that means I am surrendering that amount. That amount I have to mention as part of clause 8. That is, whether any transactions not recorded in the books of accounts have been surrendered or disclosed in this financial year. Whether previously unrecorded income has been properly recorded in the books of accounts during the year. Suddenly you are showing it in your tax account. So please record it in your books of accounts also, whether they have done it properly or not. That is the undisclosed income. Clear guys? This is clause number 8. Clause number 9 is repayment of loan. Like how leaks provided, we saw how the company is giving the loan to subsidiary, joint venture, associate, other people and all. We saw many points. This the company has gotten the loan and now the company is going to repay the loan. If the company is not repaying the loan, that means the company has become a defaulter in repaying the loan. If they have become a defaulter, there is a format. Nature of the borrowing, to whom they borrowed, what is the amount involved, whether it is a principal or interest or both, the number of days of delay and any other comments if you have. You please fill in this kind of a format and give for any repayment which is not done on time. Whether the company is a willful defaulter. Who is willful defaulter? What is the meaning of willful defaulter? You all know this company called as Geetanjali Gems. What was Geetanjali Gems doing? Who is the founder of that Geetanjali Gems? Nirav Modi was the founder of Geetanjali Gems. You know this scam he was involved in. What did he do? He went to Punjab National Bank. In India only, he had a few bank employees to help him and he got something called as letter of undertaking. That means, India la na paathiruken, ivar romba nallavari, ivarkitta nariya assets irukku, ipo varaikum avaroda track record super ah irukku appdin solli or letter of undertaking this bank from Punjab National Bank from India is giving to Nirav Modi. That he is a brilliant person. He went abroad and he used that letter of undertaking. See here, in my country, they have told that I am the best person, please give me the loan. Appdin solli, they are getting the loan from different countries from abroad. Are you able to understand? Now, is he going to repay the loan? He got so much money. With so much money, he got a diamond, gold, wife, sister, mother, ellarku vaangi kudta. Ana, thiruppi andha money, is he going to return it back? No. Even if he has the money, he doesn't have the intention to return it back. That is called as willful defaulter. Another example is Vijay Mallya. He is also a willful defaulter. Like that, whether the company you are auditing, whether that company is a willful defaulter or not, kaasa vechite kudukka maatingrana, venunte pandrana. All of those things you have to report under CARO clause 9, repayment of loan. Whether the term loans were applied only for the purpose they were bought the term loan. Nee solra I am going to buy the inventory, that's why you are getting the loan, but what you did with the loan? You put as deposits. Is that the reason why you got the loan? Am I a fool to give you loan to put deposits in? So, whatever purpose you are telling the banker or the lender, for that purpose only, whether it has been used or not, you have to tell. Whether short-term loans have been used for long-term purposes, that is also important. Why? If it is a short-term loan, that means you have to repay within 1 year. That means you are doing some activity which is going to give you the benefit and with that money you are going to repay. If you are getting a short-term loan where you are supposed to repay in 1 year, but you are using this loan for long-term purpose. 1 year I am building a huge infrastructure. I will get the benefit from the infrastructure. But when? After 3-4 years, I am going to get the benefit from the infrastructure. So how will I be able to repay this short-term loan? It will become a problematic situation. That is why auditor has to specifically talk about whether short-term loans have been used for long-term purposes. Clear? Next, I am taking a loan, but I am using it for my subsidiary joint venture associate. If you are doing something like that, please mention. Or I am taking a loan by using the subsidiary joint venture associates equity. I am showing them, see here my subsidiary is doing very well. I have so much equity on them. Keep this as collateral and give me the loan. Are you able to understand the difference between the two? That also you have to report, because that is very important. In case you do not repay the loan, then that percentage of equity itself will leave your hand and go. So please report on that also. So for repayment of loan, we have whether the company has been defaulted. If they have defaulted, whether it is principal or interest, name of the lender, separate format was given. Whether the company has been declared as a willful defaulter, whether the term loans are applied only for the purpose for which it was bought, whether short-term loans have been used for long-term purposes, whether the company has obtained the loan by way of showing the equity in the subsidiary joint venture associate, or the company has obtained the loan for the use in subsidiary joint venture associate. Both the cases you have to show. So there are 6 points for repayment of loan. 10th one is issue proceeds. Issue proceeds can be by way of private placement or preferential allotment. Preferential allotment means what? Already they are an employee, I am giving some benefit at a lower price, I am giving them. Or already they are an employee, for no price I am giving them. I am giving them bonus issue, rights issue. All of those things are preferential allotment. Section 62 governs the preferential allotment. Section 42 governs the private placement. Private placement means only for the institutional investors I am presenting all my equity. So whether section 42 and section 62 has been done properly. And issue proceeds means you are playing with public money. Yes or no? You are getting the money from the public. IPO, FPO means what? Further public offer and initial public offer means what? You are getting the money from the public. Easily they will not give the money. They will know exactly where the money is going to. So the purpose, whether it is the same as mentioned in the prospectus, whether you have actually used for that. Please report on that also. That is clause number 10. Clause number 11 is fraud. Fraud by the company or fraud on the company. For both the nature and the amount of fraud has to be mentioned. And 143 subsection 12 of the Companies Act, whatever that is saying, in ADT 4 you have to follow certain things. What is 143 subsection 12 saying? If it is less than 1 crore, fraud involved, what should the company do? If it is more than 1 crore, fraud involved, what should the company do? If it is more than 1 crore, immediately you have to go and tell the central government. If it is less than 1 crore, can you leave it? You don't disturb the central government, but you have to go and tell the board of directors and the audit committee. Even when you are going to the central government after 1 crore also, you have to first discuss with the board of directors and audit committee, and then only go to the central government. This telling to the central government, that part has to be done in a form called as ADT 4. Whether the auditor is doing all those things, whether 143 subsection 12 has been followed correctly or not, whether they have taken into whistleblower complaints. What is the meaning of whistleblower complaints? Like how in this class, when one person is doing a mistake, that means I am telling AC should be on only. But the last person, what he will do? Without my knowledge, he will increase the temperature. That time, person who is sitting in front, he is getting irritated because full cold is coming for him. So he is showing hand like that. Ma'am, Pinadi parunga maatita. Like that, you are able to tell me yes or no. That is called as whistleblower complaint. Something is happening in the organization. Employee in the organization is able to blow the whistle. Tell everybody that this employee is doing like that. That is called as whistleblower complaints. Whether the auditor has considered, whether the management has considered those whistleblower complaints, all of those things also has to be given. Clear? After fraud, he is going to jail. One short break. We'll just go to the Wipro financial statements. I will just see how these first 12 clauses have been done. What is this? Nothing is getting loaded. See here guys, I have opened Wipro's independent auditor's report. In that they are talking about CARO. First clause, see here, first clause, what are they saying? In respect of property, plant and equipment, what and all has happened. They have maintained proper records. Company has a program for physical verification. In respect of immovable property, all the lessor agreement, company has not revalued any of its property. So no need to check that 10% and all. Under Binami, no proceedings have been initiated. With regard to inventory, there were two things which he has to talk about. First one is physical verification of inventory and the second one is about the working capital loan more than 5 crores. Here, the inventories were physically verified during the year and working capital loan in excess of 5 crores or any point in time during the year, what? It has not been sanctioned. So no need to check anything. Next is the leagues provided. What are they saying in the leagues provided? Company has made investments in which company has not provided any loans or advances to. The company made during the year, in our opinion, not prejudicial to the interest of the company. In respect of loans granted, the schedule of repayment and payment of interest has been stipulated. Based on audit procedures performed, there is no overdue amount. During the year, loans aggregated to 20,723 million fell due from certain subsidiaries and it has been renewed or extended. They are giving all details. There was no fresh loans granted to settle the overdues of existing loan. Name of party, aggregate amount, percentage to the total loan. Everything is given. Yes or no? According to information and explanation given to us, what is happening? Company has not made any investment in firms and LLP during the year. Further, company was not provided any guarantee or security or any advances. Next is fourth clause. What is it talking about? Fourth clause. Leagues provided section 185, 186. They have complied with all the sections 185, 186. Next, fifth clause is deposits 73 to 7. They have not accepted any deposits or amount. Next clause, cost records under 148 subsection 1, whether it has been carried out or not. Seventh, in respect of statutory dues, disputed statutory dues and undisputed statutory dues. In our opinion, undisputed statutory dues of all these things have been regularly deposited with the appropriate authority. There were no undisputed amount payable and other material statutory as at 31st March for a period more than 6 months. They are saying there are no undisputed statutory dues. Details of the disputed statutory dues. See how many are given. How many disputed statutory dues? They are telling the name of the statute, name of the due, forum where it is pending. 94, 95 and all. Still it is pending. Period from which the amount relates. What is the amount? 49 what? Million rupees in million. Amount not deposited as on 31st March. So much of disputed statutory dues they are having. What is clause 8? Undisclosed income. There are no transactions relating to previously unrecorded income which I am surrendering now and also nothing is there. Clause 9. Repayment of loan. The company has not defaulted repayment of loan. Company has not been declared as willful defaulter. Company has not taken any term loan that are not utilized for that purpose. On an overall examination, funds raised on short-term basis have not been used for long-term purpose. So basically, all the points they have to cover. Even if they are followed correctly, you tell that they have followed because it is a reporting requirement. CARO is a reporting requirement. Next is clause 10. Clause 10 is issue proceeds. The company has not raised money by way of IPO or FPO. The company has not made any preferential allotment or private placement. Very good company. They are not doing much. Only disputed statutory dues. Page it went. What is clause 11? Fraud. In fraud, three things you have to tell. Whether fraud on or by the company. To the no fraud by the company and no material fraud on the company. No report under 143 subsection 12 ADT 4. Remember I told you all those things. We have taken into consideration the whistleblower complaints. All of these things they have given. After fraud, he went to jail. After he came back from jail, what did he do? Now we have to see clause number 12. Clause number 12 is Nidhi company. Nidhi company means they are forming between themselves and they will be accepting the deposits and giving the loans between themselves. For Nidhi company, there are a few rules which they have to maintain. The first one is 1:20 ratio. It has to be there for the net owned funds to the deposits. At least ஒரு ரூபாவது அவனோட சொந்தமா இருக்கணும் for 20 rupees which is collected from other people. That is 1:20 of net owned funds is to deposit ratio. Whether the Nidhi company is maintaining 10% unencumbered term deposits. What is the meaning of unencumbered term deposits? Encumbrance means what? Encumbrance means it is fully given as a collateral. Encumbrance means fully given as collateral. So unencumbered means everything avanukku da sondam. He has not pledged it with the bank for collateral. Are you able to understand? So at least 10% must be maintained as unencumbered term deposits. Are you able to understand? Whether there has been any default in repayment or payment of interest. Be very careful. These percentages, yesterday only I was seeing the previous exam. They asked this Nidhi company rules. Person sitting out, I saw his answer paper. He has written 10% if there is discrepancy, then there is a problem. Like that he has written. Be specific, 10% of unencumbered term deposits. Are you able to understand? Next clause is related party transactions. For that the section number is 177 and 188, whether it has been followed or not. The 14th one is internal audit. The team of the internal audit has to be commensurate with the nature and size of the business. It is a 5,000 crore company. I am a single person doing the internal audit. Will I be effective? Chanceless. At least for 5,000 crore company, a 10-member team can try our level best to do the internal audit. So check whether the company has a system which is commensurate with the size and nature of the business. Whether the report of the internal auditor has been considered by the statutory auditor. In our story of CARO, only because the statutory auditor considered the report of the internal auditor, those three things he considered, because of that he resigned and went off. Yes or no, like that, whether he is considering or not. All of those things you have to tell. The 15th clause is non-cash transactions. Whether the company has entered into any non-cash transactions with the directors or any persons connected with him. What is the meaning of non-cash transactions? For example, this company is selling cars. Every car is worth 10 lakhs. What the director has done, in the company, invoice is created for 10 lakhs for director. Another invoice is created for 10 lakhs for director's wife. Another invoice is created for 10 lakhs for director's father. Like that, every member of the family has one car for themselves. Every 10 lakhs they are taking out of the company. In return, they have to give what? Money. But what director is saying, instead of money, I will give my knowledge. I am working for this company. Yes, day in and day out I am working for this company. I am giving my hard-earned knowledge for this company. It is a non-cash transaction. They are not paying for what they are getting from the company. If there is something like that, please report under CARO clause number 15. Next clause 16 is talking about RBI registration. RBI, if you have to get registered, there is one section called as 45IA of the RBI Act 1934, not Companies Act, section 45IA of the RBI Act. Check whether this company is doing some accepting deposits, giving loan or all. They are acting like a banker, they are acting like an NBFC. Check all of those things. If they are acting like a banker, then they have to get specific permissions for that. They have to get themselves registered that way, and check if they have a core investment company, or if the client where you are going for audit, the client itself is a core investment company, or if the group has a core investment company. Now what is this core investment company? You know Tata? Tata? Yes. Tata, not this Tata. Westside, Starbucks, all of these things owned by whom? Tata, yes or no? What other things? Tata Motors, they have so many companies, Jaguar and all. Tata only. Tata Steel, Tata Communications, Tata Consultancy Services, all of these things are Tata. They have so many companies. They are a huge conglomerate. That means they are a big group company. There is one person called as Tata Sons. This is a company. This Tata Sons is a CIC, core investment company. This Tata Sons is like a holding company where it is holding each person's equity. Like this, when they are forming a company, in TCS or a report, in Westside or a report, in Starbucks or a report, Tata Motors or a report, please mention if your group is having a core investment company. If the group has more than one core investment company, then please indicate the number of core investments company which are part of the group. Are you understanding the meaning of the core investment company? That is the main company under which so many companies are being formed. That is called as core investment company. So they have full control. Tata Sons has full control of the other companies. Able to understand? Clear? Cash. Also one more important thing. From this Tata Sons, a percentage is going for all the backward people, for social service. Like that, from Tata Sons it is going. That means what? Any purchase you make from Westside, Starbucks, any car you get, automatically you are contributing for some good deed. Like that they are making you think. Correct or not? Yes. So if they really want to make a good deed, they will make it from the core investment company, so that when they are having equity in each and every company, and if each and every company is growing, automatically Tata Sons will also grow. Yes or no? Alright. Next is cash losses. Whether the company has incurred cash losses in the financial year or in the previous financial year. What is the meaning of cash losses? You are getting your profit after all your taxes, interest, salaries and everything. Then you add the depreciation. Then you get the cash profit. Yes? Same way for losses. Say there is a negative figure. That means there is a loss. You add all the depreciation. Then you get the cash loss. Sometimes if you are having a loss and you are adding a depreciation, you can get a cash profit. Yes or no? That time this clause is not applicable. The next one is resignation of statutory auditor. Resignation of statutory auditor will not happen normally. Only if there is a problem in the company, then only it will happen normally. So if there is a resignation, you please talk to that previous auditor and try to understand what is the purpose, what was the reason you have quit this organization. Do you have any concerns? Did you have any issues? Did you have any objections? Please listen to all of those things and mention it as part of clause number 18 of CARO. 19 is talking about going concern. Already SA 570 நம்ம பிரிச்சு மேஞ்சிட்டோம். So here what are they saying? On the basis of all the ratios, aging schedule and everything, as on 31st March, whatever liabilities it is there, whether they are able to repay all the liabilities within a period of 1 year. That means in the next 1 year, என்னலா liability இருக்கோ, whether the company is having the capability to meet its liability existing at the date of balance sheet. If they are able to meet it within 1 year, then definitely they will keep rotating the money like that and they will keep moving forward. It will not affect the going concern. Next clause number 20 is CSR, Corporate Social Responsibility. Corporate social responsibility means all the large companies, they have few specific limits for that. If you are having more than specific limit of net profit, say 5 crores of net profit மேல இருந்துச்சுனா, you have to dedicate 2% of your average net profit for your corporate social responsibility. So when they are dedicating these funds for CSR activities, say I want to build a school. With my funds I have around 1000 crores. With this 1000 crores I want to build a school. Can I build a school in the next 1 year itself? It can take 2 years, it can take 3 years. Yes or no? It can take so many number of years. That means the project will be ongoing from the previous year. If it is an ongoing project, please transfer that to a special account in compliance with section 135 subsection 6. If it is other than an ongoing project, that means if you have completed it, now you have some funds left. Now what are you going to do with the funds? The unspent amount, that means remaining funds, 2% of average net profit is 1000 crores. You have spent only 900 crores, remaining 100 crores simply in your bank account. You can take that out anytime? No, you can't take that out anytime. You have to transfer that also as specified in Schedule 7 of the Companies Act within a period of 6 months to the expiry of that financial year in compliance with 135 subsection 5. You can just write 135 subsection 5 for other than ongoing projects and 135 subsection 6 for ongoing projects. Clear? Meaning of ongoing and other than ongoing. Ongoing means the project is still not over. You still have plans with that money. Other than ongoing means project is over, still funds are left. 2% of average net profit, still something is left. You can't use that money. You please do what the government is asking you to do. The last clause is consolidated financial statements. When there is a consolidated financial statements happening, say for Tata itself, we saw so many companies coming together. Now in CARO, whatever you are saying, say we saw disputed statutory dues was a problem here. Disputed statutory dues was it clause number 7. Clause number 7 had disputed statutory dues. So, say West Side is having clause number 7 due. When they are making the Tata's consolidated financial statements, there they have to mention that in my other group companies, in this clause number, there was a problem. Whether there have been any qualification or an adverse remark under the CARO in the CFS. If yes, indicate the details of the company and para number of the CARO report. Clear, guys? Now we have to see the PDF of the remaining. After he came back from jail, we have to see the Wipro's independent auditor's report. From clause number 13 is what we have to see. The company is not a Nidhi company and hence reporting under clause 12 is not applicable. What is 13? Related party transaction. Section 177, 188, it is in compliance. All the 177, 188 provisions are being done properly. What is clause number 14? About internal audit. Whether the nature and size of the business ki etta madri internal audit function irka. The company has an adequate internal audit system commensurate with the size and nature of the business. Next, whether the statutory auditors have considered the reports of the internal audit. We have considered the internal auditors provided to us. Clause number 15 is Non-cash transactions. The company has not entered into any non-cash transactions. Clause number 16 is RBI, whether they have to be registered, not required to be registered under 45 IA. Group does not have a core investment company. Super. Clause number 17 is has not incurred cash losses during the financial year. 18. No resignation of the statutory auditors. 19. Going concern. On the basis of all these things, they will assure you that they are getting discharged within a period of 1 year from the balance sheet date. That means they are going concern. Clause number 20, no unspent amount for CSR. 135 subsection 6 and all perfectly done. Here for ongoing projects, specifically 135 subsection 6, perfect it is there. Consolidated financial statements, they would have given separately. Now see here, this is the consolidated financial statements, CARO. Here in the last line, with respect of matters specified in clause 21 of paragraph 3 and 4 of CARO, what is happening? Reports issued by us included the consolidated financial statements to which reporting under CARO is applicable as provided to us by the management. Have they told? So all the 21 clauses are being covered. Yes, now CARO is not over because in the 21 clauses you will study and go. But ivlo panni kadasila manda mela irukra konde marudhi appdin solli they will test you in applicability of CARO. People will study all the 21 clauses perfectly and go, and question will come in applicability. So we will study that also. CARO is applicable. Basically, so much work is there. Auditor has to do too much work. Other reporting requirements, 21 clauses. Yella irukko illayo fulla edudum. Yes or no? We saw all the 21 clauses. So, for big companies like that, I want you to remember. For big companies, CARO is applicable. For all companies, including the foreign companies, CARO is applicable. Are you able to understand? There are a few exemptions. Who are those exemptions? Banking company, insurance company, 1% company, and small company, and section 8 company. All of these companies are excluded. Small company, very important, very important. What are the limits of small company? Paid up share capital is less than or equal to 4 crores and turnover in the previous year should be less than or equal to 40 crores. If those two conditions are satisfied, they will come under a small company. If they are a small company, CARO applicability is not there. If they are a private limited company, see here, a private limited company not being a subsidiary or holding company of a public company, having a paid up capital and reserves in surplus not more than 1 crore rupees as on balance sheet date, and which does not have a total borrowings exceeding 1 crore rupees from any banks or financial institutions at any point in time, and which does not have a total revenue as disclosed in Schedule 3, including revenue from discontinuing operations exceeding 10 crore rupees during the financial year as per the financial statements. Basically, ennada solla varen. What are you trying to tell? The paid up share capital plus the reserves, if it is less than or equal to 1 crore, and the borrowings which is less than or equal to 1 crore, and revenue from operations should be less than or equal to 10 crores. If it is like this, then it is a small company. If it is a small company, CARO applicability is not there. But now see the first part, a private limited company not being a subsidiary or holding company of a public company. Say, I told you reporting entity means your client. This company is a private limited company, but if this company is having a holding company which is a public company, then CARO appliances will automatically come for you because public is getting involved. Now it is a big company. Now, reporting entity is there. This reporting entity is a private limited company. This private company is having a subsidiary company, and that subsidiary company is a public company. So மேலேயும் public இருக்கக்கூடாது, கீழேயும் public இருக்கக்கூடாது, நம்மளும் public இருக்கக்கூடாது. So public company எங்கேயுமே இல்லைன்னா then it is a private company. If it is a private company, CARO applicability might not be there if you are having these limits. Are you able to understand? Now, two important things in these limits which you have to understand is they have mentioned borrowings less than or equal to 1 crore. That means not more than 1 crore. From banks and financial institutions, you will remember at any point in time. That means don't see the 31st March figure. You have to see the aggregate amount. On 31st March, it can be zero also. But they would have borrowed and repaid the borrowings for even 100 crores. That means they are a big company. Are you able to understand? The same way for revenue also, what they will test you is, they will give you discontinued operations. They will give you the total revenue is 100 crores. Out of that 100 crores, 98 crores, I have stopped it. I have stopped it. Only the 2 crore revenue, only this segment is going forward to the next year. Don't matter about it. For this year, what is my revenue? Total is 100 crores. Whether they are discontinued or not, don't see all those things. Revenue means revenue. That's all. Revenue is the sales. So please take into account the discontinued operations also. Clear, guys? In borrowings, they can say at any point in time. That means purposely they'll give you the 31st March figure to confuse you. You have to take the aggregate amount. In revenue, they can confuse with discontinued operations. Now read this. You will clearly understand. A private limited company, not being a subsidiary or holding company of a public company, which is having a paid up capital and reserves and surplus, not more than 1 crore as on balance sheet date, and does not have a borrowing exceed 1 crore from any bank or financial institution at any point in time during the financial year, and does not have a total revenue, including revenue from discontinuing operations, exceeding 10 crore rupees. They are not having exceeding. That means it should be lesser than 10 crores. Are you able to understand? Clear? With this, they might test. Now, say paid up share capital is 2 crores, borrowing is 5 crores, revenue from discontinued operations 20 crores. CARO applicability is there or not there? CARO applicability is not there or not there? Paid up share capital 2 crores, borrowing 2 crores, revenue from discontinuing operation 20 crores. Whether it is there or not there? Why? Why? It is satisfying. The reason why CARO is not applicable here is small company. What is the limit of small company? 4 crores. Paid up share capital 4 crores. Keela irundalo. Turnover of the previous year 40 crores. Keela irundalo. It will not come. It becomes a small company. Remember that. That's why I told you small company is important. In class we did 3-4 sums. Remember, everybody went wrong. Everybody went wrong in small company only. Remember that. Small company. First you are checking this. After that, immediately check for small company. CARO applicability vandale, first you check this. Then you check for small company and then you decide whether it is applicable or not applicable. Clear, guys? With this, CARO is over. Now we are going to see SA330 Joint Audit of Financial Statements. What is the meaning of joint audit? Why do we require a joint audit? In which industry this joint audit is more useful? All of these points we are going to see as part of SA330. So what is the purpose of this joint audit? So in the financial statements, there will be assets, liabilities, income, expenditure. There are so many items. Say I am going to say, from now, I am going to take care only of assets. And Sanjeev is going to take care of liability. Like that we are splitting the work between us. Or I am going to tell Sriniaksha is going to take care of all the income and Aftab is going to take care of all the expenses. I am splitting based on income and expenditure. Or I am going to tell based on geographical area. This is India. North 1%, South 1%, West 1%, so East 1% and Central 1 more percent, like that. 5 members square. If I am able to split it and give based on geographical location, that is also a joint audit. Normally audit is done for a 1 year period, that is 1st April to 31st March. I am splitting it based on half. First half one auditor, second half another auditor. That also I can do for a joint audit. Or I am splitting based on segments. Tata has Tata, Nexon, Jaguar and so many cars. Jaguar is for high segment people. So for that one auditor and Nexon one auditor, like that also I can split for joint audit. So basically 1%, if they are unable to do all the work, then I can split based on assets and liabilities, income and expenditure, geographical location, units or period. Based on these 5, I will be able to split and give different work for different people. Now listen here. Even if I am going to split and give different work for different people, people will have joint responsibility for a few things. Joint responsibility means what? Everybody are responsible for these items. What are those items? For any work which is not divided. Okay, you split here, north, south, east, west, 4 people. Middle, nothing was there. So for the middle part, who is going to take care? All 4 people are going to take care together. Are you able to understand? So for the work which is not getting divided, all the joint auditors will be jointly and severally responsible. Clear? When they are splitting itself, they are saying this is common for everybody. Assets and liabilities you have split, income and expenditure you have split. Keela notes from that purposely I am keeping that notes and I am saying everybody is responsible for that. That means I am having that as a common audit area. If I am having that as a common audit area, then all the joint auditors will be jointly and severally liable. Matters brought by one person and agreed by all. Say for example, they are having one person is saying going concern in the southern region is very bad. They might even close down tomorrow itself. Then all the other auditors are seeing the reports which was done by the southern auditor and they are agreeing to it. Correct. If south is getting affected, that means going concern might get affected. One person is bringing one item and all the other persons are agreeing to it. Once they agree to it, they all become jointly and severally liable. The financial statements must be prepared as per the AFRF. The financial statements must be as per all the laws and regulations. The audit report should be as per the ICAI pronouncement. So for these 3 things also, all the auditors are jointly and severally liable. Are you able to understand? Yes. Now in which industry will we normally use a joint auditor? For banks, say State Bank of India or so many banks, ICICI Bank, Citibank, HDFC. So for all these banks, they will be operating in different locations, different places. They will be huge banks. So for them normally joint auditors will be there. Now you should be having a doubt, saying if it is a joint auditor, how will they issue the report, ma'am? What is the opinion each person is going to give, ma'am? If they all are having a common opinion, that means everybody is saying everything is clean, unmodified, unmodified opinion, or everybody together they are saying going concern is getting affected and they have not disclosed it in the books of accounts, so it has to be an adverse report. Everybody are saying adverse report, everybody are saying clean report. If there is a common opinion, whatever opinion it may be, they will be giving only one audit report. Clear? But if one person is saying one thing and another person is saying another thing, that means there is a difference of opinion. If there is a difference of opinion, there will be separate audit report. So all the modified persons will come together and they will have that report. All the adverse persons, they will come together and they will have that report. Is there a limit for the number of people who can come together and do the joint audit? Can 10 people come together and do the joint audit? Yes. Can 20 people come together and do the joint audit? Yes. Can 100 people come together and do the joint audit? Yes. Can 500 people come together and do the joint audit? Yes, if they are able to follow the standards properly, if they are able to do the audit procedures properly, if they are able to properly allocate the work, and if each and every person knows their responsibilities properly, yes, of course they can do the joint audit together. But if 100 people come together, will they have 100 different opinions? No. How many opinions are there? No, not 3. How many opinions are there? Unmodified, modified, qualified, adverse and discrete. Only 4 opinions are there. நீ எத்தனை பேர் வர பண்ணு கடைசியா maximum of only 4 reports can be there. Clear or not? Yes. So if there is a difference of opinion, they will be giving separate audit reports. If there are separate audit reports, say one person is saying I want to give a clean report and another person is saying everything is wrong, I want to give a adverse report. If the stakeholders, that is the users of the financial statements, if they are seeing this clean report, will they get fooled or not? Yes or no? So in the clean report, they have to mention in the OMP paragraph that listen, here I am giving a clean report, but there is also another person who has done the audit of this bank and they have given an adverse report. So they have to mention that in the other matter paragraph. Are you able to understand? Clear? If there are separate reports in the other matter paragraph, it has to compulsorily be mentioned. Clear? Now going to advantages and disadvantages of joint audit. What are the advantages? Joint auditor means 4 people are coming together and they are doing the job. That means in this class, 4 people, if you come together and study, what will happen? One person, I am well versed in SA500, I am well versed in 200 series, I am well versed in 700 series. Like that, each person will have their own expertise. Yes or no? Same way for joint audit also. One person will be expertised in their own field. Say taxation, I am taking care of taxation. Full life I am seeing taxation only. Nobody is a better expert than me. Full life I have been seeing sales only. So I will check the sales figures of this organization. Like that, they are using their expertise and they are doing the audit. So advantages of the joint auditor is they will have highest expertise. If one auditor is having a doubt, say all the last 3 people, you are going for joint audit. Now Lakshmi Priya is having a doubt suddenly. Can she call Sonia and ask, see, we all went to same class, but that class I did not concentrate, but I know you concentrated. Can you please tell me what I am supposed to do at this point? Like that she will be able to ask. Mutually you can consult with each other. That is also a advantage. Mutual consultation with each other is an advantage. Are you able to understand? If there is no joint audit, I only have to see north, south, east, west, middle, everything I only have to see. But because of joint audit, my workload is getting reduced. That is the next point. Reduced workload. Because my workload is reduced, I am able to put my expertise in that so I can increase my performance. So, increasing my performance is my next point. For the person who is appointing you, if he has to pay you, he will be paying you 100 crores. Because he is paying 4 different people, somehow he used his imagination, 4 people 20 crores each. He is paying only 80 crores. Like that, the staff cost will get reduced. Cost of staff. And also for the auditor, if I have to do entire India operations, I have to have at least 50 people who are working. But now, only southern operations. Which 5 people I will finish it off? So, my cost as an auditor is also getting reduced. Low cost of staff. And also, low overall cost. Not only staff cost, overall cost. Logistics, my cost is going to reduce. Because if I have to do northern, from here, I have to send him in flight to Shimla, Darjeeling, Kashmir. Or tour he will go to north. Yes or no? But if some person from there itself is getting appointed, then costing will come down. So overall cost will also come down. Staff cost will also come down. Now normally when you do group study, in group also we started putting poll and all. Yes or no? I finished this standard. Did you finish this standard? Like that, okay, she herself finished this standard. Now at least I have to study. Like that it is promoting some kind of a healthy competition amongst you. All of these are advantages of joint audit. From the top, it gives a highest level of expertise, it increases your performance, it reduces your staff cost, it reduces your overall cost, it reduces the workload, and it promotes healthy competition. All of these are advantages of joint audit. If there are advantages, definitely there will be disadvantages also. What is the first disadvantage you can think of? The first disadvantage is, நான் இந்தியா ஃபுல்லா பண்ணா எனக்கு எவ்வளவு வந்திருக்கும்? 100 crores. அவன் 2020 பிரிச்சு எனக்கே மொத்தத்தையும் கொடுத்தா 80 crores வந்திருக்கும். ஆனா இப்போ எனக்கு எவ்வளவு வந்தது? 20 crores. Sharing of workload, sharing of mutual expertise. Like that I have to share my fees also. My fees is getting reduced. Sharing of fees is my first disadvantage. Clear? Yes? The second one is, imagine, now these 4 went for audit. Sonia, Lakshmi, Priya, they all studied together. So, in front, between them, there will be mutual consultation, sharing of expertise and all of those things. Say for example, whom can I take? Navina went to auditor. That side, another joint auditor is KPMG. Navina found something. She wants it to be a joint responsibility. She is going to KPMG and going and explaining to them. What will they say? Will they say, okay, Navina? Will they say like that? Who are you to tell me? Like that they are going to ask. Yes or no? I am a big 4. Who are you? Just qualified. First of all, who are you to come and tell me this? Like that, they will give some psychological problems and all to her. Yes or no? There will be superiority complex. I am the big person. I am the big 4. If it is between friends, yes, always there is mutual consultation. But if one person is very big and another person is just a sole proprietor, I also came for joint audit. Like that, if you go and tell, they will not respect her. So, superiority problems and psychological problems also will come. Clear? Yes, there is always a constant problem for coordination. If you go and tell something, by this week, let's finish this work, sir, so that next week, whatever comment we can finish off. Like that, if you go and tell, they are not going to respond to you also. They will not even lift your call also. There is always a problem for coordination. All the common concerns between you both, there will never be a consensus. So all the common concerns will get neglected. The last point is, okay, now Navina is telling, sir, actually it is part of South. By mistake the books of accounts can come to North. Like that she is saying, but they are saying by mistake it came. No, so you should only see. Like that they are going to tell. So, uncertainty about who is liable for what? Ultimately, we will never know. There will always be an uncertainty about the liability as to who is liable for what. So the disadvantages are like how mutual consultation, cost is reduced and all, fees also is reduced. That is the first disadvantage. Second is psychological problems, superiority complex, all of these things will be there. There will always constant be a problem for coordination, and because of that the common concerns will get neglected. Next, who is liable for what? We will never know. The uncertainty about liability will always be there. Clear? These are the disadvantages of joint audit. There are few special considerations regarding joint auditor. What are these special considerations regarding joint audit? We know that this person called as engagement partner will be there for each and every engagement. Audit also is a type of assurance engagement. So for audit also, there will be a engagement partner. This engagement partner will plan for the audit. Yes or no? Before the audit starts, there will be one activity called as planning activity. When he is doing the planning activity, he should not do it alone. He should involve all the engagement team members also when he is doing the planning activity, so that each and every person will know their roles and responsibilities when they are doing the audit. They'll all have a strategy. They'll have, at this time we will finish this. At the next week we are going to finish this. At the next week we are going to present the report itself. Like that they will have a strategy. They should have an overall joint strategy. Overall strategy for the entire audit must be there. And when should the plan be done? When should the plan be done? Don't tell close to the examinations and all. So before you start studying, plan should be done. Yes or no? Before you start studying, you should know exactly in the next 1 week I am going to finish this subject. In the next 1 week I am going to finish this subject. Now one group is completed. Next I will focus on the next 2 months for the second group. Like that you will be making a plan for yourself. Like that. Before the commencement of the audit itself, the plan has to be made, not after the commencement of the audit. Can this plan be revised? Can this plan be revised? For people who are saying no, you all made a study plan. Yes, don't talk about monthly study plan, just today's study plan. You all made, or yesterday's study plan you made. Were you able to follow it perfectly? Did you revise it? Any plan will undergo revision. That is normal. For single day study plan, if it is undergoing revision, for the entire audit you have made a plan. Definitely it will undergo revisions when the audit is happening itself. But whatever you are doing, you please document it. You please document your plan. Document the revision of the plan. Specifically document the nature, extent and timing for all the common problems and for the specific problems. Only for southern region this problem is there. Document that. Commonly we have this problem. Document that also. For all the common problems, nature, extent and timing. Everything you please document. Clear? Every engagement will have this love letter called as engagement letter. Just because I am doing south, she is doing north, east, west, 4 different people, there will not be 4 different engagement letters, 4 different audit reports kuda kuduko. There will be a common engagement letter, only one engagement letter. There will also be something called as MRL, which is a management representation letter, where management will be giving the letter to the auditor saying these are my duties and responsibilities. Same thing. That also there will be only one management representation letter, that is the MRL. Then there is something called as work allocation document, very important. Why this work allocation document is very important is, only in this document perfectly it will be written, this is your area, this is my area, in the court athandi neeyu varakudadu nanu varamata. Ultimately, in the end, there should not be problems saying this one is not audited at all. அது போயிட்டே இருக்கும் pages-க்கு. In the work allocation document, each and every engagement partner should go through it and they should put a signature in that work allocation document. Are you able to understand? It has to be signed by each and every person who is doing the audit. In this only, properly the work will be allocated to each of the persons who are doing the joint audit. I told you joint audit is usually done for whom? For banks. Let's just see the banks. I have HDFC banks independent auditors report open. You will have a doubt as to how they are going to sign. See here how many people are actually signing here. MSK Associates, Nissim and Company, Sanjay Kemani, Swapnil Kel, they are all following the mutual expertise and all of those things, mutual consultation and all of those things. Our opinion on the standalone financial statement is not modified. They are saying everyone here are giving a clean report, no problem. So this is the way they will be filing. 4 different auditors, they were coming together and they are signing the audit report. Are you able to understand? Yes, what is joint audit? Clear? This is SA330 Normally, whatever is pending from the previous day, that if you finish off first, life will be easy. If I don't do 510 today also, naliki chanceless. It will go off அப்படியே because we planned to finish off the 500 series. The 299, 200 series are completely over. Yes or no? Yes. Now when we finish this 510, this also 500 series also will get over. Yes, so that there will be some satisfaction. Now 510 is talking about what? 510 is a small standard. Settle down guys, I say 510 is talking about initial audit engagements, opening balances. Initial audit engagement, opening balance. Specifically about opening balance they are talking. Why is this opening balance important? If you see your profit and loss and balance sheet, sales figure is written like this. Near this, another figure is written. What is this figure? It is the current year, previous year figure is also given in the current year profit and loss and balance sheet. So when the auditor is putting his sign like this, he is also signing for which year? For the previous year also. This previous year is nothing but the opening balance. So when the auditor is putting his sign anywhere, he has to be careful. So he has to be checking the opening balances also because he is signing for them. When should he check this opening balance? What is the definition of initial audit engagement? An engagement in which the financial statements for the prior period is not audited. The previous year is not audited. This year I am putting a signature. How risky it is. Or if it is audited by the predecessor auditor, that means somebody else has done the audit and I am relying on his report and I am putting my signature for the correct year. Are you able to understand? So if I am only doing the audit of the previous year, will SA510 come? If I am only doing the audit of the previous year, will SA510 come? It will not come. I should be cautious only when somebody else is doing or no one has done. Then I have to be extra cautious here. Are you able to understand? So, initial audit engagement means when the financial statements for the prior period is not audited or it is audited by a predecessor auditor, by some other auditor. So, what is the objective of the auditor? The objective of the auditor is to obtain sufficient and appropriate audit evidence with regard to the opening balances. Opening balances, if it is materially misstated, whether it is affecting the current year or not, we have to see. And one more important thing in the standard is, normally accounting policies, if there is a change in accounting policy, then reason for that change has to be documented. Otherwise, accounting policy year on year, the same policy only should be followed. He also has to check that the accounting policies are consistent. SA510 deals only with two things, which is if the opening balance is materially misstated, how much is it affecting the current year or is it affecting the current year? The second one is whether the accounting policies are consistently followed. If it is consistently followed, no problem. Clear? Shall I proceed forward? Now what are the audit procedures with regard to the opening balances? First audit procedure that the auditor has to do is reading the recent financial statements. That is, the previous year or the before year, he has to read the recent financial statements. Only then he will have an idea as to what has actually happened in the previous year. Yes or no? So the first audit procedure is he has to read the previous year financial statements. Now comes the main point. Obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence to ensure that the opening balance, if it is misstated, materially misstated, is not affecting the current year. It should not affect the current year even if the previous year opening balance is materially misstated. For that, what should the auditor do? He has to make sure that whatever previous year was there was brought forward correctly. That is the first thing he has to do. That means, in the first point I told you, he has to read the recent financial statements. In the recent financial statements, sales figure was given as 1,04,23. In the current year, you will be writing the sales figure, current year and previous year. In the current year, some figure is there. Here in the previous year, it is 1,03,24. Is it wrong or correct? It is wrong. From the previous year it was correct only, but it was brought forward, it was wrong. Or say, for example, 1 lakh was there in the previous year and this time it was translated as 10,000 rupees. That is also wrong. Just one zero missing. Zero has no value. You can't tell like that and all. Whatever was there in the previous year, whether it is brought forward correctly, auditor has to know. How will he know? For that only he has to read the recent financial statements. If he reads the recent financial statements, he will know exactly what the number is there and what the auditor has signed for the previous year, and he will be able to know whether it has been brought forward correctly or not. The second one is whether appropriate accounting policy has been followed. He has to check. All these years you are using FIFO. Suddenly you change to LIFO. What is the reason for doing that? In reality, you are following only first in, first out method. In reality, you are following, but for accounting purpose, you are using LIFO. That is wrong. You cannot do like that. The financial statement has to be representative of whatever is actually happening in the enterprise. But here, in reality, if they are using FIFO, then in books of accounts also, it should be FIFO. They cannot be using LIFO and all. Clear? So the appropriate accounting policy has to be there, and he has to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence to ensure that the opening balance, even if it is materially misstated, is not affecting the current year. For that, the first thing he will do is he will check that the closing balance of the previous year are brought forward properly to the current year. Clear, guys? Yes? Now, in the previous year, when the financial statements are getting audited, the audit procedures, when he is doing for the current year, he has to see, when he is doing audit procedures for the current year, whether it is affecting the previous year's figure. Automatically is the audit procedures being used for the previous year's figures, or should there be audit procedures specifically done for the previous year's figure? Auditor has to check all those things. For example, for closing stock, when he is doing audit procedures on the closing stock, he will automatically be seeing sales, purchases, opening stock. Yes or no? Yes or no? If he is saying closing stock is perfect, that means opening stock was also perfect. Yes. So when he is doing audit procedure specifically for the current year, but there is an impact on the previous year opening balance also. Or sometimes he can directly go into opening stock and check whether that opening stock is correct or not also. So that means he is doing the audit procedures directly for the previous year stock. Are you able to understand? Clear, guys? Yes? Now, the auditor is saying that I have an audit evidence that in the opening balance that there is a material misstatement. What should I do? I have proper evidence that in the opening balance it is materially misstated. What should I do? I did some kind of audit procedures either way, that I directly did on opening balance or I did something to the current year and found something related to the previous year. Either way, I found some evidence and now I know that my opening balance is materially misstated. What should I do? The first thing I should be doing is, you did only one procedure, you please recheck your work. Do the alternate audit procedures. If it is still there, in alternate audit procedures also, you are coming to a conclusion that the opening balance is materially misstated. At that case, don't go for weapon and all, because it is related only to the opening balance. So you just communicate to those charged with governance and the management. Just communicate to them. And you saw that the accounting policies has to be consistently followed. If it is not consistent, what will you do? The accounting policy, if there is a change in the accounting policy, it has to be properly accounted for, presented properly, disclosed. It has to be proper. Yes, but in case there is a change and they have not disclosed in the financial statements, it is supposed to be there, but it is not there. What is the meaning of that? You have sufficient appropriate audit evidence that there is a material misstatement. Yes, there is a material misstatement. In this year, they have not shown the disclosure properly. Pervasiveness, I don't know. So I will be giving either a qualified or an adverse opinion. So if the change in accounting policy is not proper, that means they have to disclose it. If there is a change in accounting policy, they have to first disclose it. If they are not disclosing it, that means there is a material misstatement. Whatever is happening is not representative in the financial statements. There is a material misstatement and I can see that they have changed the accounting policy. There is sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Based on the pervasiveness, I will give a qualified or a adverse opinion. Clear? Now, with regard to opening balance, I want you to know that opening balance is not only the amount. It is also the disclosures, that is the notes to accounts. Any disclosures made with regard to contingency or future commitments, that also will form part of your opening balance. Clear, guys? This is with regard to SA330 initial audit engagements opening balance. Very simple. We started off with what is the definition. Then we went to objective of the auditor. In the objective of the auditor, we said that he has to get sufficient appropriate audit evidence to check whether the opening balance is, if it is materially misstated, whether if it is affecting the current year or not, and then we saw whether accounting policies are consistently followed or not. Then we saw about the audit procedures. The first one we said he has to read the recent financial statements and then he has to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that if there is a misstatement in the opening balance, whether it is affecting the current year or not. For that, he can either do audit procedures on the closing balance of this year where he will be sure that opening balance is correct, or he will do audit procedures directly on the opening balance. In either ways, whatever he is doing, if he is concluding that I have the audit evidence that the opening balance are materially misstated, if he is concluding that, directly don't go for using your weapon. Do alternate audit procedures. Check after alternate audit procedures also, just to communicate with TCWG and the management. But accounting policy, if it is not consistently followed, a change is not properly presented, accounted or disclosed for, then there is a material misstatement. If there is a material misstatement, then and there is a sufficient appropriate audit evidence based on the pervasiveness, then you will be giving a qualified or a adverse report. Are you able to understand? This is SA330 initial audit engagement. Let us start with SA330 evaluation of misstatement identified during the audit. Ma'am, you are saying risk of metal misstatement is high. You told what is metal misstatement. You never told what to do with this misstatement. If I find some mistake, what should I do? All of those things we will be seeing as part of SA330 evaluation of misstatement identified during the audit. Every standard will have a objective. What is the objective of this standard? You are going to evaluate the effect of identified misstatement on the audit. The effect of identified misstatement. That means you have found some misstatement. How is it going to affect your audit? Are you going to change your opinion because you have found a misstatement? Or the effect of uncorrected misstatement on the financial statements? Uncorrected misstatement means you found a mistake and you went and told the management and TCWG, you communicated with them, but they did not make any change to the financial statements. So what is the effect of that uncorrected misstatement on the financial statements? These two things are the objective of SA330. Mistake now, whether it is a small mistake, whether it is a big mistake, all of those things you have to check. Normally when we say material misstatement, that means we are considering only the big mistake. But 50 crores if they are stealing, it is a mistake. 5 paisa thirunna tappilla. 5 per 5 vaati 5 paisa thirunna tappu maari therida. 50 vaati 5 per 5 paisa va thirunna 500 per 5 paisa va thirunna 5 kodi per 5 kodi vaati 5 paisa thirunna periya tappa. Like that, accumulation of small misstatements also can lead to the auditor changing his opinion. Accumulation of small misstatements. It is no more a small misstatement. It is no more a trivial misstatement. Trivial means small. It is no more a trivial misstatement. One small misstatements accumulates together. It will become a big misstatement. We have few examples which is given in your study material for this SA330. That is, what are all the misstatements which can happen? It is not only this. This is not an exhaustive list. It is an inclusive list. That is, they have given only 3, but it can be 300, 3000 misstatements also. What are those 3? We will see. Inaccuracy in processing the data. Inaccuracy in processing the data means what? Where is the problem? In the process or in the data? Yesterday we saw inaccuracy in processing data or processing inaccurate data. All of these things we saw as part of IT risks in SA315. We saw that. That is an example here. Inaccuracy in processing of the data. Your input pandra, it has to have a specific effect on the output, but there is no effect. It is the same. What is the use of that input? That means the process did not happen itself. That is called as inaccuracy in processing the data. You are supposed to have an amount for sales because so many sales have actually happened in the organization, but here no amount is there. Sales is zeroed kamikkudu system. That means an omission is there. And omission not only in the amount, and omission even for disclosure is also a misstatement as per SA330. Clear? Omission not only apparent in the financial statements but also as part of disclosure will also be a misstatement only. Machinery repair has happened. It is an expenses. Yes or no? Machinery repair expenses, it has happened. That means it is supposed to hit your P&L account. It's supposed to hit your P&L account. But in your balance sheet, very correctly, machinery, add all the repair expenses like this. You have increased the carrying value of the machinery. And on the repair also, you are calculating depreciation year on year. No. That is also a misstatement. Wrong capitalization of expenses. That is the third example that they have given for misstatement. I told you before itself, these three are not the only examples for this SA450. There can be n number of examples. We are giving importance to these three examples because it is specifically given. Are you able to understand? Inaccuracy in processing of the data, omission with regard to amount or even the disclosure, or wrong capitalization of expenses. Now, if the auditor finds a mistake, can he change the audit plan or strategy? When he finds a mistake, he can change his audit plan or strategy if the identified misstatement indicates the existence of further misstatement. What is the meaning of that? See here, I have all my expenses in my profit and loss account. Wages, salary, rent, interest, all of these things are there. In the wages, 1 lakh, salary 50,000, rent 10,000, interest 20,000. This is the actual figure which is supposed to be there. But I am noticing that I just did on sampling basis these four. There are so many other items in the profit and loss, correct? I noticed that everywhere only 10 got missed. Whatever sampling I did for these four, I am noticing that everywhere 10 got missed. Is this indicating to me that in all the other figures also 10 will get missed? Purchase, sale, gross profit, everywhere 10 is getting missed. Yes? So I am finding some misstatement, but it is indicating that there are other misstatements in the financial statements. In that case, the auditor can change the audit strategy or audit plan. Like I told you, small misstatements can become a big misstatement. At that time also, during accumulation of all the misstatements, that time also I did not expect so many mistakes will be there. Oh, small only in different places I am finding. But when I am accumulating, it will become very big. At that time also, I have to change my overall audit strategy and my audit plan. Clear? In two cases, I will be changing my overall audit strategy or audit plan with regard to misstatements. The first one is any identified misstatements indicates an existence of further misstatements in the financial statements. இது நாலு மட்டும் தப்புனா அது எப்படி நாலுமே தப்பா இருக்கும்? That means all the 40 items are wrong. Like that, I am indicating because I found this mistake that all the other items are also wrong only. Or accumulation of small misstatements. When I am finding that also, I will be able to tell that now actually there is a big problem. Now I need to change my strategy, change my plan and all of these things. Now this misstatement can relate to ABCD. Correct? Account balance, class of transaction and disclosure. Or there can be some misstatement from the prior period which is affecting my ABCD. Account balance, class of transaction and disclosure. Yes, clear. The statement which is directly affecting my current year financials or a misstatement which is arising from the prior period but affecting my ABCD of my current year financials. That also auditor has to check. Now if there is a misstatement, will he change his plan and start doing audit procedures from the start? Paatha eppadi theriyudhu auditor. Again in audit procedures I find a misstatement. Again I will change my audit procedure. Again I will change my audit plan. Then you will say okay, do alternate audit procedures. Again I will do alternate audit procedure. Again I will find misstatement. Again I will change my plan. Paatha eppadi theriyudhu. At some point we have to communicate to the management and those charged with governance. What are you going to communicate to the management and those charged with governance? You are going to communicate two things, that is the size and nature of uncorrected misstatement and the effect it has on the ABCD. That means, இங்க பாரு சார், நீ சின்னதா பண்ணிருக்க, but all of these things together, it is actually a bigger mistake that even I can change my opinion based on this. It is that bigger mistake. Like that, you go and explain to him. And this is the effect it's going to have in the financial statements also. Like that, you have to go and communicate to the management and those charged with governance about the size and nature of the misstatement and how it is affecting the account balance, class of transaction and disclosure, which is nothing but the financial statements only. Clear? Or from the prior period, if he has found some misstatement, effect of that prior period uncorrected misstatement on this year's ABCD and financial statements. Thus also you have to go and communicate to the management and TCWG. Now if you are going and telling the management, and the management is very good management. They were actually waiting to improve. So as soon as you told them, okay sir, thank you for helping me, I will immediately change my financial statements. Like that, management is correcting the financial statements and giving it back to the auditor. Very sweetly he spoke. Where he praised you also so much. That time what should the auditor do? Here, management corrects. If the management corrects, can auditor say, okay, whatever I told, he has also followed and he has given me the revised financial statements? Too good a person. Like that, can auditor immediately give a clean report? The auditor has to first check whether he has really corrected or not. Illana, okay, so we don't know. So do those alternate audit procedures and first be sure that whatever mistakes you have found out have been corrected or not. After doing alternate audit procedures, check if the mistakes are still there. If mistakes are not there, no problem at all. But will the management tell like that when you are going and giving misstatements, small misstatement, no big problem, you will go and tell ma'am, என்னோட மாமும் சொன்னாங்க 5 பைசா திருடினா தப்பு கிடையாது, பட் 5 கோடி பேர் 5 பைசா 5 வாட்டி திருடினா பெரிய தப்பு நானே சொன்னேன் first row இருந்து. Like that, if you go and tell the management, how will they accept it? They will say, யாரா இவன் உஸ்மானி பேசுறேன். They will tell like that or not? They are not going to correct the financial statements. Management refuses to correct the financial statements. That time also we are auditors, we are polite people. We should go and ask, please give reasons as to why you are not changing the financial statement. Sir, please, Kenji Kekran, they will send the financial statements change. Like that, we should ask for reasons as to why they are not changing the financial statements. After we get the reasons, see if it is reasonable justification or not. If it is reasonable, then give your opinion accordingly. If it is not reasonable, you please check if the financial statements are free from material misstatement. If it is still not free from material misstatement, then only way, check materiality. Material misstatement is there. You have sufficient appropriate audit evidence. Then please do whatever is required. Use your weapon. Do whatever you want. Kill him. Alright? Yes. Now here we saw that the communication to the management and TCWG has to be with regard to the size and nature of the misstatement and effect on the financial statement, which is nothing but ABCD, and also the effect of the prior period uncorrected misstatement and the effect of this period's ABCD. If the management corrects, everything is alright. We have to do alternate audit procedures. If you are satisfied, no problem, unmodified report. But if the management is not correcting, then you have to go and ask for reasons. If that is having a reasonable justification, then no problem. We will be giving a unmodified only. But simply if he is not giving the financial statement, not giving reasons also, and reasons are not justifiable, then you use your weapon. Please modify. Check for materiality before that. If it is material misstatement and if you have sufficient appropriate audit evidence, you will be giving a what report? If there is a material misstatement and you have sufficient appropriate audit evidence, what report you will be giving? Adverse or qualified report based on the pervasiveness. If there is no sufficient audit evidence but you know that there is a material misstatement, what report you will be giving? Qualified or a disclaimer of opinion. Now here you have to make a written representation. What written representation I have to get? Written representation means what? It is a written statement by the management to the auditor. So here also he has to get a written representation, which is nothing but a written statement by the management to the auditor. That means he has to give a summary of all uncorrected statements. That means நீங்க இதெல்லாம் சொன்னீங்க சார், என்னால் முடிஞ்ச அளவுக்கு நான் கரெக்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கேன், இதெல்லாம் சத்தியமா என் கையிலே இல்லை, சாஃப்ட்வேரே கிராஷ் ஆயிரும், அத்தனை ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட்ஸ் நீங்க எழுதி வச்சிருக்கீங்க அப்படின்னு சொல்லி you give a summary of all the uncorrected misstatements. Clear guys? Yes. Next is audit documentation. Have you done audit documentation? In audit documentation, the auditor has to basically write down whatever he is doing. That is, all the audit procedures he is doing, all the audit evidences he is obtaining, and the conclusions which he is drawing. Each and every single thing has to be documented. So, in SA330, if he finds a misstatement, what and all he has to document? He has to document the level of materiality and performance materiality. Performance materiality is a concept in SA320. That means, like how I told you, accumulated small misstatements are becoming a big misstatement. Materiality, say for 10,000 crore company, you will find something like around, we are checking the petty cash. Petty cash revenue is 10,000 crore company. That means in petty cash itself, they will be having around 5 lakhs. Yes, for this 5 lakhs, what is the materiality you will be having? Around what? Till what level? Even if it goes, it is okay. Around 50,000. Even if it goes, it is okay. So purposely what they will do, they will take 45,000. They know that you have set the materiality at 50,000. 45,000 here, 10 vaati edutha evlo aachu? 4,50,000 full petty cash gali, and it will not even come to your notice because you have set the materiality level at 50,000. So you will set a level something lesser than the level of materiality for you to pick these transactions which are small misstatements, but accumulated together they are becoming a big mistake. That level is called as performance materiality. That level of materiality and performance materiality, that means amount below which it is not material at all. That amount you have to document here. All misstatements accumulated. You accumulated all the misstatements and threw it on him. Yes, but he told he is able to correct only a few. So please give me a list of all misstatements which is accumulated and all the corrected misstatements. Where is the uncorrected misstatements? It is at the written representation. Yes, all the uncorrected misstatements was given at the written representation. Here, all the misstatements and the corrected misstatements will be there as part of audit documentation. Auditor's conclusion must also be part of audit documentation. What will be the auditor's conclusion? That means there are uncorrected misstatements are there, but they are not material. That means what will happen if it is not material? You will not go for modifications, yes or no? Uncorrected misstatements, but materiality is not there. It is not a material misstatement. That all those misstatements you have to keep it part of audit documentation. Based on this, I gave a conclusion. What is the basis of my conclusion? You please give that also. Any other report you have given, what is the basis for that conclusion? Like that you have to give. Just the audit documentation, let's redo it again. The first one is amount below which it is not material has to be documented by the auditor. For that we saw the materiality amount and the performance materiality amount. Both the amounts has to be documented by the auditor. The second one is all the misstatements which are accumulated and whether they are corrected or not. That also has to be documented. The third one is auditor's conclusion about the uncorrected misstatements and basis for the conclusion. All of these things has to be documented as part of audit documentation under SA 450. Are you able to understand? So SA 450 we started off with objectives of evaluation of misstatements identified during the audit. Objectives are two things: effect of the misstatement on the audit and effect of uncorrected misstatements on the financial statements. Then we saw how small accumulated misstatements can become a big misstatement. Then we saw three examples. One is inaccuracy in processing of data, omission of any amount or disclosure, or any wrong capitalization of expenses. Then we saw we can change the strategy or the plan itself. A revision of the audit strategy or the audit plan can happen if an identified misstatements indicates existence of further misstatements, where we saw in 4 places 0 got missed. That means in all the other places 0 will also get missed. Then we saw accumulation of small misstatements. Then misstatement relating to the current year or any prior period misstatements on this year's account balance, class of transaction and disclosure. Then we saw we have to communicate to management and TCWG. We will be communicating about the nature and the size of the uncorrected misstatement and the effect of the prior period uncorrected misstatement. If they are correcting, then we will do alternate audit procedures and give our opinion. If they are not correcting, then we have to ask for reasons. After asking for reasons, check if it is reasonable or not, then evaluate whether the financial statements are mentally misstated. Then comes written representation and audit documentation. Written representation standard is 580. Audit documentation standard is 230. So reference to those two standards are also there. 580 written representation we saw somewhere else also. In SA 560, in the first part we saw, yes, date of financial statements till the date of audit report. There we saw he has to get a written representation from the management. Clear guys? This is SA 450. Thank you so much. Bank audit, how I should start studying, ma'am? All of you here, September exam people, have you studied bank audit before or omitted? Omitted. Many people will omit this bank, cooperative society and all, but bank audit compulsorily they are going to ask 4 or 5 marks. 4 or 5 marks compulsory from bank audit. I told you cooperative or government audit 4 or 5 marks. So bank learn definitely question will come. Why we should miss that? How we are going to study this is, if we understand the operation of the bank, if we understand what the bankers are supposed to do, then it is easy for the auditor to ask relevant questions. Yes or no? First of all, there are lots of types of banks. We are going to understand the different types of banks. Really, there are lots of types of banks. இப்போ வரைக்கும் எனக்கு ஒரே ஒரு பேங்க் மட்டும் தான் நமக்கு தெரியும். They will accept the deposit, give the loan. That is the two major function of the banks. That is the question in your head. Yes or no? So the first one is the commercial bank. The commercial bank is the bank which you all know. The ICICI Bank, HDFC Bank. All of these banks are the commercial banks. Cooperative banks are banks which are getting registered under the Cooperative Societies Act. Regional rural banks, that means in rural areas they are having kinds of banks like Punjab Grameen Bank, AP Grameen Bank, like that, to develop those villages, to develop the rural areas. Specifically in rural areas, if they are having the banks, that is called as regional rural banks. Development banks, not specific to rural, it can be to rural and to urban areas also, that is called as development bank. For example, World Bank is a development bank where they gave so much of money for the infrastructure in Bangladesh. Do you know about the Padma Bridge in Bangladesh? Bridge is not like this. Normally it will go up and come down. It's going up like this, it's going. So basically, on the Bangladesh, it's connecting to different parts of the country. It's 6 kilometers long. Huge bridge. Because of this bridge, the economic activity in that place itself increased. So they are contributing for the infrastructure of some state. That is called as development bank. Small finance banks, that means what? For all these unorganized sectors. Example, Equitas Small Finance Bank. especially for unorganized sectors, agriculture. So for people like that, they will be giving the small finance banks. What is the meaning of payment banks? Payment banks means these are banks which will be only accepting the deposits. No giving of loans and all. Example for payment banks is Paytm Bank. You all have used Paytm. What does Paytm do? Does Paytm give you any money? No, they will take your money, they will just act like a wallet where you can buy things from that wallet or you can transfer to other places. They can also give you a card. With card you can withdraw the money also, but only all the services with related to the deposits will be there with the payment bank. That is, they are helping you to make digital payments. That is the payment bank. Clear guys? With different types of bank. Why should I study different types of banks, ma'am? Because you should not go to this payment bank and ask, I want to verify all the advances, give me. You should understand what they are doing. Based on that only you will be framing the questions to the persons who are working in the bank. Clear? What are the two major functions of the bank? Accept the deposits and grant the loan. These are the two major functions of the bank. For doing these two functions, there are so many regulatory frameworks which the bankers have to follow. Should I know all these 9 frameworks? Yes, you have to know. Companies Act 2013, SBI Act 1955, Banking Regulation Act, Banking Companies Acquisition and Transfer of Undertakings Act, IT Act, PMLA Act, Prevention of Money Laundering, Payments and Settlement System, Credit Information Companies Regulation Act, Surface Act 2002, Securitization and Reconstruction of Financial Assets and Enforcement of Securities Act. All these acts you have to know. Only if you know all these acts, you will know whether the bank you are going for audit is following all the laws as per this act. Clear? I'm going forward. What are the types of audit reports to be issued by the auditor generally? Normally, how many reports are issued? No, I'm not talking about the types of modifications you can make. Types of audit report I am asking. There is only one audit report we saw. Yes, whether it is a joint auditor, normal auditor you are going to give. One audit report only in joint auditor. If they are going to give different kinds of opinion, then you will be giving different kinds of report. Different reports comes only that time. Otherwise, we always saw only one audit report. For banks, how many types of audit reports to be issued? This is a general list. The first one is IC over FR. Where have you heard this? I told you the difference between IFC and IC over FR. Internal financial control is the policy and the procedure itself. IC over FR is the reporting which the auditor does. That reporting the banker has to do separately. There I told you, IC over FR if they are doing, that is a separate opinion about the controls, whether it is operating effectively and efficiently, and this has nothing to do with the opinion which has been expressed. Idu tani. Both are two different things, two different opinions. This is opinion on the financial statements, that is opinion specifically on the internal control. That is called as IC over FR. Only internal controls do they have to do. Second one, long form audit report. Full pirchi meria audit report la contents, top to bottom we saw. All the contents, by the time we finished all the standards we covered. So long form audit report is the full-fledged audit report. Compliance with SLR requirements. What is the meaning of SLR? Statutory liquid ratio is the full form. What is the meaning of SLR? So to maintain some liquidity with the banks has to maintain a percentage of their net demand and time liabilities. That means, na kudukka vendiya kaasa, at least a percentage of that, I have to maintain it as cash. If everything I am going to give it as loan, how will I give back the deposits? So a percentage of the net demand and time liabilities I have to maintain with myself, that is called as SLR, statutory liquid ratio. It can be maintained in the form of cash or cash equivalent. That means it can be in the form of gold, it can be in the form of stock. What is CRR? Cash reserve ratio. That is also for liquidity purpose, but it has to be maintained with the RBI, the central bank, and this you have to maintain only by way of cash. Clear? Here report has to be given for whatever is kept with the bank only, that is report on complaints with the SLR requirements. Clear? Who is giving the SLR requirements? RBI only will give the SLR and the CRR requirements. Banks just have to follow the requirements. This SLR percentage will be a percentage on net demand and time liabilities. That means the bank has to pay the money back. How will they pay the money back if they are going to give everything as loans? So they will keep some cash, securities, golds, that is cash and cash equivalents with them itself. Clear? The next one is report on treasury operations. What is the meaning of treasury? In every company also we've heard this word as treasury. Treasury is nothing but a bank. Bank means all the inflow comes to this, all the outflow goes from this. So treasury operations means what? How is the bank managing the inflows and the outflows? All of those things report has to be done. Income recognition and provisions for non-performing assets and all of them. So all of those things, whether they are following as per RBI regulations or not. Income recognition, asset classification and provisioning for NPA and all of those things, whether they are following as per RBI regulations or not, we have to check. Whether there is any fraud, whether there is any serious irregularity in the bank, fraud on the bank, fraud by the bank, all of these things will come under serious irregularity. Whether it is there or not, auditor has to give a separate report on that. There are two committees called as Ghosh Committee and Jilani Committee. Ghosh Committee talks about the fraud which is happening in the bank. Jilani Committee talks about whether the internal controls are operating effectively and efficiently. These committees will basically give the recommendations to the bank. Whether the bank is following those recommendations of the Ghosh Committee and the Jilani Committee, we have to check. Ghosh Committee relating to the frauds and malpractices, Jilani Committee relating to internal control. So these two committees or recommendations, how much the bankers have taken into account, how much they have followed, is there any deviation, all of those things, separate report you have to give. Adverse credit deposit ratio in rural areas, for that also they have to give a report. What is the meaning of adverse credit deposit ratio? So normally they will say, if they are receiving a deposit of 100 rupees, they should be able to give a credit of only 90 rupees. That means they are following a credit deposit ratio of around 90%. Like that they will be able to tell. Sometimes in rural areas, அவன் deposit கொடுக்கிறதுக்கு காசு இருந்தா அவன் எதுக்கு லோன் வாங்க போறான்? அவனுக்கு சுத்தமாவே he does not have any money, that's why he is coming to the bank for loan. So in rural areas, the credit deposit ratio will be 200%. That means they are going to take much more loans than what they have been deposited. So what the banks will do, wherever they are getting the deposits, say in metros, they are getting more of deposits, less of loans. In rural areas, they are giving less deposits and they are taking more loans. So I am going to take the money from here and give the money to these places. So wherever there is adverse credit deposit ratio, that means they are enjoying the benefits of the bank. They are just taking the loan, not giving the deposit. Wherever there is adverse, please make a report on that also. Clear? So there are so many reports which has to be made by the bank auditor. Clear? The first one was called as IC over FR, internal control over the financial reporting. Second one was long format audit report. Third was SLR requirements. That means statutory liquid ratio. That means the money which is kept by the bank themselves in the form of cash and cash equivalent. Fourth one was treasury operations. Fifth is whether income recognition, asset classification and provisions. Everything as per RBI regulations only. Next one was any serious irregularity. That means if there is any fraud on the company, by the company, any irregularity if it is there, please make a separate report on that. The next was, there are two committees, the Ghosh committee and the Jilani committee. These two committees will keep giving recommendations. Ghosh committee edha vechi recommendations kudukum, or for how to see the fraud, what to do if you see the fraud. So for that they will be giving the recommendations. Jilani committee, for what they will be giving the recommendation? For internal controls they will be giving the recommendations, Jilani committee. So whether these recommendations have been taken into account, all of these things, auditor has to make a separate report. The last one we saw was adverse credit deposit ratio. Clear guys? Yes. The next one is how we have to conduct an audit for this. The same principles, standards on auditing, what and all we saw before going to the client, what you will do, how you will do acceptance or continuance of client, where you saw that SA210, SA315, you will identify the entity and its environment. You will check for all the risks, you will check for the business risks. Next, what and all we saw, materiality, SA320 we saw, going concern, 570 we saw, what else we saw? Audit planner in SA300, not yet done, we will be doing it today. In SA300 we will be seeing developing an audit plan, how we have to do all those things we have to see. That is only there in conducting an audit. Extra they would have given something called as Basel III framework. Basel III framework is the international standard which they have to follow. Apart from this, there is also stress testing. Stress testing means what? All these things you will understand once we do advances, audit of advances. In that SMA nondirkum. When we see SMA, you will know exactly what is stress testing. Now going to classification of advances. How are they? Classifying the advances. Advances means what? Advances means the bank has given loan to somebody else. How are they going to classify it? Sector wise, first classification will happen. When sector wise, when they are classifying, they classify it as priority and non-priority sector. What is this priority sector, ma'am? What is this non-priority sector? Priority sector means if they are going to give loans to an education sector, agricultural sector, even MSMEs also will come under priority sector. Non-priority sector means all the others. Just for building a land, building a building on the land, all of those things are non-priority. For real estate, for building an infrastructure, all of these things will come under non-priority sector. Based on security, they can split the advances. They can classify the advances into two. One is secured, another one is unsecured. I hope I don't have to tell what is secured loans and unsecured loans. Secured loan is nothing but there is a collateral for that loan. Unsecured loan means there is no collateral for that loan. The third one is as per prudential norms. As per prudential norms, how are they splitting the advances? Standard assets and NPA. How are you going to find what is the standard asset? How are you going to find when it is a non-performing asset? You have to check the number of days that it is being outstanding. For that, first we are going to understand what is advances. First we will see what is advances. Next we will see how they have classified the advances as standard, NPA, doubtful and all of those things. What is advances? Advances are the term loans. Term loans means what? For a 5-year period, they are giving a loan. That is called a term loan. Cash credit means what? Based on my stock statement, for the operations of the company, the banker is giving some small loan. Based on the stock statement, where did we see this? Based on the stock statement for the operations, that means the working capital. Where did we see this?
CARO.
CARO clause 2. In clause 2, the second dabba was put about working capital. More than 5 crore exposure is there. Then they have to give what? A stock statement and all. That stock statement, whether it is equivalent to the books of accounts, the auditor has to check. That point we saw in the second clause of CARO. Yes, you remember? That is called as cash credit. What is overdraft? Overdraft means I am having a fixed deposit in the bank. Based on that FD, I want to enjoy the interest of that FD also. Based on that FD, now they know that I have the capability to repay. Based on that, they will be giving some overdraft facility. Say overdraft facility is for 1.5 lakhs. That means at any point of time, I have access to this 1.5 lakhs. Does not mean I am using them. I have access to them. Tomorrow for my business purpose, I need only 10,000 rupees. So I will be taking the 10,000 from my OD facility. As soon as I take the 10,000, my OD facility will become 1.4 lakhs. For what I have to pay the interest? Interest has to be paid only on the 10,000 only, not the entire 1.5 lakhs. Are you able to understand? Whatever I am using, only for that I will be paying the interest. That is called as overdraft facility. Demand loan, this also I told yesterday. On demand means they are giving the loan as if they are giving to a friend. Eppa avangalukku thevayo appa thirumba vaangipanga. That is called as demand loan. Bills discounted and purchased. That means there are two people. Sale and purchase happened between these two people. Based on this sale and purchase, after 30 days only, he is going to receive the money. This person has to receive the money from him. What he did, after 30 days he has to receive, but he is in immediate need of money. This invoice is for 1 lakh rupees. He will go to the bank and he will tell, listen here, I sold him these goods. He is supposed to give me 1 lakh rupees. I have this invoice also. I have the contact details also. If you want, you call him and check that he has to really give me the 1 lakh rupees after 30 days. But now I am in immediate need of funds. So you please take this invoice as proof and give me the money. Will the bank give full 1 lakh? No, nee urgent and solidana vanda. So I will take some advantage. I will give only 90,000 rupees to you. Then he is very happy because immediately he is getting some money at least. So 90,000 rupees he will take and run off. The bank after 30 days, he is taking that risk of 30 days. Maybe this person will never give the money. He is taking that risk. For that risk, he has to be remunerated. So the bank is remunerated with rupees 10,000 rupees. Are you able to understand? So bank is directly not giving any money to this person, but this person owes this money to the bank, 1 lakh rupees to the bank. That is called as bills discounted and purchased. That will also come as advance only. Are you able to understand the concept of bills discounted and purchased? The next concept is participation on risk sharing. What is the meaning of participation on risk sharing? For example, I am the banker. I am sitting in the bank. One person comes to me. He is saying, hello ma'am, I am Nishal Modi. Please give me loan. I don't know who he is. Yadukko he is saying, how much loan sir I want? I want 1,000 crore loan. 1,000 crore loan? This guy should be a very big person. I am googling and seeing, who is this Nishal Modi? Pata, he is Nirav Modi's brother. Who is Nirav Modi? Geetanjali Gems, Punjab National Bank. I hope you remember that example. Periya scam pannavanoda brother. Will I be giving the 1,000 crores believing that Nishal Modi guy? He is telling, எனக்கு தெரியும் நீங்க என்ன நினைக்கிறீங்கன்னு. நீங்க பார்க்கறத பார்த்தாலே தெரியுது நீங்க அந்த சைடு கூகுள் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க. I understand what you are thinking. All of those things he is trying to convince. But I am not like him. அவன் பிறந்ததுல இருந்தே அப்படிதான். Brothers எப்பவுமே ரெண்டு விரல் ஒரே மாதிரி இருக்கா? கிடையாது. He is different. He is trying to convince the banker. So banker is convinced to give the loan, but not for entire 1,000 crores. The banker will approach other bankers. So 4 bankers will come together and they will give the loan to one person. Nirav Modi, because they want to share the risk, not because they don't have 1,000 crores. Are you able to understand? Yes. So if so many bankers are coming together and giving an advance, that is also an advance only. That advance is called as participation on risk sharing basis. Clear? Yes. The last one is called as interest on staff bearing loans. That means employees of the banks, they will also be getting the loan from the bank. Can I charge the same amount of interest to the employees? No, I cannot be charging in arm's length mechanism, arm's length principle, ordinary course of business. Where did we see those terms? In related party transactions, SA 550, we saw these terms, arm's length principle, ordinary course of business and all. So, if an employee is getting the loan from the bank, it will not be in the ordinary course of business. So, can I say that is not a loan? No, that is also a loan. It will be for some interest rate which is lesser than the normal interest rate. Are you able to understand? So, there are so many types of advances we saw. First one was term loan, cash credit, overdraft, demand loan, bills discounted and purchased, participation on risk sharing basis and interest bearing staff loan. Are you clear? Yes. Now they have to make so many disclosures, legal requirements or disclosures in balance sheet. For that disclosure in balance sheet, there is bucket A, bucket B, bucket C. Two are there in bucket C itself. Bucket and all, na put a word. Don't try to write in exam bucket. Please strike it off there itself. After writing only I realized, bucket, seeing this first word is zero, even if everything is, please strike it off now itself. No, my mistake. I want you to understand that they have just classified into different buckets. In A buckets, they are saying you please show the bills purchased and discounted, cash credit, OD, loans, repayable, on-demand loans and term loans. Bucket B, they are talking about secured and unsecured. Secured by tangible assets, covered by bank or government guarantee. What is this covered by bank or government guarantee? In Nirav Modi's case, he got something called as letter of undertaking from the Punjab National Bank in India, and he went abroad and he showed that letter of undertaking and told them that I have so much assets, I am worth so much assets. Inge paru home bank only, in different branch they have given me this statement. So basically what is the bank saying? They are giving some kind of a guarantee covered by bank, or if the government is giving some kind of a guarantee. Are you able to understand? This letter of undertaking and all is a covering letter from the bank saying this person is actually worth so much, even a number, even Tiruma Kudupa, he is a very good guy, like that they have told from here. Only because of that, those people abroad have dispersed the loan. Next, bucket C is advances in India and advances outside India. In India, they are classifying about priority public bankers and others. Advances outside India due from banks, due from others. Between banks also they can give the loans. Yes or no? ICICI will give loans to HDFC. HDFC will again give loans to Bank of India. Bank of India will give loan to Bank of Baroda. Bank of Baroda will again give loans to ICICI. Between them also they are forming a very strong ecosystem. So you please classify that due from the banks, due from others. Bills purchased and discounted, syndicate loans and others. So you please show like this. Legal requirements or yes, you have to study. You have to definitely study what is there in that A, B and C, how they are classifying the C in advances in India and outside India and all of those things. This is classification of advances, not auditors. Security wise, sector wise, prudential norms wise, already we saw. Yes? Now coming to classification of advances as per RBI prudential norms. They are saying standard loans and NPA loans. Standard loans are again they are splitting into regular loans and special mention accounts. I told you SMA. Enga sonna? When we were seeing stress testing, I spoke about SMA. So basically SMAs are accounts which are showing stress signals. Stress signals means the banker is having an idea that maybe this person will not repay the loan. அப்படின்னு ஒரு டவுட் தான் இருக்கு. Still it is not going to the substandard category. NPA means above 90 days it is outstanding. Here something less than 90 days is there for SMA and all of those things. Clear? See here, provisioning for NPA. Once they become an NPA, NPA means above 90 days. If they are outstanding more than 90 days from the time they become due, you will classify that as non-performing asset. Once you classify them as non-performing asset, that means there is a possibility that this money will never come back to the bank. So normally income will be done on what basis? Accrual basis. Accrual na varadhukku munnadiye you are foreseeing that income to come and you have shown it in your financial statements. Income 1 lakh நான் கொடுத்திருக்கேன். இப்போ it is getting overdue for so many days. If it is getting overdue for so many days, நாள் ஆக the probability of this 1 lakh coming into my account keeps on reducing. So I have to make provision for the number of days which it has been outstanding. After 90 days, I will start making the provision. Are you able to understand? So after 90 days, I will be classifying it as non-performing asset. Once I classify it as non-performing asset, the first category is substandard assets. For substandard assets, if it is 1 lakh, I will be doing a provision of only 15%. Are you able to understand what is the meaning of substandard assets? Substandard assets means it has to remain NPA for a period of 12 months. It is not from the time it became due, it is from the time it became the non-performing asset. That means after that 90-day period. But due date irukku, 90 days has lapsed. From this 90 days till that 12 months period, it will be a substandard asset. Please understand the period as to from where it is starting. Very, very important. Clear? Yes? The next category is doubtful assets. Doubtful assets means in the substandard category, if it is there for 12 months, the next is doubtful. D1, D2 and D3. D1 means now we are here in this category. Now in D1, if it is there for 12 months. Doubtful up to 1 year. That means after substandard, it has moved to doubtful. Now in the doubtful, the first 1 year is called as D1. In doubtful, 1 to 3 years is called as D2. In doubtful, more than 3 years is called as D3. Loss assets means what? இது சுத்தமா தேரவே தேராது அப்படின்னு உனக்கு முன்னாடியே தெரிஞ்சிருச்சுன்னா ஃபர்ஸ்டே full 1 lakh 100% you can do the provisioning. Are you able to understand the difference between the standard and the doubtful? Standard is starting only after that 90-day period. Doubtful is starting only after the standard itself. Doubtful up to 1 year means after the substandard category, they are lying in the doubtful category for 1 year period, that is D1. 1 to 3 years, they are lying in the doubtful category, that is D2. More than 3 years, they are lying in the doubtful category, that is D3. Clear? Loss means சுத்தமா ஒண்ணுமே தேராது, ஒரு பைசா தேராது, ஒரு பேர்ச்சம்பளம் வராது அப்படின்னு உனக்கு முன்னாடியே தெரிஞ்சதுன்னா full 1 lakh 100% you please do the provision. Now coming to this part. In doubtful up to 1 year, that means it has stayed in the substandard category for a period of 12 months and in the doubtful category for less than 12 months, less than 1 year. That time, in the secured portion, you will be making a provision of 25%. Unsecured means what? If it is unsecured means there is no collateral. So for unsecured portion, it is always 100% only. But this unsecured, if they give in substandard and confuse you, you will be giving a provision of 15%. ஏன்னா இங்க substandardல இன்னும் உனக்கு தெளிவா தெரியல, you are still giving a benefit of doubt to that person. Maybe he will return the money. So only 15%. Now after coming to doubtful only, the classification of the secured and unsecured portion itself is coming. Are you able to understand? Yes, if you know this table by heart, however they confuse you, you will not get confused. இங்க மேல 15 மட்டும்தான் classification இல்லையே, then purposely even if they give secured unsecured, you will add both and you will do 15%. But in doubtful, if they are going to give secured unsecured, you have to see for the secured portion whether it is D1 or D2 or D3. For the secured portion in D1 you will be doing 25%, D2 40%, D3 means there are the full 100%. Are you able to understand this table? They can ask a max question. It means I'll give you the numbers, ask you to find what is the provisioning required. You will have to use your calculator and find the provisioning required. So for auditing paper also, take the calculator and go. Are you able to understand? Chumma vechiko, paravalla. Nobody is going to throw it out. Keep it with you. You never know when you should use it. For every paper, take the calcium. Are you able to understand? So for provisioning of NPA, you have to check whether it is outstanding for more than 90 days from the time it became due. If it is more than 90 days, you will be classifying that as a non-performing asset. In that, the first category is substandard asset. That means it has been classified as a non-performing asset for a period of 12 months. In that case, you will be making a provision of 15%. The next one is a doubtful asset. Doubtful asset means it is lying in the substandard category for a period of 12 months. Only then you will classify that as doubtful D1, D2, D3. D1 means it is lying in the doubtful up to 1 year. D2 means doubtful from 1 to 3 years. D3 means more than 3 years. D1 is 25 plus 100, D2 is 40 plus 100, D3 is 100%, whether it is secured or unsecured. Loss asset means suttama theradu, full 100% you have to give. Now for these advances, now I know what provisioning they have to do, so it is easy for me to find out whether they have done the provisioning correctly or not. As an auditor, we will not be doing the provisioning in their books of accounts. Books of accounts has to be prepared and presented by the management only. But only if you know how the banker has to prepare the books of accounts, you will know what you have to audit also. Same as why you are learning accounting standards, you are learning this also. Are you able to understand? So here, what are the evidences you will be getting for advances? What is the amount as on balance sheet date? Is that the real amount which is actually given as advance? Advance means what? The amount which is due to the bank. Really, have they taken only the amount due to the bank, or amount due by the bank is also given as advance? Properly, whether they are classifying that you have to check as an auditor. Whether all the advances are having a collateral. Collateral means whether they are secured properly. If they are not secured, why are they not secured? Why have you given this advance without any security? All of these questions you have to ask. Sometimes what will happen? Advance will be given for 1 lakh. Collateral normally should be more than the amount of advance. Yes or no? Collateral will be say for 1,40,000. It is lying an NPA. 1 lakh has become a non-performing asset. That means due a thandi poite irukku. On this 1 lakh, there will be interest portion also. Yes, this 1 lakh is the principal plus interest. Interest again on 1 lakh. Interest also they are not paying, 1 lakh also they are not paying. So now next interest has to be paid on this interest plus the principal. This is called as compounding effect. By way of compounding effect, the value of this advance can be much more than the collateral. Yes or no? Collateral is only 1,40,000, but now the value of the advance has become 2 lakhs. Is it possible or not? Of course it is possible. If it is like that, auditor has to go and ask the question as to why it has become like that. What were you doing till that date? What were the measures you have taken to get the advances back? So all these questions auditor has to ask. All the advances has to be recorded. What is the assertion there? All the advances has to be recorded. That means completeness has to be there. Auditor has to check whether all the advances have been recorded. That means whether it is complete or not, auditor has to check. Whether the valuation has done properly. They gave a collateral of 1,40,000. The collateral was a building. The collateral was a building, a small building of 1,40,000 in some village. Later, after some time, Suttama Varla, they will also sell the building off, They will start selling the collateral. Bankers will have an auction and they will start selling the collateral. When they are selling the collateral, they came to know in the building or a value itself is only 50,000 rupees. Unnecessarily they gave the advance of 1 lakh rupees, and that advance, kutti pote, vatti pote, it has become 2 lakh rupees. Now what to do? Like this, you should not be checking when you are going for auction. You should be checking when you are giving the advance itself. Are you able to understand? Whether the valuation of the collateral, whether that has been done properly or not. All of those things auditor has to check. Whether all the provisions as per RBI has been done properly. What provision? Whether it is D1, D2, D3, loss asset, substandard, all of those provisions, whether they have followed as per the RBI provisions or not. All of those things auditor has to check. For this, what will the auditor go and verify? The auditor will be verifying the loan document. Loan document will be there for each and every person, yes or no? In that, how they verified that this building is worth so much money, all of those things will be there in the loan document. In the loan document, about collateral will be there, about the value of the loan will be there, about the interest will be there. Each and everything the auditor will be able to get when he is verifying the loan document. Are you able to understand? These are the audit procedures which he will have to do with regard to advances. The next concept is called as drawing power. What is the meaning of drawing power? For a cash credit facility, cash credit means I am giving the stock statement, and based on the availability of my stock, they are going to give me the advance. This is called as cash credit. This is for my working capital, day-to-day operations and all of those things. Whenever they are giving a cash credit, check if that it is within the limit of the drawing power. So each and every individual, each and every company will have two limits. One is called as sanction limit, another one is called as drawing power. This drawing power is specifically only for cash credit. Are you able to understand? Cash credit means I am taking the loan for my working capital, day-to-day operations. For that I am keeping collateral as my stock. I am giving the stock statement. If that limit is called as drawing power, what is this? Sanction limit. So based on each person's ability to repay the loan, how much money they are making and all of those things, there will be a limit based on all of those rating agencies and all for getting so many advances. In that one is cash credit. What are the other advances? We saw on-demand loan, bills purchased and discounted. What other advances? Overdraft facility, demand loan, time loan, all of those things we saw. So every loan put together, this much only this person is capable of repaying, this much only this person can avail the loan. In all of these ways, that is called as sanction limit. This much only this person can avail the loan based on the stock statement, that is called as drawing power. Drawing power is an important concept only for CC facility, cash credit facility, which is availed. Drawing power is the limit up to which a firm or company can withdraw from the working capital limit sanction. Then they are saying sanction limit is the total exposure that the bank can take by way of other advances also, not only the cash credit facility. Are you able to understand? Yes, this is the total exposure that a bank can take on a particular person. It can be OD, it can be cash credit, it can be any other way of advance also. Now, when they are giving the stock statement, say I am saying I have a stock as on 31st March 2024. I have a stock of 10 lakh rupees. Based on this 10 lakh, you please give me an advance of 3 lakh rupees on today's date, that is 31st August 2024. I am saying on 31st August 2024, you please see my stock statement as on when? 31st March 2024. I don't know in that middle period whether you sold all your stock, whether some fire came, all your stock irka illaya nee enna solrani enakku puriyala. So they are specifically saying whenever you are giving the stock statement, it should not be more than 3 months period. It should not be more than 3 months period. And if the exposure, fund exposure is more than 5 crores, if the fund exposure is more than 5 crores, then the auditor needs to know whether really that stock is there or not. So he will ask for stock audit to be conducted. Are you able to understand? Yes, clear. Drawing power, sanction limit, stock statement, number of months, and after 5 crores means fund exposure is too high. So banker will want to verify whether really that stock is there or not. That is the concept of sanction limit and drawing power. Clear, guys? The next is audit of revenue items. What is the revenue item? Revenue means ella varavu. Expenditure means ella selavu. Now for this revenue item, what should the auditor be checking? First thing he has to check whether he is having reasonable assurance about the period, amount, and there are no unrecorded interest. Interest for the bank is something which they will receive also, yes or no? If they are giving the loan, they are receiving the interest. So whether it is pertaining to that period only, whether the amount is correct, all of those things auditor has to check. One person, he is having more than 1% of my total income. That means it is extremely material for me. If it is extremely material, normally itself I have to do on accrual basis. Yes, all my accounting should be on accrual basis. Here is extremely material. Here also I will be doing on accrual basis only, but I will give more importance to this person who is having more than 1% of the total income. Are you able to understand? So less than 1%, what should I do? Less than 1%. If it is not material, you can even recognize when you are receiving the money. Recognized when received also. If it is not material and if it is less than 1%, you can do it on receipt also. Non-performing asset, normally you would have given accrual basis, then you are doing a provision. That means whenever you are receiving later on receipt basis only, non-performing asset also you will be accounting for. Are you able to understand? Clear? Yes. The next one is, we saw about bills discounting. Yes, that means somebody else's bill the banker is taking. Say on bills discounting, I have outstanding bills discounted as on 31st March. That means as on 31st March, I have some bills discounted which are actually pertaining to the next year also. I am going to collect the money only in the next year. So in this case, everything is on accrual basis. Income is recognized on accrual basis. So when should I recognize this income? I have to apportion it to both the years. Are you able to understand? The accrual of this income is pertaining to this year and also that year. In our example, the income was 10,000 rupees. Now based on the number of months, I will be pertaining to the current year and also to the next year. Not everything in the current year, because you only told, no ma'am, accrual basis. It is foreseeable in the future. So I did it here, not like that. You have to apportion it in this year and also in the next year. Are you able to understand? Now say the bank has received the bill. Okay, the bank has received the bill for a 1 lakh worth of bill. The bank got it for 90,000. That means the bank made a profit of 10,000 rupees. Now this bill with the bank is having some doubt whether this bill will really come or not. Now the risk is fully transferred to the bank. Now what the bank can do, the bank can rediscount this bill with another bank. That means the risk of this bill is getting transferred to that other bank. Now that other bank is having much more risk. Yes, the other bank is having much more risk. So that other bank will take the bill for 50,000 rupees only. எனக்கு தெரியும் நீ எதுக்காக கொடுக்குற நீ என்கிட்ட உனக்கு பாதிக்கு பாதி தான் I will be giving that money 50,000 only I will be giving that money. So how should the bank record this? Here bank is making a loss, yes or no? Banker thought இந்த bill என்கிட்டயே இருந்ததுனா ஒரு ரூபா கூட வராது, fully it is a loss. 90,000 rupees, fully it is a loss. Now at least I got 50,000 rupees from somebody else. So should I net it off or should I show separately? Provision is saying please show separately. Bills discounted, separate transaction. Rediscounting of bills, separate transaction. Don't net it off, show that separately, show this separately. Are you able to understand? Clear? Any renegotiations which are happening, rescheduling which is happening, rediscounting which is happening, all of those things please show separately only. Don't net it off and all of those things. Next is how to credit the party. Normal accounting standard only they have to follow, but please check as an auditor whether they have credited properly or not. Clear guys? The next is audit of expenses. In expenses we have interest expense, operating expense, provisions and contingencies. Interest expense means interest on deposits, interest on RBI interbank borrowings. Like I told you how banks between them they will borrow, even between RBI and bank also there will be borrowings happening. The central bank will give funds to us. So for that we have to pay the interest to that Reserve Bank of India. So for that interest it is an expense for us. So that is also as interest expense. Operating expense same as salary, wages and all of those things. Provisions and contingencies same. Provision means something for the future, you are just making an estimate. This is the same guys. Audit approach and procedure for interest expense. How you will do a normal interest expense? You will check whether the amount is really there or not. You will check all the ratios. Previous year this much only interest is there. This year why so much increase in interest is there? Types of deposits outstanding at the end of the quarterly analysis you will be doing, and you will check that with the previous years. That is also again trend analysis, analytical procedures only. The auditor should obtain general ledger breakup. So basically interest, operating expense and provision and contingencies, it is the same thing. Nothing new for bank you are doing. For revenue only something new you are doing, that is bills discounting and rediscounting. Don't net it off. Provisions, how you have to do, RBI regulations you have to follow, all of those things you have to do. So for audit of banks, from the top if I have to come, let us just see if we have covered everything. Yes, this one is there, this one is there. Eligibility, qualification and disqualification of the auditor. It is the same as Companies Act except appointment of auditor. Appointment of auditor for the banking company same. That means AGM less shareholders will be appointed. But if it is a nationalized bank, then it is appointed by the board of directors of the bank only. Important. This is the only thing which is changed. Otherwise eligibility, qualification, disqualification, power, remuneration same as company auditor as per Companies Act. Clear guys? This is how they will perform the control activity. Who has to perform the control? What evidences they have, when in a what frequency, what timelines they have to follow, where is the control, how they have retained the control, why is there a control first of all, what are the types of errors then, how they are doing the control. So same, whatever was different we have covered in bank audit. Are you able to understand? Clear? So this is bank audit chapter. SA330 is talking about auditors' responses to assessed risk. Now auditor knows that the risk of material misstatement here is extremely high. What should the auditor do? The auditor has to design and implement the overall responsibility for assessing the risk, which is nothing but the risk of material misstatement, at the financial statement level, that is A, B, C, D, and also the assertion level. Based on whatever he is assessing, that is, in this area, account balance, there is a lot of risk. So based on that, what he has to do? He has to do further audit procedures. What should be the timing of the test of controls? The timing of the test of controls should be either at a particular time or throughout the period. Particular time means at the end of every month, 30th or 31st of every month. Throughout the period means perpetual system of inventory. What is perpetual system of inventory? Perpetual system of inventory means whatever is happening there, automatically it is getting reflected in the system. Say kadal mittai pandranga. Kadal mittai பண்ணும்போது they will be putting jaggery, they will be putting peanuts, and they will mix these both. If it is in raw material form, no problem. Kadal mittai பண்ணும்போது exactly how many kgs of jaggery, exactly how many kgs of peanuts are there, directly if you see that itself, you will be able to know. But what will happen? They will take a few kgs of jaggery, few kgs of peanuts, and when they are putting it in the stove and they are doing some work, cooking work and all, that time exactly what kg is there, we will not know. So when you are looking at the software itself, you should be able to know that 5 kgs of jaggery and 10 kgs of peanuts are right now getting fried. Like that you should be able to know when you are looking at the software. How will you know that? That means from the stores department, when they are taking it out, they have to update in the software. That means, is it actually cooking? No. When the person is taking it for cooking, again he has to update it in the software. So you know exactly what is the amount it is there, what is the quantity it is there. Now 10 kgs of peanuts you put, 5 kg of jaggery you put. How many kgs of kadal mittai is supposed to come? 15 kgs varade. You are going to get only 14.5 kgs. As soon as the output is done, 14.5 kgs, they have to make an entry. So you will know that the 0.5 kg is the normal loss which will happen. Keela konjam sindu, evaporation will happen. Weight will get reduced automatically once you start frying. All of those things are there. Yes or no? When you fry the peanuts, the water content goes off. So because of that, this 0.5 kg is reduced. So in 100 kgs, how many kgs are going to reduce? Like that, you should be able to know in the software itself. If the software is that up to date, it is called as perpetual system of inventory. Are you able to understand? So the test of controls, monitoring of the controls, at what time they are doing. Are they doing throughout the period, or are they just going monthly once or 6 months once and they are calculating like that? We have to check all those things. Audit procedures are of 2 types, that is test of control and substantive procedures. What is the substantive procedures? Substantive procedures are nothing but test of details and analytical procedures. Analytical procedures in SA 520. In test of details, we can split the 2 into test of transactions and test of balances. Test of transactions means vouching. Test of balances means verification. Now this test of controls, what is the correct audit procedures that I have to do? For test of controls, it is inquiry. If you go and ask them, they should be able to tell you what is this control. You are going and seeing the internal control manual, you are doing all the other audit procedures and all of those things. But inquiry with any other audit procedure, if you do, it is the best thing. Are you able to understand? They are not saying do only the inquiry for test of control. They are saying you do the inquiry first, then you do other audit procedures. That means in A row, you take off one I. Because that anyway you are going to do. After that you do external confirmation or inspection or reperformance, recalculation, observation or analytical procedure. No one is going to question you. So for the test of control, what you have to do? Inquiry plus other audit procedures. In this chapter in SA330, there is one important part. In this, whatever I am telling, that only you are going to follow. No questions you are supposed to ask because this is related to automated environment. You are the masters in automated environment. You know more than me, yes or no? I know only WhatsApp and Instagram. What and all you know. So many other applications are there. Yes or no? So in an automated environment, what is the meaning of that? This is also a business environment only. Business environment which is doing the processing, which is doing the financial statements, everything is carried out by use of information system. Very important part. They might test you in exam because this is only the future. Yes or no? Ipo yaar journal entry la? Who is going to type? No one is going to type. One person, if they just scan the invoice itself, AI is there. AI will exactly know what is there in the invoice. In the future, AI itself will do the journal entry, AI itself will do the trial balance, financial statements, nothing we have to do. The power of men will keep reducing. Men or women, whatever, humans will keep reducing. Are you able to understand? So automated environment is a business environment where everything, the processing, the input, the output, everything will happen by way of information system only. What are the features or advantages of using this information system? It can do all the activities very fast. Yes, so just a scanning of an invoice. Or invoice details mattum you input. Mattadella na paathukuren. Where which has to get posted, even notes to accounts also I will write. Everything I will take care. Like that, it can do everything very fast. Faster business operations can be done. The data which is getting processed in the system, that will be more accurate, or you are tallying one balance sheet in your exam, that will be more accurate. Whatever the system is doing, that will be more accurate because for you it might not even tally. Tally pannalena miscellaneous la potu close panni somehow you will tally it. But what is more accurate is information system only. It can transact a large volume of data, so it is being extremely efficient. Efficiency means time. I told you it will save a lot of time. And you can integrate this information system with various other business operations. How are you going to integrate it with various other business operations? Say there is one software for Starbucks, one software for Westside, one software for Jaguar, one software for all the other Tata Motors, one software for Tata Steel. With just a click of a button, can I get the CFS? Consolidated financial statements. For you, now you don't have CFS, or in Inter itself it is there. It is there. It is the most difficult chapter, yes or no? Most difficult chapter, consolidated financial statements. அது போட்டு முடிக்கிறதுக்குள்ள ஒரு நாளே முடிஞ்சிடும். For me in final it was there. Morning I will start till night, same problem. The question itself will be going for pages and pages. Answer, then how many pages will go? But computer system, in a click of a button, it can do all these data. Security here will be extremely high. Not everyone will have access to all the information. If you are supposed to key in this entry, you can only key in this entry, not even other entries. Are you able to understand? So security will be extremely good. Humans are not involved here, so error here will be comparatively lesser. Are you able to understand? Here we have few controls. Controls for the information system. What are those control? It is called as general IT control, application control. What is the meaning of general IT control? General IT control means how the information system is being controlled. What are the controls which are imposed on the information system? So here everything is automated. In the application control, what is the meaning of application control? When you are using the application, there will be something called as mandatory data field. Even in Google form also you can do that. In Google form, male or female if I am giving, you definitely have to select at least one, then only you can go to the next page. Like that I can do for that control. That is called as application control. Same way, user limit check. How many of you are having Netflix at home? So many people are having Netflix. With how many people are sharing that Netflix? Family sharing, you are supposed to do only with 4 or 5 people, yes? But how many people are actually sharing that Netflix account? I am also sharing from my friend only. I am sharing now in my phone Netflix account is there. Okay, in my TV Netflix account is there. In my laptop Netflix account is there. That means 3 devices naane use panniten. How many devices limit they are giving? Only 5 devices. Karthik sir's also phone, laptop, again it is there. My friend's phone, laptop, friend's mother, friend's brother, everyone are using the same Netflix account. So what is happening here is the user limit check is not proper. But one thing he has made it proper. If I am seeing on phone, simultaneously seeing on the laptop, can't see. Only 4 devices can see. You can have access in so many devices, but simultaneously only 4 devices can see. My friend did not know that. What he did, he gave the password to his other friends also. It kept throwing me out. I will be watching, suddenly I will be thrown out of Netflix. Again it will ask for password, again I have to call him and ask. So then only we figured out that our friend வேற எங்கேயோ உட்கார்ந்து பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கான். So it threw me out. Then I told him, இதுக்கு மேல யார்கிட்டயாவது கொடுத்த, that's all. Only 4 of us means 4 of us. Devices, whatever we want we can use. Because we are not going to see on phone and TV at the simultaneous time. Yes or no? So like that, when they are having a user limit check, it is called as application control. This application control is auto plus manual control. Application control is auto plus manual control. Sequence number checks. Sequence number checks means in test series, for people who are writing test series, you will know there was a Google form. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 tests I want you to fill. So many tests you are going to write in your life. For now, only the 6 tests I want you to fill in the dates. I am telling you, only after you write the first test, you can write the second test. Only after the second test, third test. So, when you are putting the date itself, the system has to automatically calculate which is first, which is second, which is third, which is fourth. If you are putting a date for the first test, which is after the 6th test, the system will throw the error on your face. So, that is called as sequence number checks. So I am telling the system, don't allow the field to be like this. Like that I am giving some instruction. That is also called as application control. Are you able to understand? Yes. General IT control means, I told you, it is for all the applications which are there in the organization. Generally, they are having some internal control for the information systems which is there in the organization. That is called as general IT control. Under general IT control, we have data center and network operations. Data center and network operations. That means, how is this data center having the control? How is this network having the control? What is the BCP? What is the DRP? All of these things you have to see. What is BCP? You would have studied somewhere. BCP in SM, you do not study business continuity plan. Yes or no? Business continuity plan means If some unauthorized person is having the access for this network operation or data center, that should not take away all the data from me. That should not stop my business itself. My business should keep continuing. My business should not be dependent on anything. That is called as DCP plan. What is DRP? In case if data is gone, I need to have something to recover that data. That is called as data recovery plan. Inge keta madriyavadu irka? Yes, BCP and DRP is part of data center and network operations. The second one is program change. That means there is a specific way your WhatsApp is functioning right now. WhatsApp is an application, yes. There is a specific way your WhatsApp is functioning right now. Say from tomorrow, in WhatsApp itself, you can do everything. Now for scanning, you have to go to some scam scanner app. You are going to scan and then you are going to send it on WhatsApp. From tomorrow, they are getting a new feature saying, cam scanner inge paniko. Avanukku edukku? You delete that app from your phone. In WhatsApp itself, I am going to give everything. GPay pandriya, WhatsApp I will give. Now it's come, yes or no. But not many people are using. In the future, if they develop that system, if you want to do GPay, Google Pay app might even go off. Yes or both are same owner only, no. WhatsApp and Google Pay, both owners are Google only. Yes, same owners. So they can even tell, from tomorrow, no need GPay. In WhatsApp itself, you do whatever you want. WhatsApp ellame pannu appdin solli they can, oh, WhatsApp and GPay not same owner. Okay, then they are bashing that business. Google Pay, they want to take that business off. So Meta wants to flourish like anything. So they can do like that. When they are doing a change, the point is that only. When they are doing a change, it should not interrupt with your activity. Or half an hour உனக்கு WhatsApp இல்ல, or half a day உனக்கு WhatsApp access பண்ண முடியலனா கையெல்லாம் will start shivering. Yes or no? Many people are like that. That means whenever there is a program change which is happening, it should continue the operations. It should not affect the operations. This is also part of general IT controls. Are you able to understand? The third one is access security. Already we saw not many people should have access to the same thing. One person, if they are getting access to one thing, they should not get access to another thing. Say maker is one person, checker should not have access to that same person. Are you able to understand? For example, maker means the person who is doing the journal entry. The person who is doing the journal entry should not have the access to approve this journal entry. Another person only should have the access to approve the journal entry. So in access security, application security, data security, OS security, network security, physical security, all of these things are there in this access security itself. The last one is application system acquisition, development, maintenance. All of those things are under general IT controls. First day solta, idhila yaravadhu questions don't ask. Ask your SM faculty. By mistake inga audit la pottaanga because audit is going towards information systems only. Are you able to understand? General IT controls, I told you, it is for all the applications only, for all the application controls only. General IT controls, everything will be automated only. Under general IT controls, we saw four things. The first one is called as data center and network operations. Under that, we saw BCP and DRP. The second one was called as program change. The third one is called as access security. Fourth one is called as application system acquisition, development and maintenance. These four are coming under general IT controls. These are only automated controls. The second one is called as application controls. This is both automated and manual control. Here we saw three examples. Mandatory data field, sequence number check, and user limit check. These three examples we saw for application controls. The last one is called as IT dependent controls. These are the manual controls. IT dependent controls means any manual control similar to general IT control. I told you general IT control fully is the automated controls with regard to information system. Anything with regard to manual is IT dependent control. Are you able to understand? Why should we leave this small thing? We've done so much. Yes or no? Next step. Testing in an, okay, general IT and application control both are interrelated in nature. When you are testing this automated control, you have to do audit procedures. What is the audit procedure I will be doing when I am testing the general IT controls, application controls and IT dependent controls? Normal audit procedures now. A roar. A roar is for normal audit procedures. IIO is for no. IIO TR. T stands for testing of internal controls ke audit procedures na IIO TR. IO is for risk assessment procedure. Now for in an automated environment, IIO அப்படிதானே இருக்கு. திரும்ப திரும்ப இதையே சொன்னா IIO T இங்க இருக்கா, டெஸ்டிங் இருக்கா, கிடையாது. So only R. IIO னு வந்தா TR னு வரணும். ஆனா டெஸ்டிங் இருந்தாதான் TR னு வரும். இங்க டெஸ்டிங் கிடையாது. It is only for automated environment. So IIO R. Clear? நாலே தான் இருக்கு. Please மாத்தி மாத்தி எழுதிராத. Are you able to understand? எதுக்கோ இதுல எல்லாமே இருக்கு. Some people very smart. A roorல எல்லாமே இருக்கு. So எந்த question கேட்டாலும் A roor எழுதி வச்சிரறேன். Not like that. They know they are smarter than you. They want that specific audit procedure only. Are you able to understand? So IIO R is for audit procedures for this. Now R is for re-performance. In ROAR there are two things. Re-performance is this R. Are you able to understand? Here also testing of internal control. Internal control, what you are going to calculate and all. Recalculation will not come. This is also re-performance. Adilala mathi mathi elidiraadu. Exam hall la all kinds of doubts will come. Ayyo R nu sonnangle endha R nu theriyaliye. Like that all kinds of doubts you will be getting. Are you able to? Just for no more I am going to add. No more I am going to add. That's it. Over. Audit procedures. Now listen here. Important thing. In this IIOR, they are saying these are the audit procedures which you will be doing for testing in an automated environment. For testing the automated environment, you have to do IIOR. Listen carefully here. First, I stands for inspection, inquiry, observation and re-performance. Now I am telling automated environment எனக்கே இப்போ நான் சொன்னது அந்த அளவுக்கு புரியல. I don't have full control in what I told in the general IT, those 4 points. Really, honestly, I'm telling I don't have full control. As an auditor, when he is going, he is expected to re-perform whatever the company has done, whatever the software developer has done, how that software is processing. He is expected to re-perform. How much time it will take? Yes or no? This is going to take a lot of time. So this is going to be low efficient. Efficiency is time. Yes. So re-performance is going to be low efficient. Are you able to understand? Enquiry here. If I just go and ask him, he is going to tell me everything. Enquiry is going to be more efficient. But if he is going to tell me everything, am I going to understand fully? No, I am not going to understand fully. So I have to be efficient plus effective. I have to be efficient plus effective. definitely re-performance audit procedure பண்ணுன்னு சொல்லியிருக்கான், but அவ்வளோ டைம் என்கிட்ட கிடையாது. So I will go for inquiry. When I am going for inquiry, I am going to save a lot of time because he is the only person who is going to keep telling. As an auditor, I am not going to understand much. So I have to combine inquiry with inspection here. Inquiry na he is going to tell me, and I am also going to see inspection. I am also going to observe what he is doing. அவன் சொல்றத மட்டும் நான் கேட்க மாட்டேன், காதால கேட்கறது கூட போய் தான், கண்ணால் பார்ப்பதே மெய். So I am going to do inquiry plus inspection here. Are you able to understand why inquiry plus inspection? Yes. So the next one is data analytics. What is the meaning of data analytics? What is the meaning of data analytics for the purpose of audit? There is something called as computer assisted audit technique. இப்போ நம்ம SA520ல we have to find the plausible relationships between financial and non-financial data அப்படின்லாம் பார்த்தோம். In reality, we don't have to do anything because system itself is going to find all the relationships and going to give us everything. That is called as computer assisted audit technique. Now if the system itself is going to find all the relationships that is going to give me, I will just look at it and I will ask the system, listen here, in provisioning, check whether they have done 15% for substandard asset. I am going for audit of bank. I am giving that instruction to that software. So basically wherever less than 15% they have given, I wanted to throw it on my face. So it has given me a list of loans where it is actually substandard but less than 15%. Now next command I am giving, I want to know for how many days is actually outstanding. Then again I will give a command. So based on your command, the data is going to get thrown on your face. Yes or no? So like that we will be doing the audit in the future. Now itself it's like that only. Now itself it is like that only. I told you I did transfer pricing. Yes or no? I told you I did TP in KPMG. This was my articleship. First I am going for articleship. There is a software called Provis. Basically what I have to check in transfer pricing is whether they are having arm's length principle. Transfer pricing is basically everything related to related party transactions. Related party ki enna value la kudukrano, the same value only he is giving for third parties also I have to check. How difficult it is to get that data. How will I get the third party data? It is so difficult. Yes or no? For that there is one software called Provis. In that, based on my client's sales, based on my client's GP ratio, based on my client's net profit ratio, based on my client's volume of related party transactions, based on few ratios with this related party transactions to sales, or what kind of related party transactions is that, this Provis is going to give me something called as comparable companies. Now once these comparable companies are thrown on my face, it is easy for me to compare this with my clients. Yes or no? Now when I see the audit report for these comparable companies, it is easy for me to compare it with my client. And now I will be seeing, I will be telling them whether it is in arm's length principle or not. Now what is this Provis doing is data analytics. It is basically analyzing whatever data I am giving to it and doing all the analysis for so many thousands and lakhs of companies will be there inside Provis. It will check all those companies and exactly give me those 10 companies, 15 companies which are matching my company's requirement. Like that they are able to give me because of data analytics only. Provis is a software for data analytics for audit. Are you able to understand? The next one is called as digital audit. Digital audit is nothing but AI, data analytics or any other latest technology if I am using for my audit to understand the business process, then I can call it digital audit. Now I am going for audit of some auto ancillary company. What is the meaning of auto ancillary company? அதுக்கே நான் கூகுள் பண்ணுவோம் இல்லை ஜெமினை யூஸ் பண்ணுவோம். What is Gemini? It is a AI assistant of Google. நீ என்ன கேட்குறியோ அது உனக்கு கொடுக்கும், நீ கேட்காததையும் கொடுக்கும். கீழே there is one line item. Do you want more information on this? Yesterday only I was actually reading about that Padma bridge and all. In Bangladesh they constructed that Padma bridge. Today for telling the example I was constructing. Then I was so fascinated. Really, did World Bank give that loan? To whom did they give the loan? They basically given to the government of Bangladesh only. So how was that Padma bridge? Keela irukku. Do you want to see the Padma bridge? I just pressed OK to see the Padma bridge. That's why I was able to tell you the bridge was going like this and not like this, because I saw the image. Like that, the artificial intelligence is so high. They can generate images. They can basically, what is it doing? It's taking the image from the Google and showing it to me. But instead of me going to Google, going to that images tab and typing, I might not have done that. So I'll just get the information, note it down and come off. Because it asked me, do you want to see the image of Padma? I immediately clicked on that. So I was able to see the image of that Padma bridge. Like that, artificial intelligence is so high. They're so high that they are even more intelligent than the humans itself. Are you able to understand? Now say for example you went for an auto ancillary business or auto ancillary means what? Not that three-wheeler auto. Auto means any car company, bike company, everything is automatic. Auto ancillary. Ancillary means parts of that auto. So one small part, say dumper is there. Really it's not there. Bumper is only there. Simply I am saying. Dumper or part irukku appadina, as soon as you go and ask artificial intelligence, you will get all the details of that. Glow box nu onnu solranga. You want to understand what is that glow box. What will you do? You will go and Google it. You will go and ask Gemini, ChatGPT. You will try all these things to understand the business of this. கடைசியில பார்த்தா நம்ம ஊர்ல அது பேரு dashboard, அவங்க ஊர்ல அது பேரு glow box. Because it is cold there, they'll keep their gloves in that box, so they're calling it glow box. In our ஊர், it is called as dashboard, dash. Yes or no? Like that, all of these things we are able. I did not tell him that. Sorry. All of these things we are able to see because of use of AI. Same way, any item in the financial statement, if you are not able to understand, we can use artificial intelligence. If we want to know whether this is in the ordinary course of business, nowadays I don't think professional is required. Just to give ChatGPT to tell me the comparative companies for this companies, maybe in the future it will give me. So using artificial intelligence, using data analytics and other latest technology, it is called as digital audit. I am telling all these things not simply because they will test you. Alright, now one small concept called as audit trail. After that we'll go for break. I don't want to miss anything, that's why I have noted it down. Audit trail means it is a documented flow of transaction. How our invoice வருது, and the invoice immediately it will be translated to journal entry. That journal entry will immediately be translated to ledger entry. Ledger again will be translated to trial balance. Trial balance will be translated to trading P&L. From trading P&L it will go to balance sheet. So basically, ஒரு balance sheet பார்த்தா you are able to trace it and go to the source document. That is called as audit trail. It is a documented flow of transaction. It is basically used to investigate how the source document was translated and coming to this financial statements, which is nothing but P&L and balance sheet. Now this audit trail itself will be an audit evidence. Yes, only no. This is only the audit evidence. You are seeing this invoice, that is only the audit evidence. But all these points you have to write. Only if you write this big paragraph, they are going to give you the marks. So you have to write like this. Audit trails helps in maintaining the record of the system and the user activity. User activity is also audit trail. That means I am having shifts in my office 8 to 8, but not same person will come. 8 to 1, one person will come. 1 to 2 rest, 2 to 8 again another person is going to come. Exactly at what time this person came, what time this person left, what time this person came, what time this person. Basically the log of the access, that is also the user activity. What time he logged into the system, what time he logged out. In Ernst and Young, this is actually there. In Ernst and Young, EY, Ernst and Young is EY, one of the big fours. What they have, once you log, all the big fours have this, that you have to work for 40 hours a week. But no big four will follow this. That is a different part. If they have to say work for 40 hours a week, they have to have a monitoring system as to how many hours you are actually working per day. Yes or no? So as soon as you log into the system, inge oru dabba varum. Inge oru dabba will come. It will start calculating the number of minutes, number of seconds, number of hours you are working. You are touching the system. The moment you take your hand, in 30 seconds or 1 minute, your system will get locked. That means this log will get paused. Are you able to understand? So they are able to track exactly how this person is working, how many number of hours this is working. I am not joking. Really it is there in EY, but I am not sure if it is there for auditors or not. I told you there is one more way to go to Big Fours, by way of BCom. Once you do BCom, then also Big Fours will take you, but you will not be doing the audit for the Big Fours. Audit for the Indian companies here, you will be doing audit for US, UK companies. Did I talk about that? No. So basically what happens, the US companies will go to US EY. Yes? US EY. The people in EY, they will get lots of salary. So they will outsource that work to India EY. After studying CA, me, chartered accountant, I will not do this work because I am eligible only to do for Indian companies. To do audit for a US company, I have to be a CPA of that state. CPA is different for different states in the US. நம்ம ஊர்ல அப்படி கிடையாது. CA ஒன்னு முடிச்சா full India I can have all clients. But US it is not like that. For each and every state you have to write different exams. Even if you are a CPA of one state, now to expand your operations, one more paper like that, one more paper like that, you have to keep expanding your knowledge also. Are you able to understand? Now here, this US company, if it is going to US EY, the US EY have to pay salary for US people. For that, they will outsource that work to Indian EY. This is like a outsourced activity and it will be done by BCom, BPA. All of these people will go and do this work. They will do the work of US companies taxation, US companies audit. All of those things they will do. How man, they are not CPAs, how are they doing? They will not be signing. They'll just do the work. The partner who is sitting in US EY, he will take care of signature and all of those things. They will be part of the engagement team, not the engagement partner. Are you able to understand? So for people here, I have seen the people here, one of my friend here, she will keep touching her laptop even if she is talking to me, because as soon as she takes her hand from the laptop, what will happen? The timer will stop. 8 hours work panni aganu. Like that they are having controls. That control is called as what? User activity. Log of the user activity is also called as audit trail. Adikaga in the example. Are you able to understand? In case of banks, there is an audit trail keeping track of log-on activity, detailed record of log-on attempts and the devices they are using. Simply if they are using in phone, and they are just going out, going for a walk, using in phone, opening Teams in phone and keeping. You will not know. So exactly it should tell that it is from phone only. Don't believe her. She is not from laptop. Like that it is able to tell. The step-by-step record of the accounts, details and all other data where you are able to translate it to the source or where you are able to trace it to the login, log off. All these things are called as audit trail. Are you able to understand? Yes, with this SA330, auditors' responses to assessed risk will be over. Starting with SA230, guys. 230 is talking about audit documentation. What is this documentation that the auditor has to do? Basically, what is the auditor doing? The auditor is going and conducting the audit. When he is conducting the audit, we are saying that he is applying some audit procedures, getting some audit evidence, and based on that audit evidence, he is giving something called as opinion, where he is saying whether the financial statements are actually representative of whatever is happening in the entity. Clear? So whatever he is doing, inquiry pandrana, he has to document it. I inquired at this date, this person told me this answer. Inspection, he is going and observing whatever is happening. That is inspection. Yes or no? He is going and seeing whatever is happening. If he is observing, then he has to document. Idella I observed on this date. They did these procedures. It was all perfect. Internal control is perfect. Like that, whatever audit evidence he is obtaining, he has to document. Whatever audit procedure he is doing, he has to document. In the மாதிரி நான் கேட்டேன், அவன் 4 வாட்டி தும்முற மாதிரி நடிச்சான். Then I found out he is taking some time to think. All those things, each and everything which is forming part of your evidence, it should form part of your audit documentation. Your audit documentation is basically a record. Yes? It is basically a record of things. இந்த மாதிரி நான் கேட்டேன், அவன் தும்முனதுனால நான் இந்த question கேட்டேன், immediately சொல்லுங்க சார் அப்படின்னு சொன்னேன், அதனால அவன் இந்த response கொடுத்தான். Like that, you are maintaining a record of whatever happened. What happened there? All the audit procedures performed, audit evidence obtained, and because of this audit evidence, you are giving what? An opinion. Opinion is nothing but the conclusion that the auditor is reaching. So audit documentation is a record of audit procedures performed, audit evidences obtained, and the conclusions that the auditor is reaching. Now in what form? Pennum paper எழுத்து அவன் சொல்ல I am writing in paper. If I am writing in paper, is it an audit documentation? Or I am having a fancy tab like this. Whatever he is telling, I am writing like this. I am finishing. Is that also an audit documentation? Yes, sir. Anywhere you write, it will form part of audit documentation. It can be in paper form, electronic form, or any other medium. நீ என்ன வேணா யூஸ் பண்ணு. Phoneல கூட நீ நோட் பண்ணிக்கோ. Phoneல ரெக்கார்ட் பண்ணிக்கோ. அவனுக்கே தெரியாம you are recording whatever he says. That also can form part of your audit documentation. Clear, guys? Clear? Now, what and all is audit documentation? What and all can I keep it part of audit documentation? Audit documentation includes, what is the mnemonic we have? Claims. What is this? Claims we have to see. The first C stands for contracts. Contracts means what? Contracts. Contracts means any contract which that entity is being entered with another person. Say a rental agreement is there, or contract for the future. That means I am making a sale at this price only, I will not be increasing the price. So that contract will also form part of your audit documentation. C is correspondences. Correspondences means I am sending email. They are replying to that email. That is called as email trail. Yes or no? If you open one email, அது கீழ போனா அதுக்கு முன்னாடி என்னலாம் பேசியிருக்காங்க, everything will tell. Yes, that is called as correspondences between two people. So that also will form part of audit documentation. When somebody is going for audit, normally a book will be given. In that book, இது எல்லாத்தையும் நீ audit பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு போட்டு இங்க ஒரு டப்பா இருக்கும். As soon as he finishes the audit, he will be putting tick. So this checklist activity which he is doing, that also will form part of audit documentation. Are you able to understand? L stands for letter of confirmation or letter of receipts. This LOR or LOC, that means you want to confirm a certain balance amount, or you want a letter for the receipt which has happened. All these LOCs, LOR, all of these things can also form part of audit documentation. Basically, why I am telling you is, normally when I say audit procedures performed, audit evidence obtained, and based on which auditor does the conclusions, you will be thinking about only what the auditor is doing. Auditor went today, asked for this information. You will be thinking whatever auditor is writing, that only is audit documentation. No. Even the contract, even the email correspondence, the print of that email correspondences, the checklist, LOC, LOR, all of these also forms part of audit documentation. The analysis which the auditor is making. This is only the normal audit documentation which everybody will think. This analysis is obviously part of audit documentation. What is for? Another A. Audit program. This audit program na enna, what is there is in SA300. Anga nama pirichi meyo. Last we will be doing SA300. That is my favorite standard. So when we are doing SA300, automatically you will know what is an audit program and all of those things. For now, you just learn it as audit program. That's all. I is issues memoranda. That means memoranda means what? It is like a summary. So issues means all the problems which has happened. I was asking so many questions, he gave only 2. So what about the remaining? You please make a summary of that and add it part of your documentation. That is called as issues memoranda. Or any other important matter if you have, that also you add. That is summary of significant matters. Now, audit documentation includes, this is not an exhaustive list. They are only saying includes. Apart from this, there can be many more claims, etc. Claims is given in your study material in a dabba. Because of that, we are giving importance to claims. Are you able to understand? So, claims, C stands for contracts, another C. Correspondences, another C. Checklist, L, LOC, LOR. A, analysis by the auditor. I, issues memoranda. Oh, another I, audit program. Then I, issues memoranda. M, issues memoranda. Then S, summary of significant matters. I, M. So, claims. Are you able to understand? Clear? So, audit documentation includes these things. Why do I have to do audit documentation? What is the purpose of doing the audit documentation? When I am doing the audit documentation, I am exactly able to tell what is the nature and the extent of my engagement team's work. That means I will tell the engagement team, listen here, this is the plan. You are supposed to do this. All of these things I will be able to tell the engagement team because of the audit documentation of the previous year. Previous year audit documentation pata, I will know in the earthla there is a risk of management statement which is high. So I will put a senior most member of my team in that place and I will say this is only your work. So it is helping him to plan and perform the audit. It is helping the engagement team to plan and perform the audit. Now when he is performing the audit, maker-checker concept. Somebody has to supervise. Say he is doing the audit, one senior person has to supervise the audit, direct the audit. Yes, that is called as direction and supervision. It helps the engagement team to direct and supervise. Now, I am telling this person is responsible for this work, this person is responsible for this work only because I documented each and everything. I know exactly if there is a problem, I assigned this work, why didn't you do this? I was able to make him accountable. Are you able to understand? So the purpose of audit documentation is to make the engagement team members to plan and perform the audit and the senior members to direct and supervise the engagement team members and make the team members accountable for their work. Accountable means in case they are not doing their work properly, we know exactly whom to go and ask. I told you here, what are they seeing here and going to plan and perform the audit? They are seeing the previous audit. So can I say that whatever audit documentation I am preparing right now, it is helpful for the future auditors? That is also a point. It is helpful for future audits also. So that is also the purpose of making the audit documentation. Say some external authority is coming to check, say SEBI is coming to check. He wants to check what is happening in this listed company, whether everything is alright or not. Then what will the management show? The financial statements, audited financial statements. Please see here, auditor has signed. What basis the auditor has signed? Show me the audit documentation. Like that, if they are asking, it is helpful for external inspections also. Are you able to understand? And most importantly, in SQC1, they have spoken about audit documentation. So what are the purposes of audit documentation? Is it helps the engagement team members to plan, perform, supervise and make them accountable. It is helpful for future audits. It is helpful for external inspections, and as per SQC1, they have specifically told that audit has to be documented. So according to SQC1 you have to do, that is also the purpose. Are you able to understand? Clear? What is the form, what is the content and what is the extent to which I have to do my audit documentation? The extent I have to do this audit documentation is a chartered accountant who is not related to the audit has to understand what has happened in the audit when he is seeing whatever has happened. Here important word he has added is an experienced chartered accountant. Why is this important? Because a person who just cleared yesterday, he does not have any practical knowledge, but he is a CA. Yes, if he sees the audit documentation, is he going to understand? No, he is not going to understand. But an experienced chartered accountant is going to understand the audit documentation even if he is not related to the audit in any way. So that is the extent to which the audit documentation has to be done. If this experienced chartered accountant is not understanding anything, that means the audit documentation is not done properly. So the form, content and extent says that the auditor shall prepare the audit documentation that is sufficient to enable an experienced chartered accountant with no connection to the audit, able to understand the audit procedures performed, audit evidences obtained and the conclusion that the auditor has reached. Basically, in the audit documentation, these three things are only going to be audit procedures performed and audit evidences obtained and the conclusion which the auditor is reaching. So, this extent also depends on factors like you guys tell me there is an entity. This entity's revenue is 10 lakhs. Audi's revenue, how much? 4,000 crores. Audit documentation for this company will be more or for this company will be more? For Audi, obviously it will be more because the size is very big. The size and nature and the complexity of the business can also determine the extent to which the audit documentation has been done. Now I saw the risk of material misstatement. I tested the internal controls of the organization. I verified everything was perfect. The control was there and the control was also operating effectively and efficiently. Now, will I do more audit procedures or less audit procedures? Less audit procedures. The nature of audit procedures, if it is lesser, will it affect my audit documentation? Yes. Of course, if I do less audit procedures, I am going to get less audit evidence and I am going to give the same opinion. Anyway, opinion is the same. Because of this less audit procedures, my audit documentation, the extent to which I document, that also will be less only. Because I am very convinced that the internal control is operating properly. Risk of material misstatement there is very low. I have done other audit procedures, so I am very convinced that this area is low risk of material misstatement. So when I am doing less audit procedures, there is a direct impact on my audit documentation also. Are you able to understand? If I am identifying the risk of material misstatement, I have identified the risk of material misstatement. If I have identified the risk of material misstatement to be very low, then audit documentation is low. That's why I am doing lower audit procedures. Now, audit evidence I have obtained. I am very convinced with this audit evidence which I have obtained. If I am not convinced, what will I do? I'll do more audit procedures. I will try to finish all that error I studied. Yes or no? But first audit procedures I did, I got some evidence. I am fully convinced with the audit evidence. So here, my documentation won't be that much. Yes. Now the exception rate we saw in sampling. That means what? Exception rate. That means how much difference is there, or how much I am able to tolerate. If my toleration is more in a specific area, I will not be doing so many audit procedures there. So if I am able to tolerate more or exception is less, I will say that documentation is also less only. Clear? I know for sure this area is extremely important. I need to document a conclusion in this area. If I know I needed to document a conclusion in this area, I 100% have to document the conclusion. So, in a material place where I know I need to definitely document my conclusion, my audit documentation will be high. So basically you should know how to ask the questions when they are asking for form and content of audit documentation, form, nature and extent of audit documentation. You will start off by writing that auditor will prepare the audit documentation that is sufficient to enable an experienced chartered accountant to understand the audit procedures performed, audit evidence obtained and the conclusion which the auditor has reached. The other factors are the nature, size, complexity, nature of audit procedures performed, the risk of material misstatement which is there, significance of the identified risks, then what we saw? The audit evidence obtained, whether he is convinced or not, whether there is a need to document a conclusion, all of these things also are affecting the extent of my audit documentation. Clear guys? Yes? Now, when should I do this audit documentation? Imagine, in my class I always tell you have to write something called as summary notes. What is this summary notes? Basically after every standard, we are spending that 20 minutes, maximum 20 minutes it's take, correct? 20 minutes we are spending after every standard, and in class itself you are writing this summary notes. Imagine I am saying we will finish the class. Then one day we will sit and we will write the summary notes for all the standards from top to bottom. First of all, will that happen? And the class matto everybody will be holiday. Yes sir. Idukku na veetlaye ukkandupen. Idukku na thoonguven. Full ah eludha veppanga. Already summary notes full speed la povanga ma'am. Yes or no? You will have all those fear. Like that, if I am saying you do the audit documentation after the completion of your audit, will that be effective? You will miss a lot of points. Anneke padichada, anneke if you are writing, then only it will be in your memory, you will be able to relate it. Yes or no? If I am going to tell you finish the audit and then you do the audit documentation, it will not work. So it has to be in a timely manner. Annannikku mudichada, annannikku please finish the audit documentation also. This cannot be after the audit is over and all of those things. Are you able to understand? Yes? Shall I move forward? Now I am going to audit file. What is the meaning of audit file? I want you to think of the physical file. The physical file, when you open, it will open like a fan. Have you seen that file? Yes? File is like this. If you open inside it, how to draw that? Say like this it is there. You have to put all your papers like this. Say 5 subjects are there, 3 subjects you have for one group. Here one subject you will be putting, here one subject, here one subject. Okay? Auditing in the middle. So what are you doing here? You are making a file And inside that file, there are so many folders. Why am I making you think of a physical file? Because you will get confused if I tell the file in the computer. Because here what is happening? All the what together is becoming what in computer? All the files together become the folder. That is not what the definition is saying. So you please think of this file. This is a very nostalgic file for me. At least in my school, we had something called as test pad. And the test pad, we will be at home only. Then we'll beg, borrow, steal from our friends. Then what we'll do, the test pad is basically a bunch of papers where you can tear those papers. In many schools it's there. Yes, so you will not be carrying books and all, only test pad. In the test pad you will be writing everything which is there. Then you will tear it and you will put it in your file. That file will have different folders. In that folder, correctly you have to put which subject you are writing. So the problem here was what? Paper first. Paper tolanjrum. Illana nee fulla eludhirpa. Many times it has happened for me. That time it will tear in the middle. What to do? Can't do anything. Why I am telling all these stories is I want you to think of the physical paper, physical file. Are you able to understand? So audit file meaning is one or more folders or storage media in the physical or electronic form which are comprising of all the records. That is called as audit file. File is the big one. Under the file they have so many folders, one or more folders together. Please remember the physical file only for the definition of audit file. Clear? Yes. Now moving forward, this final audit file basically it is like an administrative process. That means you are collating everything and keeping. Yes, it is a assembly process, administrative process. There is a timeline to do this process. The timeline given is 60 days. Before 60 days of the date of the audit report. From audit report. Aprina, audit report after it is signed. Can you do documentation? No. You can do the assembly of the documentation after the date of the audit report. During that assembly of the documentation, there are a few administrative changes which is allowed to be done. What are those administrative changes which is allowed to be done? This is very important because they are allowing you to do something after the date of the audit report, which is not normally allowed. Yes or no? Can you do audit procedures after the date of audit report? Can you get any audit evidence after the date of audit report? Can you get a written representation after the date of audit report? No, a written representation we saw can be close to the audit report, at least one day before the audit report. We saw that or not, 21st June I told you. Audit report date, at least 20th June okay, but not after the date of audit report. But here they are saying that administrative changes are allowed even after the date of audit report. What are these administrative changes? Say when I am collating, what happened? Sometimes when for you also it might happen, when you are writing, when one standard is actually over. Today for her also it happened. She told 220 was not done. But actually 220 was finished in the first class itself, I think so. Yes or no? First class muchachu 220. Now say if I listened to her and if I took 220 again, what she will be doing? Again running notes. Full she will write. So she is a sincere student. She will write full running notes now also. But later after going home, she will see everything. She will say, no, 220 two times same points. See, example same. She will get a doubt and she will see. She will compare both. Line wise it is matching. Whatever running notes she wrote, it is matching. So what is she doing? Will she read both twice now? She will not waste her time. She will throw one document in the dustbin. Only one will go to the final audit file. That work you can do. That is an administrative change. That is deleting superseded documentation. Superseded means it is a duplicated document. If it is superseded, that means, or it can be like this also. There is a version 1. There is a version 2. That means this has been removed. Then only there is version 2. What is the purpose of this version 1? Throw it in the dustbin. It has been superseded with another version. Are you able to understand? Deleting, superseding documents can be done as an administrative change after the date of audit report. The second administrative change you can do is sorting, collating and cross-referring the work papers. What is the meaning of sorting, collating and cross-referencing? You know what is sorting and collating? Sorting na pirichu paakra. Pirichu the fixed asset folder la podu, ida inventory folder la podu, like that pirichu. Finally you are making everything as once. That is sorting and collating. What is cross-referencing? Something in inventory you found with related to fixed asset. So, in inventory sheet, you are giving a cross-reference to that fixed asset page. For example, in 560, SA 560, what is that? In subsequent events, in the first part, we gave a cross-referencing to SA 580. Yes or not? That is called as cross-referencing. In many standards, we gave a cross-referencing to communicating with management and those standard governments. Yes or no? 260. We did that. So cross-referencing na ingirundu anga paru, angirundu vera engiyo paru. Appadi solli you are routing somewhere else and making a U-turn and coming back to same place. That is called as cross-referencing. That work you can do after the date of audit report because it is only a administrative change. The third one is signing off relating to file assembly. What is the meaning of signing off? Say in a checklist activity, you are a new person who has come for audit. I am giving you, please check these items with regard to fixed asset. This is your paper. I am throwing it on your face. One by one, you will be asking the client for these details. Whatever it is there, you are going to put a tick and no. Now at the end, you will say, this document is prepared by, and you will put your signature. You will give it to your manager and that manager will say, this document has been reviewed by, and he will also put his signature. Signing off means, I have done this work. I have only done this work. If there is any problem, you please come and ask this person. In review, if there is any problem, you please come and ask this person. Like that, you are saying, I am accountable for this work. That is the meaning of signing off. But all these sign off are not allowed after the date of audit report. They are specifically saying signing off relating to file assembly process only. File assembly means what? You are assembling the file together. Only for that work you can do the sign off. Are you able to understand? Clear? Yes? Yes. Doubtful? Clear. The next one is the documented audit evidence must always be before the audit report date. That you already know. So what are the 4 points which can be done after the date of audit report, starting from deleting the superseded document. Superseded can be duplicated or also versions also. Deleting superseded documents. Sorting, collating and cross-referencing work papers. Signing off with related to assembly process. Documented audit evidence must always be before the date of audit report only. Clear? Yes. Now what is this SQC1 saying? You told ma'am, purpose of SQC1 is getting solved when I am doing documentation. What is this SQC1 saying? SQC1 basically is giving a timeline as to how many years you have to keep this audit documentation. They are saying 7 years this audit documentation has to be retained. 7 years from what, ma'am? 7 years from the date of audit report or group audit report. Group audit report means what? First all the audit report of Westside, Starbucks, Tata Steel, everything will be done. Then for that entire group there will be a single audit report. So better you please take the group audit report because that will only mostly be after the collation of everything. So from the date of group audit report you calculate 7 years. For that 7 years period you please hold on to the audit documentation. The audit documentation, once it is finished, will it be given back to the client? Because everything is related to client's data. All the documents which you are collating is everything relating to client's data only. So, who should be the owner of the audit documentation? Not the client. Only the auditor is the owner of the audit documentation unless specified by a law or a regulation, because law is always big person. We have to listen to the law. So owner of the audit documentation will always be auditor only. Are you able to understand? Now in audit documentation, everything I have written, it has literally everything along with the financial statements. Can it be a substitute for an accounting record? No. It cannot be a substitute for an accounting record, because accounting record has to be prepared and presented by the management. The audit documentation is a record of audit procedures performed, audit evidence obtained, and the conclusions that the auditor has reached on paper, electronic medium, or any other media. Are you able to understand? Clear? The last one of SA330 is called as summary or completion memorandum. One more thing, in the start itself I wanted to tell that this SA330 is extremely important. I'll tell you why it's important, because all the other standards, if you had seen, it would have been collated together and given you as one chapter. 500, 501, 505, 520, 530. This is one chapter in your study material. But only this audit documentation chapter, I don't know why they gave it separately and all, but it is a separate chapter. One separate chapter for only this audit documentation. In your module 2, first chapter. If they are giving importance, then we also have to give importance. Clear, guys? So, summary or completion memoranda, basically this is the summary of whatever happened in the audit. So here I have to put all the important matters, significant matters, everything in one place. So the next auditor need not basically read each and every item, each and every word. Then you come to completion memorandum or summary. How the significant matters, everything was brought to the client, what reasons they gave for this, how they were addressed, whether this is a reason for my change in opinion, all of those things you please mention in the summary or completion memorandum. So for usually which type of entity this is more important? For large entity, Audi, 4,000 crores entity, so much audit documentation will be there. So for large and complex entity, this is very important. Clear, guys? Now, you spoke so many things about communicating with management and those charged with governance. What and all I have to communicate, ma'am? To whom I have to communicate? You communicate first about your responsibilities. Auditor's responsibility has to be communicated first. Then to TCWG you ask the information, because once the auditor goes for audit, the first person he will be meeting is not the manager or the operations level people. The first person he will be meeting is the person who is charged with governance. The top level person will first give his hand to you. Then he will show this person is responsible. Inime he will take over. If there is any problem, you reach out to me. Like that he will tell and he will go off. So the first day itself, if you are able to ask him, sir, what is your company doing? Which industry it is in? Adala in the standard you will be asking. SA. What company this is in, which industry this is working in, SA315, where you will want to understand the entity and its environment, you will be asking these questions. So, first thing you will be communicating is, sir, this is only my responsibility. I am going to do this. And the next 3 months, this is what I am going to do. So, first you will be communicating your responsibility. Second, you can ask for information. If you ask for information, he is only saying, Like that it should not be. He should be able to give some information. He should be able to open his mouth and tell some information to you also. Now he gave some information. He showed this person is responsible for this. If there is any problem, you please come to me. He told like that. Now there is a problem. If there is some problem, you should be able to tell your observations timely to him. Timelyனா எல்லாம் மொத்தமா வந்து சொல்லாத, அப்பப்ப என்னென்ன பிரச்சனை இருக்குன்னு சொன்னாதான் the TCWG also will be able to help you. Yes. So here I am concluding that there is a two-way communication. So now only single-way communication. From that side also answer should come, from here also questions should go. So there should be two-way communication. So what are the things which will be communicated as per SA 260? Communication with those charged with governance. Auditor's responsibility. He can ask for information. The observations will be given timely and he will be promoting two-way communication. Now when he is telling auditor's responsibility, he will say that I will be giving my opinion based on whatever your management is giving me. That does not relieve the management of its responsibilities. அப்படின்னு சொல்லி specifica we have to give. For listed entities, important, listed entities, the auditor must communicate about his independence. Compulsorily he has to communicate about his independence. They are not saying he has to check the independence. Auditor has to be independent, everybody has to know. But he has to tell those charged with governance people, listen boss, I am independent only, I don't have any bias. All of those things has to be communicated. Are you able to understand? Now, when I went for audit, my first client in KPMG was Daimler India Commercial Vehicles, DICV. It is a listed entity. What they did, they gave paper after paper after paper after paper and asked me to sign in the end. It was not papers, basically it was like a book. In that book, அதை படிக்கணும்னாலே it will take 1 month for me. அந்த மாதிரி இருந்தது பெரிய book. In the end, they asked me to sign. I was very shocked. இது என்னடா இது first time I'm going for audit, first day listed entity. அப்ப listed entity சரியா புரியாது. I know, okay, listed in stock exchange, but what they are going to do and all, I don't know. Then they gave me this book and asked me to sign. I just asked them, what is this? They said, you or your family members should not be investing in any of Daimler's group itself. My father, he is a stockbroker. Stockbroker means what? Day in and day out, they will sell shares, buy shares. That is his job itself. Then I got a thought. What if my father correctly buys this Daimler shares today? From today till the end of the audit, I should not be not independent. Yes or no? So I got the shock. Then I called my father and told, Appa, from now you don't invest in any of the Daimler shares and all. I am going to know all the inside information. So we should be fully independent. Like that I was able to call and tell him. Only because they showed me this document, I just asked him the summary of what this document is. They said, loan எதுவும் கொடுத்துருக்கூடாது, guarantee எதுவும் கொடுத்துருக்கூடாது, shares எதுவும் வச்சிருக்கூடாது. Like that they told a list of things. Then I told my father. Then he told me, first of all, நீ தான் என் மேல dependent. Yes, I am not dependent on you in any way. Your articleship stipend and all, I don't want even a single rupee from that. You are only dependent on me. So first you go and ask them whether that person is not dependent on me, I am only dependent on them, can they invest in shares? Then again I went to my partner and I was already trembling. Second or third day of articleshipping, appa vare edho kelunnu. Okay, I went and asked. Then my partner itself got confused. Ayyo, எனக்கு இதெல்லாம் சிலபஸ்ல இல்ல. I don't know. You just tell him not to do. That's it. I don't care whether he is dependent or like that. They want to be very sure that you are not related to that listed entity in any way. So you have to communicate that the auditor is independent. That is also as per SA 260. Say you have communicated the responsibilities, you have communicated that you are independent and all of those things. நீ next எவ்வளோ மாசத்துக்கு நீ என்ன டார்ச்சர் பண்ண போற? Are you going to torture me only for 3 months? இல்லனா your team பஸ்ல வந்து அப்படியே they are going to capture my whole office and they are going to torture for the next 1 year. Till the next auditor comes, you are going to ask so many questions. Please tell me the timing of the audit. That also you have to communicate. And if there are any significant findings, that also you have to communicate. What are the things we have to communicate? Auditor's responsibilities. Second, independence, but this is communicated only for listed entities. Third, scope and timing of the audit. That also has to be communicated. Then the last one is any significant findings should be communicated. Now we are going to see what is this significant findings which has to be communicated. Any qualitative aspects which is going to influence my opinion, that is my conclusion in any way, that I have to communicate. Or I went and asked the management. He told one person, yes, Saranya is that person. I am going and asking Saranya, sir, where is the fixed asset? Like this, she is not telling anything. Sir, where is the inventory? Only smiling, not giving any kind of answer. If there is a difficulty during the audit, that also you please communicate. That communication has to be after the audit is over or timely. Timely communication to TCWG must be there. See here, sir, as per SA330, form and content of audit report is given. In that, I will start from point number 1, addressee, place, signature, everything I have to explain to the client. This is how my audit report is going to be. This is what you can expect out of my audit report. All of these things has to be communicated to the client. After doing everything, you will give one booklet called as audit report. What is this? What is this book that you are throwing on me? That time you should be in a position to tell, I already communicated this. See here, I have documented that also that I have communicated. In audit documentation it is there. Yes or no, everything has to be documented. So here we saw that auditor's responsibility has to be communicated, whether he is independent in the time of listed entities only has to be communicated, scope and timing of the audit has to be communicated, and significant findings with regard to qualitative aspects, any difficulties, and content of audit report. This is an inclusive list, etc. Any other thing, if the auditor feels it has to be communicated only. What I have to do, any communication I am making to those charged with governance, I have to document it immediately. Clear? If I am calling him and asking, sir, this is a difficulty, then he is changing. Then he is telling, I am changing the person. He is a new person. Sorry, by mistake I gave to him. Saranya is new to class. So I am changing to Tejashwini. Now from now, whatever you want, you ask to Tejashwini. Tejashwini, tell me 2 fixed assets from this class. Computer. Immediately she is able to tell because she was there from class 1 onwards. Yes or no? Even though her house is here only, many classes she missed also. But still, from day 1, on and off she is coming at least. So she is able to tell computer. Yes or no? So they are changing the person. On phone they are changing the person. It was an oral communication which was made to me. If they are changing the person on phone, it is an oral communication, but it has to be in documented format. So as per SA330, I will immediately document this. I called him at this time on this date. He has changed the person who is responsible for fixed assets and all of those things. If it is in written format, what will I do? I will keep it in audit documentation. It is a mail. Mail will have a correspondence. I asked a question, he replied. So that mail trail, I will keep it as my audit documentation. Clear? Now, apart from whatever we said here, that these items has to be communicated to the management or TCWG, there has to be one more thing which is communicated to the TCWG with regard to internal control. If there is a deficiency in the internal control, that has to be communicated. Deficiency in internal control means what, ma'am? That means there is no control itself, where there is supposed to be a control, or there is a control where there is supposed to be a control, but this control is not operating effectively. That means it is unable to prevent, detect and correct any error or fraud, which is nothing but material misstatement. Are you able to understand? Prevent, detect and correct the material misstatement. Whether a control is not even there or there is a control, but it is unable to prevent, detect and correct. These two things also has to be communicated to management or those charged with governance as per SA 265. 216 are communication with those charged with governance. 265 are communicating deficiencies in internal control to those charged with governance. If you are communicating anything with regard to the control of the organization, then it will come to 265. This communication should also be in writing. This communication should also be on a timely basis only. And I told you it should be in writing, yes or no? This written communication, if you are saying that this internal control is deficient, it is not preventing or detecting or correcting. I will not just tell this internal control is deficient. With this information, he cannot do anything. I have to explain this. I will give a explanation to this. And also, I will give any other additional information for him to understand the deficiency. Are you able to understand? Internal control தப்பா இருக்கு இல்லனா இல்லவே இல்ல அப்படிங்கறது மட்டும் I should not communicate. I should be able to exactly tell him as to why this is not there. I have to give a proper explanation and I have to provide all the information which is supporting that internal control is not proper. Are you able to understand? Clear? Now, if there is a significant deficiency in internal control, first to whom I have to go and tell? Can I go and directly disturb those charged with governance? First I have to go and tell the management. If I am unable to go and tell the management or it is something related to this person only, then I will go and disturb those charged with governance. Are you able to understand? Clear guys? That is all is with respect to 260 and 265. With this, we are finishing the 200 series. Coming to SA 600 and 610. 600 is using the work of another auditor and 610 is using the work of internal auditor. Ma'am, will I get confused? Which one is other auditor? Which one is internal auditor? 600 is using the work of an other auditor. Here come. 610 using the work of internal auditor. 610. Please remember like that. 610 is using the work of internal auditor and 600 is using the work of an other auditor. Don't mati write it. Very important. Yes, in using the work of another auditor, what are they saying? An other auditor, another auditor. Yes or no? Using the work of an other auditor is 600. They have 3 sections in this SA 600. What are the 3 sections? That is 128 subsection 1, 128 subsection 2 and 143 subsection 8. If we finish these 3 sections, 90% of 600 is over. In 128 subsection 1, what they are saying is all the companies, including their branches, has to maintain their books of accounts and financial statements and everything at the registered office. What is the meaning of registered office? Registered office means the place where they are registered. For example, in class, which one we saw? We actually typed and saw where is the registered office for which company? The last standard is SA300. SA300 is talking about planning. எதை பண்ணாலும் plan பண்ணி பண்ணணும். Planning and audit of financial statements is very important. எதுக்கு எதை பண்ணாலும் plan பண்ணி பண்ணணும். நீ என்னெல்லாம் plan பண்ணணும், எந்த levelsல நீ plan பண்ணணும், all of those things are given in SA300. The elements of the planning process starts from preliminary engagement activities. What is this preliminary engagement activity? Preliminary engagement activity is the planning which I will be doing even before I enter into an engagement. What planning activities I should be doing even before enter into an engagement? The first one is I have to check whether I can continue with this client. For that I have to plan. Whether I can accept or continue the client, I have to plan. All the ethical requirements and the client பழைய ஆடிட்டருக்கு ஃபீஸே கொடுக்கல, அவன் பாதியில விட்டுட்டு போயிட்டான். That's why they have appointed you as auditor. Should I continue this client or not? What is the ethical requirements of this client? All of these things we have to see. Understanding the terms of the engagement. The engagement letter is prepared by the auditor only. So first auditor has to first read through the engagement letter which is prepared by him and understand each and everything which is there in the engagement letter. There are 3 preliminary engagement activities. The first one is the continuance of the client. The second is the ethical requirements, and the last one is understanding of the terms of the engagement. Once he does the preliminary engagement activities, then comes the planning activities. The planning activities are again split into 2. One is overall audit strategy and developing an audit plan. What is this overall audit strategy? What is developing an audit plan? Now you will know why I told you this is my favorite standard. Overall audit strategy means, for example, for the people writing exam in September, what is your overall plan to complete your revision of all the 3 subjects by? Tell a date. If you don't have a plan, then I can't say anything to you. எதை பண்ணாலும் plan பண்ணி பண்ணணும்னு you only told, but you don't even have a plan. Now immediately make a plan and tell me by what time you want to finish the first revision. August 15th. August 15th kulla if you want to finish your first revision, you basically have only 7 days in your hand. The next 7 days, not even 7 days, let me give you one grace day. In the next 7 days, how many hours are you going to study? You have to wake up, brush, bath, eat, all of these things are there. How many hours you are going to study? 10 hours. Out of the 10 hours, the effective number of hours, tell truthfully, can I keep us? 8 hours? Yes? Now, 7 days into 8 hours, how many hours do you have in your hand? How many? 56 hours you have in your hand. Now coming to the subjects you are going to write. You are going to write 3 subjects, yes? Everybody here going to write only 1 group? Anybody writing 2 groups? No, only 1 group. He is writing 2 groups. We will come to him later, okay? He will have a different plan. Now for these 3 subjects, have you already completed any subject? இப்போதான் ஃபர்ஸ்ட்ல இருந்து படிக்க போறேன். இந்த 56 hours is only for these 3 subjects from top to bottom. Now I have to split it into 3. Can I do that? Okay. Can somebody please divide by 3 and tell me the number of hours for each subject? Number of hours for each subject, just 56 divided by 3. 18 hours for one subject. Now I don't care about this subject and this subject. I only care about the middle subject, which is my subject. For this 18 hours, we have how many standards? Around 30 plus standards are there, and apart from that, bank, government, cooperative society, all of those things are there. Around 5 other chapters are there. Now, for this 30 plus standard, for each standard, how many hours illa? Minutes evlo irukku? How many minutes for each standard you can spend? Around 20 to 30 minutes for each standard you have in hand. What did I do here? Basically, I first told that by this date I want to finish. By this August 15th date I want to finish. This is my overall audit strategy. I first fixed the strategy. Based on this August 15th date, I split the number of hours into 3 different subjects, and now I found out what is required for one standard. Whether it is 315 or whether it is 200, you have only 20 to 30 minutes on an average for each standard. Purida? Yes, very clear. Now this is what is called as developing an audit plan. Jan people, don't be so happy. That's why I have this standard as the last standard. By the time we come to the last standard, and you will be shocked by the number of hours or minutes if you are also having for each standard. Clear? Now, when you are developing an audit plan, you are basically going into the minute details of the audit. But the overall audit strategy, you are only setting the timing, you are setting the scope. That means one standard 20 minutes. You are setting the timing, scope and the direction of the study plan. Yes. Now after you set the timing, direction and everything, you are developing a plan. What is this development of a plan? Today marathon is over. From tomorrow I am starting auditing every 2 hours per day. Like this I am making. And this 2 hours cannot be after lunch, because after lunch only practical subject I will be sleeping. So morning as soon as I wake up, I will see audit ma'am's face only. And the book like that, you are making a plan for yourself, developing an audit plan. Where you are saying, this is the nature, this is the extent, this is the timing of my audit procedures. You are going to the details of the plan, that is called as development of the audit plan. Now just coming to the audit. In the overall audit strategy, I told you that you are setting the scope, timing and the direction of the audit, and this overall audit strategy only guides for the audit plan. In the audit plan, what are you doing? Nature, extent and timing of risk assessment procedures, nature, extent and timing of further audit procedures, and all the other audit procedures also you are doing. So here just telling from top the elements of the planning process. The first one is the preliminary engagement activities, where we will be doing 3 things. We will be checking the continuance of the client, ethical requirement and all the understanding of the engagement. Now when planning activities, we are again splitting it into overall audit strategy and developing an audit plan. The overall audit strategy is setting the scope, timing and direction of the audit, and it guides for development of the audit plan. The audit plan is telling you about the nature, extent and timing of all your risk assessment procedure, nature, extent and timing of all your further audit procedures, and also any other audit procedures if you want to do in your audit. Now, planning will have so many benefits. What are the benefits of planning? You are able to tell that I have only so much time, so you will not be thinking, okay, audit marathon mudindirchu, next half a day is for me to relax, I will go home and sleep. Don't think like that. Only 30 minutes. வீட்டுக்கு போனதுக்கு அப்புறமும் 20 to 30 சொன்னாங்க. ஐயோ, which standard will take 20 minutes so that I can give extra minutes for the bigger standard? Like that only you should keep thinking. So because we did this planning process, you are able to give importance, you are able to give attention to important areas. Yes or no? சரி கவர்மெண்ட் ஆடிட், பேங்க் ஆடிட், கோஆபரேட்டிவ் சொசைட்டி ஆடிட் மூணுமே சொன்ன மாதிரியே முடிச்சிட்டாங்க. இப்போ யோசிச்சு பார்த்தா மேலே போகுது, எங்கே போகுதுன்னு எனக்கே தெரியல. ஸோ ஐ வாண்ட் more time for that area. So 200, 210 and all starting we did. I can finish that off fast. In 10-15 minutes I can finish. Now average I put as 30 minutes. So அங்க இருக்கிற remaining I will use for cooperative society. I will use for bank audit. She told that bank audit definite question will come. 230 she told separate chapter. All these things should be there in your head. So you are able to give importance to, you are able to give attention to all the important areas because we did this planning process. This will help in timely resolution of problems. Timely resolution of problems, because once you do your planning process you will have a buffer days. 3-4 days buffer you will have. Yes or no? Or correct exam 5th September starting na 4th night varaiku you will not keep planning. Yes, there will be some time delay, some buffer days you will be having. So this is giving you the time to resolve the problems. There will be some cases where some standards you have not even touched. Those standards you will be doing it in your buffer days. So it will help to resolve all the problems. Now say if you are doing group study, what you will do? Now you saw 30 minutes தான் இருக்கு ஒரு ஸ்டாண்டர்டுக்கு. அவ்வளோ டைம் எனக்கிட்ட பத்தாது. Now what I will do? இங்க பாரு, I will do 315. I am doing 315. You do 3 standards because 3 standards are equivalent to one big 315. You do 3 standards. You are taking 1.5 hours for 3 standards. I am taking 1.5 hours for 1 standard. I am going to tell each and everything in the 315 to you in 10 minutes. You tell me in those 3 standards whatever is there in 10 minutes to me. Like that, between team members, you are able to allocate work because you did that planning process. Who has to do what work? Assigning the work. Everything will become easier once you do the planning process only. There will be a review of work also. Who has to do what work you saw? The third person, he will not be doing any work. He will just simply sit. Now when both of you told 315 and other 3 standards, the review person will listen to both. கடைசியில் அவன் தான் first mark வாங்கிட்டு போயிடுவான். அவங்க ரெண்டு பேரை விட he will get more marks and go. Always that happens. Yes or no? Yes, many times we have seen. So we will be able to review the work also. These are all the planning benefits. Now we have documentation in this standard. Documentation in this standard. What should I document? I should document the overall audit strategy. I should document the audit plan, and plan in one irunda adu change agada seri. Nee 20 minutes nu potta 20 minutes la will I be able to finish the standard? No. It can take 30 minutes, it can take 45 minutes, it can take 1 hour, it can take 2 hours. Sometimes book will be like this only. அப்படியே இருப்போம். When we wake up and see night ஆயிருக்கும். We will be in the same page. So it can take even a day to finish one standard. So that means you have to change the plan for the next day. If you are changing the plan, please document it. They are not saying don't change the plan. They are saying document the plan. That is important. The last part is called as audit program. The audit program is extremely useful. Audit program is something like a checklist activity. That means I am going to tell you exactly what you have to do, and you will just be making a tick just after seeing whatever is there. That is called as audit program. Audit program means it is a list of examination activities for a specific purpose. This is a detailed plan. It will have a series of verification procedures. There are a lot of advantages and disadvantages for this audit program. Let me just open the PDF for the advantages and disadvantages. Please see here, an audit program is a detailed plan and consists of verification procedures to be applied to the financial statements and accounts of a given company. We will read this once we see the advantages and disadvantages, because that is when you will understand exactly what an audit program is. The first main advantage போறதுக்கு முன்னாடி I will tell you, for example, I told you in my first day, where was I sent for articleship? To Daimler India Commercial Vehicles, DICV. It is a huge company. I don't know what to ask them. It is my first time. I don't have any prior experience. So what my manager did, my manager gave me a list of things I have to ask them. Neeta, fixed assets na idallam kelu, current assets na idallam kelu. Like that, he gave me a document. Whether I understood or not, I was just able to read from that document and see whether it was actually there or not. This is called as audit program. Audit program gives a good structure as to what has to be done. There are contents of audit program. The audit program will start with name of the concern. Important, make note. The audit program will start with name of the concern. That means for which entity you are doing the audit program, that we have to see. And then we have to see financial year, that is for which year we have to do the audit program. That also we have to write in the audit program itself. The document which my manager has to give me should have all these details. ஏன்னா suppose வேற ஏதோ ஒரு கம்பெனியை தெரியாம if he has given for Daimler India, and if I go with that document, இஷ்டத்துக்கு if I go and ask him, sir அந்த ஸ்டோர்ஸ்லாம் எங்க இருக்கு, hello excuse me our stock is cars, அதுவே உனக்கு தெரியாம where is the store னு வந்து கேட்டுக்கிட்டு இருக்க, that means he will ask like that. So this name of the concern, financial year, who is preparing this audit program, who is reviewing this audit program, all these things we have to have. Who is preparing this, who is reviewing this, and who is approving this. All of these three things we have to have in the audit program. And the contents also they only have given. The contents also they only have given. It should start with serial number. Serial number na எத்தனை items I have to do, 1 2 3 4 like that, it will keep going till 400. Next is the nature of the procedure. What kind of audit procedures I have to do? I have to inspect, I only have to see whatever he is doing, I have to inquire, go with a mic and ask, like that. Nature of the procedure I have to do. Extent of the check, to what level I have to extend, either 100% or sample I have to do. That has to be given in the extent of check. If I am doing a sample, what is the basis for my sample? I followed a stratified random method. I broke everything down and from that I picked everything. I did not use value weighted because I feel it is not required for this. Like that, I should be giving the basis for the sample. Say someday I have fever, I am not able to go for audit. That day I asked my junior, just a junior by 1 day, next day he came. So I asked my junior to go and do just 5 controls. So those 5 controls, he will be signing here. Are you able to understand? Whatever I did, I will be signing, and whatever he did, he has to sign. This will tell the person, this will tell the partner, if there is some mistake, he will know whom to ask. That is the reason as to why it has to be done like this. They can ask you to prepare an audit program. This is a question in last attempt article. Clear? There they told, please prepare an audit program for this entity for this financial year. That means you have to start off with name of the concern, financial year, prepared by, reviewed by, approved by, then just table with serial number, nature of procedures, extension, basis of sampling, and done by. You have to write like this in a dabba so that they know that this is a paper. Are you able to understand? So audit program means it is a series of verification procedures which are done. Series of verification procedures. This is a detailed plan. Now when we do the advantages and disadvantages, full understanding you will get of what is an audit program. Now firstly let us finish off the advantages. It provides an assistant, a clear set of instructions to be done. I was an article assistant. I was able to clearly know this is the work expected out of me. So that is the first advantage. It is essential for major audits to provide a total perspective of the work to be performed. That means for big audits, there is a possibility that one control is missed. Don't miss that. You follow this procedure, then you will not miss. So it is advantageous for that also. Selection of assistants for the job becomes easier when the work is rationally planned, defined and segregated. If I simply say you take care of fixed assets, after you go to fixed assets, you are seeing, I told you fixed assets itself can have how many controls? 1,000 controls? Yes, it is possible. If there are 1,000 controls, you have to take a sample of at least 10%, 100 controls. Is it possible to do it by yourself? No. So when you are doing this audit program, you know exactly what are the controls that you are going to check. What is the checking? How many checkings are to be done? Only 20 checkings. One person is enough. They will take care. In 2 days maximum they will finish it. Like that, it is able to tell how many people are needed for the job. Without a written and predetermined program, work is carried out with a mental plan. There is always a danger of overlooking important books or records. I always tell, put pen to paper. Always I tell, don't think எனக்கு தெரியும் இன்னைக்கு நான் auditing படிக்கணும். Never think like that. என்ன படிக்க போற auditing? You put pen to paper so that you will also know you are thinking, you know if you are thinking here. But if you put pen to paper, you have written it down. That gives you more accountability to finish off the work. So because you have a written audit program, it is becoming easier for you to finish the work. The assistants, by putting a signature, denotes they have accepted the work and it is easy to trace back. That means I told you, if somebody makes a mistake, the partner knows exactly யாரு சட்டையை பிடிச்சு கேட்கணும். Fixed assets எனக்கு தான் வந்திருக்கு, நீ என்கிட்ட டைரக்டா வந்து கேட்காத. One day I was leave, நீ பாரு அவன் சைன் போட்டிருக்கான் இங்க. அந்த வந்த ஒரு நாள்ல அவன் பண்ண வேண்டியதை பண்ணிட்டு அவன் போயிட்டான். Don't ask me. Like that we are able to tell only if we are seeing that signature. The principal can control the progress of various audits. Yes, this is important. Audit program, first audit program concept varumbodhu it was in a paper format. Nowadays it is in a software, it is in a computer. Laptop edutittu poven, I will ask the questions as and when he is telling I will keep just ticking in the laptop itself. As soon as I tick in the laptop, my partner there live theriyum, oh rendu control ni mudichitala. If he opens the software and sees why today's control not yet done, why is she late, everything she can find out. He will call me and immediately ask, time is 11 o'clock, still you have not gone to client's place, then simply you will tell, no sir, I am here only in client's place. Then why is the audit program not ticked? It is right open in front of me, tick and show right now, I want to see it. Like that he can check whether you are doing the work properly or not. He can control the progress of various audits. For the future, this audit program is again used because in the future, when he sees these controls, whether it is done or not, when he is checking, if some control there is a problem, there is a deficiency in the control, he knows in the next year that here is the risk of material misstatement. Yes, and accordingly he can change the control itself. So it serves as the guide for future audits. Serves as a evidence in the case of charge of negligence. That means if somebody is not doing their work properly, this is the evidence for that. So audit program has so many advantages. If there are advantages, there will be disadvantages also. Now say I am an article assistant for first day. So this audit program was extremely helpful. Now this is my last audit. This is my last audit. After this I am leaving that organization and coming back. I was there for 3 whole years. I was supposed to learn so many things. Because of this audit program, in the paper தாண்டி என் மூளை யோசிக்கவே யோசிக்காது. Yes or no? Whatever is said, if I only have to tick more than this, I will not think at all. So it's becoming a mechanical job. The work may become mechanical. And without even understanding what is there, I will start thinking, ஒரு டிக்கு தானே போட்டு போவோம், நாலா போடுவோம், எதுக்கு ஒன்று அப்படின்னு சொல்லி simply I will start ticking. So the program often tends to be rigid and inflexible. Once the audit program is made, I can tick or put it into. How can I change the program? For that again I have to go talk to my partner. It is a tedious process, so that is a disadvantage. Inefficient assistance may take shelter behind the program. Actually எனக்கு ஆடிட்டோட ஸ்பெல்லிங்கே தெரியாது. AUDITTING லாம் நான் எழுதி வைப்பேன் பேப்பர்ல. Really I saw people who are writing auditing. Are you able to understand? That's why the first day when I asked you the spelling of auditing, you all told correctly. You are all very good children. So, enough. Auditing spelling, no need to clap. Now, inefficient assistants, people who don't even know what is the meaning of audit, still they will be following the audit program. They will put their signature as if they are only the engagement partner and all, and they will take shelter behind the program. A hard and fast audit program may kill the inefficient initiative of efficient and enterprising assistance. That means somebody who actually has the capability to do more. You are not allowed to think like that. Either follow pannonu solli you are giving him a program, so that is a disadvantage. Clear guys? With this, audit is not over, because there are few things where we have not covered in our marathon. Quickly let me just tell you that, so that you will know how to plan for those few things. 710 SA 710 is not covered. That does not mean you can omit it. Online marathon guys, I will try to put this 710 from somewhere else. From my previous batch, I will add that 1 hour in the online marathon. But people who are sitting here, maximum 1 hour, that's all, nothing else is there. For the people sitting here, I want you to actually study the 710 and not go without studying. The next one is SA. No, it is there. Audit of various items in financial statements. Different types of auditor, like how we saw cooperative society audit, government audit. After that, there is audit of hotel, audit of club, audit of cinema, audit of NGO, audit of local authority, audit of partnership, audit of sole trader. Like that, there are so many audits. Why, ma'am, you did not cover all those things? Because two important things are government and cooperative society. I told you either this or that will definitely come. With all the remaining things, there might be 1 or 2 questions. If you have the time, please go through that also. Listen here guys. Why I am showing the PDF is not for you guys to read from the PDF. I don't want you to read from the PDF, because if you read from this, you will not understand anything. Only if you attend my class fully, you will be understanding how to read this PDF itself. Because in the ishtathukku KOT, that means kitchen order ticket, and the full form theriyadu, WH na warehouse, edume theriyadu, you will not understand. But audit of hotels is actually this much only. Audit of club is actually this much only. Audit of cinema is actually this much only. So why I am showing you this PDF is you can open the PDF, also open your study material, compare both. Then you can understand better. Or with just your study material, try to make these points. With these points, you will be able to write the exam. Very small. I wanted to show you just to tell you that it's actually small. If you just spend half an hour to 1 hour, you can finish these things. Audit of NGO. NGO is little big, but other things are very small. This hotel, club, cinema, hospital, everything together only 1 page. So please don't omit anything. Never omit anything. That is one thing I followed from my student days. I don't omit, because படிச்சிட்டு போறதே 80 marks தானா, நீ எழுத முடியறது maximum 70 marks. நீ 70 marks எழுதி, if you are able to get 60 marks, you are great. I want you here, whoever is here who has completed full 20 hours of auditing marathon, to get above 60, not above 40. Are you able to understand? Clear? So please try to finish the portions and then go for exam. To be honest, once you finish the portions, நீ அதை எப்படி படிச்சிருக்க அதெல்லாம் நான் வரல. 100% if you are finishing the portions, the confidence you get is extremely high. With that confidence itself, you can write the exam like anything. So please, if you study for 100 marks, you will write for 80 to 85 marks. With that 80 to 85 marks, it is possible for you to get 60 plus. Are you able to understand why you have to study for full 100 marks, not only for audit, for every other subject? I make sure that I used to study top to bottom of whichever book. Now there is one more chapter called Audit of Items of Financial Statements. How to study that chapter? Now we will see how to study that chapter. See here guys, I already told you in my class for this chapter I will spend around 3 hours of time for them to do like an activity. Basically in this chapter they are taking each and every item in the financial statements and asking you to write stories about that item. As an auditor, what will you check for sales? What will you check for purchase? What will you check for interest expense? What will you check for other expense? Like that, each and every item they are going to ask you. Same way for balance sheet also. Are you able to understand? Now, how you are going to study for this is, sales now, I want you to just make 10 points. Purchase now, I want you to just make 10 points. I have handwritten notes. Those handwritten notes I can share with you. You just go through those handwritten notes. For P&L I have. For balance sheet, you will be making like how I gave you. Are you able to understand? And the most important thing in this chapter is, I always tell one thing. Nee 10 vishayam padichittu ponana, ICA is going to ask the 11th item. If you study 100 things and go, ICA is going to ask the 101st item. This everyone knows, it is not a new thing and all. Here, full chapter is given in the way of dabbas only. Yes. Wherever chapter is given in paragraph and if there is a dabba, I am telling you it is important. But here, full chapter is in dabba. So what is outside of the dabba, that is important. They can test from that also is what I am saying. Now we will just go through whatever is outside of the dabba. Just 5 points are there. We will go through that quick. Now the dabba is getting over here for the first one. After that, there are 3 points given here, which is details of Binami property held, relationship with struck-off companies and following ratios to be disclosed. Last attempt RTP, this question was there. After looking at that, previous attempt question paper also, one of these 5 items was tested. So if we know that they are going to test from this, why to leave this? This is somewhere where we can easily study and easily get the marks. So we shall just complete these 5 things. Yes? The first one is details of Binami property held. You have to give the details about the proceedings initiated or pending against the company for holding of any Binami property. How you have to give the details is details including the year of acquisition, details of the beneficiary, that means for whom you are holding this property. Binami means you are holding for somebody who is the actual beneficiary of this property. If property is in books of account, they are showing it as if they are good boys in books of account. Please give a reference to that item in the books of accounts. If it is not there in books of accounts, give the facts along with reasons. What is the proceeding against this company under this law? What law? Binami property, that act was there, we saw, yes, in CARO. Which clause? Clause 1. We saw in clause 1. Next, nature of proceedings, status of the proceedings, and what is the company's view? Are they accepting of the fact? All of those details has to be given with regard to details of Binami property held. The second one is relationship with struck-off company. Struck-off company in KTALE section 248 should come. 248. Section 248 of the Companies Act 2013 is the relationship with the struck-off company. There you are going to write the name of the company, nature of the transaction, the balance outstanding and relationship with the company, whether they are your holding, subsidiary, joint venture and all of those things. The third one is the following ratios to be discussed. You just read through the ratios, these ratios has to be given separately. The important point is not the ratios. They are saying if the ratio there is a change of more than 25% of the previous year, then the company should explain the items which is there in the numerator and in the denominator. That is the important point. The question which they have asked is, they gave previous year figure and current year figure. All you have to do is find the difference between the two in terms of percentage and see if it is more than 25% and give a conclusion saying for these ratios it changed more than 25%. So the company is supposed to give further explanation because there is a change in the ratio of more than 25%. Are you able to understand? These three are here. There are two more behind. Just a second. Listen here. Down after the P&L items, again two things are given outside the dabba. So we are giving importance for these items also. The first one is CSR, where the company covered under section 135 shall be disclosed with regard to CSR activities. Where did we see CSR? In CARO clause 20 was corporate social responsibility, where we split it into ongoing activities and other than ongoing activities under section 135 subsection 5 and 135 subsection 6, if you remember. Yes. So here they are saying in your financial reporting your CSR has to be reported separately. That means what is the amount which is required to be spent? What is the amount which is already spent? Give details of those two. Is there any shortfall for the current year? That means you are supposed to spend 1000 crores, you have spent only 800 crores. That means 200 crores is a shortfall. Is there any shortfall? Was there any shortfall for the previous year? That also you please write along with the reasons for the shortfall. What kind of CSR activities has the company taken? Are they doing education? Are they helping some farmers? Like that, what is the nature of the CSR activities? And most importantly here, last, details of the related party transactions, that is contribution to a trust controlled by a company in relation to CSR expenditure. In Reliance, yes, now what happened? Anant Ambani, what is he taking care of? He is taking care of the animals. And the animals yella, because of CSR activities in Reliance, they are able to take care of so many animals. So that trust which they have formed is related to Reliance or not? Yes. So please mention that also. Are you able to understand? The next one is details of cryptocurrency or virtual currency. Who are not traded in cryptocurrency? Crypto, Dogecoin, Bitcoin. No, nobody. Don't do all of those things because it is not properly there in India, but you can just see the app. There are so many apps for trading in cryptocurrency. You can just see what is the profit or loss on transactions involving cryptocurrency or virtual currency. Amount of currency held as on the reporting date. Deposits or advances from any person for the purpose of trading or investing. That means, I am doing crypto trading. You don't know how to do. I have done. You want to invest? Give the money to me. I will take care of your money. Crypto, you don't know. They will ask. So please mention all those details also. There are only 3 points. So give importance to these things which are outside the dabba also. I am not saying leave the dabba. I am saying give this importance to outside the dabba also. Clear guys? Yes. With this, our audit marathon of 20 hours is done. Now coming to how to present the paper. How to present the paper. If there is any case study based questions, there are 3 things which you have to write. The first one is the provision. Second one is, first one is the facts of the case. Second one is the provision. The next one is the analysis. The next one is the conclusion. In the provision, if you remember the essay number and the name, you please write it there. And when I say you have to write the answer as facts, provision, analysis and conclusion, facts is compulsory, conclusion is compulsory. Idu rendu venuna you can combine it and also write. And when I say like this, listen here, I don't want you to start off with the question directly. I want you to write this word facts of the case. That day there was one paper I saw, they have written facts, provision and analysis and last conclusion da eludhirukanga, but they did not write these words. I want you to write these words so that the examiner, when they see the paper itself, they know that you have understood and you have split it into 3 and you've written your answer. Illana, it will just look like 3 different paragraphs. They are not going to know where is the conclusion, they will start searching. It will irritate them like anything. This is the first thing I want to tell you. The second one is, first question is going to be a compulsory question. From the 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, there are how many questions here? 4 out of 5 questions you have to write. Now, inside these questions there are going to be subdivisions. Yes? A, B, C or A, B, C, D or A, B, C, D, E also can be there. Yes or no? Now, when you are writing the answer, say you started, you are very confident with this 4th question. If you are very confident with 4th question, you will start with say 4B. If you are starting with 4B, finish that 4C, 4A or 4D if it is there, and then only move forward to the next question. So you will be reading each and every question, and first itself you will make note of the order. Say you are confident only with 4A of this question, very confident, only with 4A. Here 5B and 5C, you are very confident. So please write the 5th question first. Whenever you are confident, you please start from there. But if you are starting from there, say 5A, only theriyala, 5A and page, you leave it blank. And you go on to the next one. You write answer to 5A, like that, mala, not in the side like this, 5A in one corner, kannike theriyama, not like that. Here, question 5A in a dabba. When you put like that, as much as possible, make the examiner not search for your answer. They should not search for anything in your answer paper. Apdiye laddu madri kannla kudukanum. If you are able to give like that, they will not get irritated with your answer sheet. Inga mele irundha, they know exactly which question you have written the answer to. So they will know what to see. Inga correct provision, facts, analysis, conclusion, direct conclusion, paravali correct conclusion. Now let's see whether he has actually understood the provision and he's written the conclusion. Like that, it should be easy for the evaluator to understand. Yes, 4A, 4B, 4C, 4D da eludhunum kadiyadu. You can write 4C, then 4A, then 4D, then 4B. No problem with changing this order. No problem with writing first 4, then 1, then 3. Like that you can write. But don't ever write 4B, 3D, 2C. Question paper, booklet madri irukku. How many times he has to go front and back to understand what answer you've written. That will also irritate. So if you don't know 4D, leave 2 pages gap and go off to 4B if you know that. 4B leave again 2 sides gap. Go to the next first question. Later, after you finish everything, you can come back and do this. Are you able to understand? Clear? And always start with the answer you are confident with. நீ ஃபர்ஸ்ட் தெரியாததை எழுதுனா இந்த பேப்பர் எழுதுனவனுக்கு ஒண்ணுமே தெரியாது. That will be the assumption of the evaluator. You start with whatever you are extremely confident with. Then you போக அவங்களே புரிஞ்சுக்குவாங்க. ஓகே, இதெல்லாம் தெரியல, ஏதோ கதை அடிச்சு வச்சிருக்காங்க, ஃபர்ஸ்ட் நல்லா ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்காங்க. Like that, you have to start with whatever you are comfortable with. This is one technique which worked for me. When I was a student, I don't know which faculty told me. Somebody told me at some point, inter or final, but it worked for me. What I used to do is, as soon as I get the question paper, I will turn it like this. And I will see from the last. Because one thing which is extremely important is confidence. Whatever you write, you have to write with confidence. Anga oru first question one vechirukanga. That is to break your confidence. The first question is given there to break your confidence. Even if you know that, namakku da ipa theriyume first question is to break my confidence. Ipa na padikren, don't take that chance at all. Because we are already in a vulnerable situation when we are writing the exam. Never take that chance. So it works for me. I tell all my students to close the question paper, turn it this side, start reading from the 6th question. That will give you the confidence. And a 6th question will be small. Kuttiya irukum. Question a paatha odane answer theriyum. And in that 15 minutes of time, extremely important 15 minutes. In that 15 minutes of your time, however you are feeling, that only you are going to carry forward for the next 3 hours. So, 1 second before that 15 minutes varaikum padichite irukadhu. Ivlo maasam irundha, ivlo varsham sila perukku irundha, ivlo days irundha, ivlo hours irundha. You have done your best. You have that confidence with yourself that you have given your best. Are you able to understand? Ippa varaiku I have done so much, I have put so much efforts. People around me have supported me so much. My parents have supported me. And the last 1 minute la nee padikira answer varadu. Kandipa varadu. You think like that. Don't study till the last minute. Some people will be there. Apdiye till they go, they won't leave the book. Ulla ponadukku appuram book inime thevilla apdiye they'll throw and they'll go off. Don't ever go like, because you will be in that tension still. Over 10 minutes before itself, if you go, you can calm yourself down just to walk. Don't see phone and all, just to walk. Then you go inside the exam hall, sit, take few deep breaths, see where fan is coming, see what other people are doing, have a good laugh. Then you start writing the exam. Really, I am telling you, the attempt, I failed my CA final examination. I was also a student who was reading till the last minute. போற வரைக்கும் அப்படியே படிச்சுட்டே இருப்பேன். அப்புறம் புக் எங்க போதோ எனக்கு தெரியாது. Because that man will tell, இதுக்கு மேல வரலனா I will not allow you inside. Then you have to throw the book and run. That is the way. Because sometimes we might forget water bottle, we might forget calcium. After we sit only we will remember. Only if we are calm in one place we can remember a lot of things. Last second varaikum never ever study. Even when you are traveling from your home to exam hall, don't touch the books. Months together in the last 1 hour, keep yourself calm. That is the most important thing. Which book to study? Especially for people who are seeing the marathon, before you would have read some other book. Yes, might have read some other book, or if you want, you can see this PDF or other book. I leave it up to you to decide which book to do. In this other book or whether you are using my book, idu rendume ore content. Both are same. We are not sitting and writing the book. Just to copy paste from study material in our own way, where I think which is reaching the students better, I will put. Some other faculty also, they think that is reaching the students better, they will put. So whatever book you follow, you please follow that book only. Don't keep changing the books before the examination. I followed one thing. Instead of studying 4 different books, it is best to study one book 4 times. If you study one book 4 times, you know exactly error in the page, IAOTR in the page. Exactly you know where each thing is. That will only help you in your examination, especially for theory subjects. Alright guys, don't panic. Be confident. You have given your best. For people especially from first day till 4th day, na evlo kattunal evlo adichaalum taangaraima andha maadhiri ella inga apdiye ukkandute irpinga, not even blinking your eye. You are really too good. Thank you so much guys. If I am able to really if I am able to scream so much from here, it is only because of the energy I am getting from you all. If you are all sleeping there, I can't scream. I will also sleep here. Body procedures, like that. If I tell, onakku puriyadu, enakku time waste. Yes or no? You all were too good, really too good. Whether it was Jan attempt or September attempt, it was really good to take these 4 days. Thank you so much, and all the best guys. September guys, all the very best for your examination. Any doubts?